gas in my land in Biafra. A lot has been expected of Nigeria over the years, but each time they have failed. If you go to a place like Rwanda that I'm sure you have been to, if you go to Kigali and see what Paul Kagame has been able to do with meager resources that they have, I am sure the same transformation is taking place all across Ethiopia, taking place all across Kenya. You can see viability of economic life and prospect. None of that exists in Nigeria. They only sell crude oil. And they import everything, including refined petrol as well. What I want African leaders to understand today is this, that Nigeria is the problem of Africa. If you terminate Nigeria, it's like a cancer growing somewhere on the body of Africa. Once you get rid of Nigeria, believe you me, Africa will spring to life. Let them not be deceived. Don't allow yourselves to be deceived to think that we need this huge country with huge population and vast natural resources to be relevant in the world, on the world stage. That is a lie. Because the size of Nigeria, the way it is today, was predetermined by our colonial masters. Britain said, we want to use Nigeria to influence every other country in Africa. That was their game plan. Britain wanted to control Africa through Nigeria. It's there in the official documents. And I'm saying to Africans today, don't allow that to happen. Or, as you say, the level of Fulani mediocrity in Nigeria has made it almost impossible. The best way for us to go is for Africans to understand that Nigeria is a tumor, a cancerous tumor, very dangerous one. Cut it out and Africa will be free.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just want you to take a slow pace now. I want to come to ask a question that has happened to me also. We seem to be swimming in the same field. That's why you see we are the same. The loss of your parents. You did not attend. I also did not attend the death of my father. I have never buried him. I am in the same category like you. I want us to go slow and say, you were not allowed to attend to bury your parents. How did you handle this? I know I am slightly older than you in years. I have handled.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am.
Are you sure?
I'm 65.
My goodness, you look very young.
Yes, I'm 65.
And that's very good.
I have. When I lost my parents, I was also in exile in Britain, and I could not bury them. How did you yourself handle this matter, and how do you encourage others? There are millions of refugees on the African continent, in South Sudan. Some of them don't know where their parents are. But the people have gone to make political leadership, but they have forgotten accountability. That's why South Sudan peace process is collapsing, because there's no accountability. So how did you handle that? And did it encourage you and give you resolve to keep pushing for a better Nigeria or a better Biafra? Please.
It's kept me pushing for a better society for everybody. Everybody, not just within Biafra or within the wider Nigeria, but across Africa as a whole. Because what concerns one black person actually should concern another black person as well. I put my parents' murder by the Nigerian state into context. The only thing that matters to me is the freedom for Biafra, of which I am prepared to pay whatever price that God requires of me to pay in order to ensure that Biafrans are set free. That was how I managed to, should I say, compartmentalize that very grief at that moment in time. And I might also add that my mother-in-law is dead as a result of the same thing. 2 days ago, one of our lead attorneys, they actually threw a hand grenade into the mother's car and killed her and burnt her body only 2 days ago. I see these things as necessary sacrifice that we must go through in order to restore Biafra, that is essentially the kingdom of God upon the face of this very earth. For that, we are prepared to pay whatever price that we are called upon to pay to ensure that the people of Biafra and every other ethnic group being oppressed in Nigeria and wider Africa is set free. That's my mindset. And that was how I dealt with it. As horrible as it was that I couldn't attend as the first child and as the first son, my father's burial, my mother's burial, but I see them as being very essential sacrifices that one has to make in order to ensure that his people are set free.
Thank you very much. I am also the first son, so maybe that's why I started fighting for the Biafran people. Let me come back, take you back to the question of Boko Haram. Yes. You mentioned one point which is very clear. Security agencies across Africa would like to know what ails. Why is Buhari? By the way, is Buhari, or we have a problem here? Because a human being should understand that people are dying. The army, Nigeria has a huge army. Is the army a coward? Are they cowards? Do they protect who? Are they protecting the territory of Nigeria? How does the army allow people to come and kidnap citizens, take them, then in piecemeal release them 2, 3, 4 back? Who are these? Is it an internal collaboration between the army, Buhari, and his generals? Who is commanding this army? Surely the army that cannot even rescue 5 students from girls who have been abducted. What type of army is this? Is there a bigger thing than Boko Haram? I have been requested by another reader from Tanzania to say, why is this Boko Haram menace never cleared? Why is Nigeria not asking for external help to come in to help them? Is it because they want it themselves? Please shed some light to our viewers.
I want Africans to understand one fact today. The entire terror architecture in Nigeria is hinged on the political aspirations and hegemonic tendencies of only one tribe, the Fulani. We have no issues with the Hausa, the Bachama people, and all the rest of them. It is the Fulani. And this game plan has been in existence for a very, very long time, nearly 200 years ago. And they must execute it. I want Africans to understand that only the Fulani tribe alone financed and sponsored almost 6 terror groups exclusively by themselves. Before Buhari came into power in 2015, he said, at the height of the insurgency, an attack against Boko Haram is an attack against the North. I will leave that to one side. I want your viewers to understand something today, which previously maybe they may not have been aware of. Do you know that Boko Haram nominated Buhari as their chief negotiator in 2014-2015? Are people aware of that at all? Do you know that these same people only a few years ago said that these murderers and these rapists, they are our misguided brothers? Do you know that their so-called Sheikh Gumi, who happens to be very close to the presidency, I need you to understand this very clearly, the one negotiating with the bandits, are you aware that their recommendation is for ISIS and Boko Haram to merge together, that they can come south? I want these points to be noted by your viewers all over the world. So when you see these people, you ask them these questions. Do you also know that the leader of the dreaded ISIS in West Africa province, ISWAP, his name is Al-Banawi. Al-Banawi is the son of Yusuf Mohammed, the founder of Boko Haram. Do you know that this man was arrested round about the same time that I was in detention in 2015? Do you know that he was released without trial on the orders of the presidency of Nigeria? Do you know that the fourth largest terror group in the world, the Fulani headsmen, which the whole world knows, the fourth largest terror group in the world, they are Yala. Do you know that the presidential spokesman came out and said live on national television that these terrorists are legitimate stakeholders in the government, in the governance of Nigeria? Are you aware of that? Do you know that despite telling the whole world that these murderers and these killers are from the Sahel, they are not Nigerian Fulanis? Do you know they're forcing us today to give them our land so they can settle in perpetuity? Are you aware of that? Let me also shock you this morning. From the office of the Inspector General of Police of Nigeria, a letter came out titled Terror Elements to Expand Frontiers of Attack. In this very letter signed on behalf of the Inspector General of Police of Nigeria, of which Katona Lang and the U.S. Ambassador are both aware. Here, they mentioned the specific places where they claim the leaders of Boko Haram are hiding. Understand this? I want the world to know that this Fulani expansionism is a well-planned, orchestrated move to take over the land of indigenous people and hand it over to marauding Fulani nomads across the Sahel. A letter from the IG of Police of Nigeria. In this very letter, they mentioned the names of the places where they felt or they believed their intelligence told them that these people are hiding. They did not send Nigerian army or police there to go and confront them. Instead, they sent them to Imo State. They sent them to Abia in Biafra land and gave them an order to shoot at sight. And I want you as a journalist, I want you as a lawyer to go back and investigate through the history of Fulani-funded terrorism and insurgency in Nigeria. Try and see if there is any instance where the IG of police or the chief of army staff has ever said to the troops, shoot at sight anywhere in the north. It's never happened before. Only in Biafra, a few days ago. That is to tell you that this is a well-planned pincer movement, basically from the east and from the west, in order to try to take over the geopolitical space of Nigeria for Fulanis across the Sahel. These are the things you need to ask yourself this question. You've been talking about Boko Haram, ISIS, all these murderers all over the place. Ask yourself this question. Has any Boko Haram been convicted before of any crime in Nigeria? Ask yourself this question. Now, let me put it to you Africans and to the whole world at large on this your program today. I know that a while back, Al-Shabaab attacked a few shopping malls in Kenya. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, maybe you live in Kenya. You are now residing in Kenya. Is that correct?
Yes. Don't worry. Yes. I am here.
Now, how do you think Kenyans will feel if President Uhuru Kenyatta were to grant some kind of amnesty to Al-Shabaab to now say, Al-Shabaab, you know what? Come and become part of Kenyan army. How would you feel?
I think the Kenyans will go to the streets. The Kenyans will catch the Al-Shabaab and will roast them on the streets.
Now, let me tell you this. This is something that Africans don't know.
Yes.
Do you know that Nigerian army being sent to Biafra land today contains elements of Boko Haram and ISIS in it?
Yes.
Because they are now part and parcel.
I've seen the reports, yes.
Let me ask you this question. When people say we shouldn't fight the army or their police, how do we know who they sent to us? How can you distinguish between a terrorist in army uniform and a serving patriot in Nigerian army? That's the question I'm asking the whole world to answer. How do we know? They incorporated terrorists into their security architecture. How do we know who is who?
Okay.
How?
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let's just take a short break and take water because it is hot in here, and I think wherever you are is also hot.
It is, yes.
The interview is fantastic. It has generated one of the huge numbers in the history of Pan-Africanism and this television station. So let me take some water. You take some water. We resume in 2 minutes. Oh, 2 minutes.
Okay, sir.
On that question and the world, how do you differentiate between Boko Haram and Nigerian army? When
Simple question.
When Boko Haram has been inscripted, that's better English, inscripted in Nigerian army to come and kill the people of the southeast. That is the question on the table. When we return, this is Matsanga Africa perspective. In Matsanga Africa perspective, we look for hot spots. One of the hot spots is Nigeria. Is Nigeria disintegrating? Is Nigeria fragmenting to pieces? Is there leadership in Nigeria? Is General Buhari the general we saw 10 years ago? Or this is a different person? How can a leader allow his people to die? How can you inscript a Boko Haram to be a minister in your own government? Oh my God. Is there something wrong? A country that we all looked at as a country, the big giant of Africa. We saw everything in Nigeria. Now it looks like what my good writer, the man who wrote the things fall apart, Kinawa Chebe, was right. The center cannot hold anymore. This state is going. Don't go away. Just we are returning. This is a fantastic show from Punchline Africa Television. We are interviewing His Excellency Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of IPOB, indigenous people of Biafra. Thank you. Conflicts exist on this continent. One of the most raging conflicts on the continent of Africa is the question of Biafra. From 1965 or before that, the Biafrans had their own institutions. Before the colonial master arrived, they have agitated themselves, they have told the world they want fair treatment in a nation called Nigeria. Successive regimes have always trampled upon the rights of the people of Biafra, destroyed them, killed their younger men, assassinated many, deported many, excluded many, forceful deportation out of your own country. Time has come for the new generation in 2020, 2021, 2022, for people to sit down to find an everlasting solution to the conflict that is around that region. President Buhari promised us that he will finish in 100 days, the first term of office. Boko Haram will be dead. Today is finishing his second term. Boko Haram is even more vibrant than his own shoes. We have landed in very serious murky waters that the people of Nigeria don't know which direction they are going. The people of Nigeria, a big country with a big population, an economic hub of West Africa and Africa, with the biggest reserves of oil, still lingers in poverty. The poverty and the rich gaps in Nigeria are wider than the distance between Mars and Earth. What can we do for our countries in Africa? How do we unite? For us, our role is to speak, to defend the voiceless, to chart our way forward, to find a solution. The only way solution can be got on the Biafran issues, the referendum, which Buhari and the government present have refused. But sincerely speaking, Nigeria needs rearrangement. If that rearrangement does not come today, tomorrow, or the other day, one day it is going to explode. People can be pushed, but they cannot be pushed beyond what Biafrans have been pushed. The suffering is too much. Pictures that I cannot show on this television. I call upon President Uhuru Kenyatta as a member of the United Nations Security Council to see that some of these problems should be resolved and a resolution is passed of sitting down to understand the difficulties of the nations, especially in Nigeria, in Cameroon, because the problem of Biafra is also similar to the problem of Amazonia. The English-speaking people have no say in Cameroon. They are taken as second-class citizens. Biafrans are also taken as second-class citizens in a country called Nigeria. Their problems are compounded with a dictator who has lost direction, who doesn't know where the wind is blowing from, whether east of Sahara or west of Sahara. He's going north when the wind is going south. Therefore, it's blown, one leg going up, one leg going down. Look at the picture of Buhari standing 6.1 feet, being blown apart. Thank you. Back to Punchline Africa Television. Our show is Matanga Africa Perspective. In Matanga Africa Perspective, we look at what ails Africa, what kills Africa, what makes Africa be called a continent of savages. As we can see in Nigeria, that name cannot go away. Boko Haram is killing people, taking people. We have incorporated it in the system of the Nigerian army, brought them back without remorsefulness. They have not done any reconciliation. And they are then being hired to destroy and kill other people. We have invited, and we shall invite more people to talk about this. We shall invite any other person who wants to discuss the issue why Nigeria is collapsing. A state the center cannot hold anymore. With us in the studio and away taking questions from us is none other than the leader of IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra, His Excellency Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Welcome back, sir. One question.
Thank you very much.
One question. Yes. After the break, we had to go for some water because it was becoming hot here. To hear that Boko Haram is part and a parcel of the government of Nigeria. It is something that has sunk my heart. I don't know. But I am very shocked. Let me come to this. There is a feeling that time has come. And I will keep on going back to this question. That the United Nations, the 5 permanent members, are part and a parcel of your problem. Now, because you can't exclude any. China is already in Nigeria also. Russia is in Nigeria. America has been there. Britain is there. France, through Total Oil, their presence is there. And a candid question comes. We touched it, then we went away. But it is coming back from the questions I've read during the break. Someone from South Africa is asking, surely, do these permanent members of the United Nations have eyes? Do they see? Because there are some clips here which I don't want to show you on this TV. They are very bad. As far as the killings of the youth in Southeast in Biafra, the killings, the slaughter, the torture by the army, by Nigerian army, how they tie youths on their Land Rovers and roll them around the villages. I get these pictures every day from Onitsha. These are not photoshops. These are real things happening in Nigeria. So someone has asked, does the United Nations Permanent 5 have eyes or not? What would you say to them now, today? As we find...
I believe that.
Yeah. Go on.
They have eyes, but for some reason they have decided not to see the evil happening to Biafra. And this is what I want Africans to actually digest. Africans must ask themselves this question. Why is there this global conspiracy against Biafra? I have an answer to that. It is because Biafra portends goodwill for the whole of Africa. And they understand this very clearly. We cannot be blaming the Permanent 5 of the UN because we are the ones that created the enabling environment for them to come in, to exploit and to do whatever thing that they want to do. I was having a very serious discussion with somebody and I said to them, do you think that the world prefers this very exploitative relationship that they have with the very corrupt, subsequent corrupt regimes that you have in Nigeria? The person said yes, and I said no. The answer is no. USA is more concerned about trade with Japan and EU more than they will with Nigeria. Because in all these economies, people want where they can ship their goods and services to be purchased. They needed to have the spending power. That was the reason behind the USA helping Germany to stand on its feet after the Second World War. The reconstruction of Europe by the US government was driven by economic self-preservation. People would want an Africa that is viable, an Africa that will be like the Southeast Asia, where high goods and services can be traded with ease. Not this very almost primitive, exploitative relationship that they have in places like Nigeria. I don't blame China. I don't even blame Britain. I don't blame Halliburton, USA. I don't blame Ajib of Italy. I don't blame Shell of Netherlands. I don't blame any of these people. We are the ones that allowed them to come to exploit us. So we cannot blame them. See, in life, when you allow yourself to become a victim and you keep playing the victim card all the time, your mindset will go into a very vicious cycle of this victimhood and you can never come out of it. And I'm saying to Black African people all over the world, if you believe in the equality of every man born, if you believe that all men were created equal by God, then anything white people can do, so also can you do it. If we cannot do what Europeans can do, what Americans can do, what South Americans can do, what Asians can do, we cannot lay any claim at all to human equality. It is our fault, not the fault of the Permanent 5. I go back to what I said before. It was these same people that gave oil and gas concessions to the United Kingdom. That was why they persecuted the Biafran war for them. It wasn't a white man. These were black people. Gowon is a black man. It was Gowon that said no to restructuring. Obasanjo fought on the side of the colonial masters. That is the history of Africa. Joining your oppressors to defeat your own people. That's exactly what is playing out in Nigeria. Nothing more, nothing less. I cannot possibly apportion blame to anybody whatsoever. We should be blaming ourselves, because in Africa we tend to blame other people all the time, whereas the fault lies with us. The fault is ours. I remember one thing that the Chinese government said in 1999 when they took back Hong Kong. Chinese government said the 100 years of shame has come to an end. They never blamed anybody. They never blamed the British. They blamed themselves for losing Hong Kong in the first place to the British. And that is how real men should be able to appraise their condition. That we are poor, we are ravaged by poverty, disease, ignorance, and backwardness in Africa is our fault. Not the fault of the Europeans. If we decide to rise up tomorrow to say enough is enough, believe you me, we can transform Africa within only 2 years. After all, Paul Kagame is doing something in Kigali. Why can't we replicate it everywhere else? We must learn to put our people first. When a head of state gets up in the morning and buys a property in Europe, what do you expect? That means you don't love your people. When he gets up in the morning and decides to buy a private jet, that means he doesn't love his people. And these are clear facts. I cannot blame anybody for our plight. I blame ourselves for it. And that is why we are rising up. And I want to make this thing categorically clear so that the whole world can understand me. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter what the greatest powers on this earth do in relation to Nigeria. Biafra is going to be free, or we all die in the process. I swear to God Almighty in heaven. Death is better than what we are passing through right now in that zoo called Nigeria. And we must be free. I said must. We are not begging anybody for it. It's about, before the white man came, there was Biafra. Before Britain was created, Biafra existed for over 5,000 years before the formation of Britain. How did they decide where I should live? How did they decide which identity I should have? How can a white man come from Europe and decide to call me a Nigerian? What is the meaning of Nigeria? Nobody knows. We must go back to who we are. Be proud of who we are. I am a proud Biafran. I can never be a proud Nigerian because the name Nigeria has no meaning. No meaning whatsoever. Not even in Swahili, it has no meaning. How can a white man come and create a country for me in Africa and I be holding their flag running up and down saying this is my country? Who said so? Can I go to Europe and create a country in Europe for them? On what basis is our argument of human equality when Europeans can come to Africa and create countries? We cannot go to Europe to create countries. How can that be equality? Oh, that is why racist towards us. And that is why we must rise up now, not tomorrow, to support Biafra. Biafra is the beginning of the true emancipation of black people. Ask Julius Nyerere and he will tell you. Thank you.
Julius Nyerere, indeed. In 1967, the late Julius Nyerere was the first man with Dr. Milton Obote. That's why I, on this microphone, I still carry the flag of Dr. Milton Obote. They are the first countries in Africa to recognize Biafra. So in case people are asking why we have interest in Biafra, I follow both the leaders because I have lived in Tanzania and I am a Ugandan. And I live in Kenya. I live in Europe. I'm a global citizen. I follow Pan-Africanism. Indeed, one other question before I bring this to your side, you address your people, and then we make it, call it a day. We have covered most of the things. Some of them you will bring them in your own address, which you will be given a chance to do so in 15 minutes also. There are so many ways, constitutional ways, of struggling for freedom. I believe you know where I'm going now.
What's this?
We have tried. For over 10 years you have tried. You have done so well. You have awoken the people and said, wake up. We are being slashed one by one. Buhari has allowed people to buy daggers. You know, I saw my investigative journalist came across 100,000 daggers. How do you buy daggers for who? You import daggers. There are so many cows to slaughter in that place. I looked at it and said, these are daggers to come and kill other people. If the constitutional route of referendum fails, what other constitutional means would you use?
We insist on constitutionality.
Yes.
And we are going to have it. When Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King started to try to rearrange the social order in America, some people felt it was impossible to do, but eventually he succeeded. When Nelson Mandela, and I'm sure your good self, and all other anti-apartheid campaigners started, even with the support of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, this is something people don't know, that Ronald Reagan, a very powerful president of the US, and Margaret Thatcher, of course, the young lady, they all supported apartheid South Africa. They did. They were the ones that labeled ANC a terrorist group. Some people don't know this. It was only a few years ago that the name of Mandela was, should I say, erased from the logbook of terrorists in the United States of America. People don't know this. We are going to insist on what is ours and what is right. We've been occupying our land in perpetuity since the creation of man on this very earth. Somebody came and decided to change our identity, and we said no. The person said, okay, if I'm leaving, I'm going to hand you over to a more brutal caretaker, which are the Fulanis in this case. And that is why they're killing us and killing us till tomorrow. I want to draw your attention to something very, very critical. The order given by the Inspector General of Police of Nigeria to predominantly Fulani soldiers and Fulani police people to go to Biafra land to kill people. Had this announcement been made by any other police chief anywhere in the world, believe you me, there will be someone to appear in hate the next day. I want to read for your audience. I'm going to quote him verbatim what he said. The IG of police in Nigeria said, he's a Fulani man, mind you, don't mind the media shout, do the job I command you. If anyone accuses you of human rights violation, the reports will come to my table and you know what I will do. So take the battle to them wherever they are and kill them all. Kill Biafrans all. Don't wait for an order. What another order are you waiting for when Mr. President has ordered you to shoot anybody carrying AK-47 assault rifle? Quote me, even a dead policeman can be tried and dismissed from the force, and his family will not get his benefits. And this is from a police chief. Do you know the funniest thing, or should I say the most astonishing thing of all? The EU has a presence in Abuja, in Nigeria. The British High Commissioner is there, Katuna Line. The US Ambassador is there. They've not said anything at all. In other words, that leads us now to believe that exactly what happened between 66 and 1970 is about to happen again, which is kill as many Biafrans as possible. I want all Africans to understand this, that this very policy of genocide and slaughter is sanctioned by the US Ambassador in Nigeria, sanctioned by the UK of all people. Tomorrow they'll be singing songs of praise about human rights abuses, what China is doing, what is happening in Gaza, what is happening in Rohingya. But in Nigeria, they sanction the killing of Biafrans in broad daylight. What sort of justice is that, I ask? And I want Africans to know, to ask themselves this question. Why is it that the USA and Britain wants this very tiny country to be squashed and killed? What is it that they have that is driving them so mad? Because the future progress of Africa lies in the land of Biafra, and they do not want black people to be developed. That is why they are doing what they are doing. Look at a whole, should I say, high commission running all over the place, telling the country how to be run. The same things that from Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Azikiwe, all of them, Patrice Lumumba, Jomo Kenyatta fought. The same thing that Mandela fought. Black people are now tolerating it. The same thing we are fighting, we want independence, we want self-rule today, this very morning or afternoon or evening. One single woman, is crisscrossing the whole of Nigeria, telling the Nigerian police who to kill, telling them who to shoot at. Now tell me how I can be in a country where the chief of police have targeted my people for extermination, and the whole world is quiet. Tomorrow they'll start blaming us for one thing or the other. But we're not backing down because Biafra is coming, and I assure you no Jupiter can stop it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask my final question. What does the future look like for Biafra? I'm interested in that. What does the future? Because let me come first. I've struggled for Sudan. My television and my TV struggled for Gambia. You remember you were listening to me when Yaya Jammeh switched off all television stations in Gambia. I took my satellite quietly in Gambia. And Yaya, with all the army, could not know that I was broadcasting from his own place. I took my satellite phone and we did help to liberate Gambia. I'm proud that South Sudan today, I played a part to call Dr. Riek Machar. You know, at the time the people, Your Excellency Nnamdi Kanu, think that when you interview a man who has a different opinion from the government, you are giving them platform. Yes. We must hear when we talk, then violence will stop. If we keep quiet, then we shall perpetuate violence. So we should keep on talking. And I picked up a phone called Riek Machar in South Africa, where he had been put under house arrest. I shouted on this television to IGAD and the AU. I made noise to the British and the Commonwealth office. I said, how do you lock a person who should be negotiating peace in South Sudan? It took about 2 months, 3 months. Riek was set free, was told you can now start the negotiations. Everything I've touched on African continent in my 65 years, I've resolved. I resolved a big, huge conflict in Uganda. I think you already know. Between the Lord Resistance Army and the President Museveni. People feared to go to the bush to look for this man, younger man called Konyi. Very young, still 40-something. I went. I said, you are killing people. People want you to talk. And we have come here. If you want to kill us, you can also kill us. I'm a determined man. I want you to paint for us a picture of a Biafra that does not look Savimbi way. You know where I'm coming from. You have read the Savimbi history. We give him everything, then he turns up, he misuses, he lets us down. Sudan, South Sudan, look, we give them time, Riek comes back, they fight again over power. I have been there for Cameroon, the Amazonian people. I'm bringing them again. Now they have several factions. You don't know whom to call. One calls you, don't call that one, don't call this one. That, you see, these are things that worry me in Africa. Paint for me the picture of a Biafra you want.
Yeah.
Whether today, tomorrow, whether you are there or not there, whether I'm there or not there, we want to see the picture of a Biafra. I love the people of Biafra myself. I love them with the bottom of my heart. From the bottom of my heart, I love them. I don't care about Buhari, what he can say. Whether we meet at the AU, I will point fingers at him. I will. It is coronavirus that has made us not meet now. But if AU was meeting in Nigeria, I would wrestle him. I don't care. Because this is something that is paining the people of Africa. And you can't wear long counsel, this long clothes, and come there to impress us with your perfume when people are dying. Therefore, I want you to paint for me a picture of a Biafra. What type of Biafra do you want?
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investments. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations. A Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor. Militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe very strongly that Southern Sudan will rise up to be strong once again. All these are teething problems. You also mentioned the issue of factionalism. It is when people put the interest of themselves and their controllers well and above that of those that they are serving. That is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means. so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who is not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra because, mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political, cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart. And that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Viewers, we seem to have covered most of the areas. It is the first time and it's not going to be the last time. Until we liberate, until we achieve the objectives, the aims, the vision of a better people on the African continent. His Excellency Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will return at one time to give us his other views. By then messages, today the leaders in Africa watching for your information, I linked this to South African President Ramaphosa. I linked this to, of course, the president here. His handlers are watching. President Emerson Mnangagwa, Office of Foreign Affairs, and his President's Office, they are watching. Several SADC members and several African, Your Excellency, the Pan-African President in Kampala, President Yoweri Gakuta Museveni, he has added another name, which is very complicated. Is watching, is interested in the Pan-African views. They are watching, they watched. But I want now to calm down and slow down and give you a chance. Give you another 5 to 6, 10 minutes. Enjoy them. Tell your people the message. Send it to them. Millions of them, millions and millions of them. As we talk in Onitsha, in Abra, in all those places, in all those states, in Southeast, those who are suffering under the heavy, disguised Boko Haram terrorists who have invaded, they are embedded in Nigerian army, coming to kill people. Give them hope. Give them hope that salvation is on the way. Give them hope that tomorrow will be a better tomorrow. Give them hope that Africa is aware. Give them hope that the world is not doing nothing. What we have done today has enlightened so many people, so many countries that have Nigerian refugees who are fleeing because Nigeria is disintegrating. They are benefiting from this program. And it affects the security of the entire Africa. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me on this program. I've been a very big fan of yours for very many years. And I have studied you extensively. Once again, accept my most humblest respect to you and to the entire crew that put this thing together today. I want our people to understand one very thing. At the end of this very race, Biafra is going to emerge. It doesn't matter what anybody does. And to our African friends and brethren, I want them to also understand this. We talk about Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism cannot take off without Biafra, because we do need a genuinely free country in Africa to be able to drive that very critical and important initiative. We are seeking to build a country that God Almighty in heaven will be very proud of. And though the Janjaweed, the Fulani Caliphate, have sent their armies of conquest into our land, that this very day, we don't even know if those who are killing us are doing so on behalf of the Nigerian state or they're doing it on behalf of the Islamic Caliphate. Because as we well know, ISIS is now in Niger State. Very soon they'll be in Kogi, and then from Kogi they'll come into Anambra, and the real war will begin. Remember, very many years ago, I told you one very critical point for you to bear in mind at all times. So basically to guide you in all your deliberations and your thinking about Biafra. They are going to kill us. That is true. But that is not going to stop Biafra from coming. We are going to do all we can to defend our land and to defend our people. The whole world may appear to be against us, but we have done nothing wrong. That is the most frightening thing about this whole thing. If you ask the world, what did Biafra do wrong to you? Nobody can tell. Nobody can actually explain to you properly. Because they want a world where very illiterate nomadic set of people will be in charge of governance, where you have refineries and they're no longer working, where you produce oil and gas but still import kerosene and fuel for your cars, where they want to impoverish the people. For those who may not be acquainted, or should I say familiar with the book that one of our very good friends wrote in years gone by, Walter Rodney. He was at Dar es Salaam University where he was assassinated by the CIA very many years ago. Walter Rodney wrote a very compelling book called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. What we are witnessing today is precisely what he was trying to explain to us. If you allow yourselves to be taken over by greed, by self-preservation and the trappings that you find in North America and in Europe and in Far East Asia, you will never ever develop your land. We are fighting for Biafra that we may restore our lost dignity. We are fighting for Biafra that black people all over the world may be set free at last. We are fighting for Biafra not that we may have or commence the building of a large empire, not at all. We are asking for a Biafra where we can live and die with a semblance of dignity. Because right now people are dying, but there isn't any dignity. We must stand very tall and very strong, resist our enemies. That thing that we are thinking now that is impossible to accomplish very soon, you will say it. We must remain resilient. We must remain devoted. We must remain unflappable. We are not going to retreat, not one iota. If at the end of this race there is only one Biafran man and one Biafran woman left, may they continue to expand. They killed us, 5 million of us, after the war. After the war in 1970, we had lost 5 million people. But there we are still the largest ethnic bloc anywhere in the entire Nigeria. Because God is faithful. And at this very critical time, this very Elohim that we worship is not going to abandon us. I'm not saying we're going to fold our hands in prayer and fasting alone. No, we are going to do what we have to do to ensure the survival of our race. An attempt has been made in the past to exterminate us. The British supported the killing and the mass slaughter of Biafrans because of crude oil and gas. That Ojukwu told Harold Wilson, we cannot give to you. This resource belongs to the people, and that was the end of it. And he said, because of that, we're going to kill you. And sadly, Britain is still doing something till this very day. A supposedly civilized and advanced country, aiding and abating the slaughter of an indigenous population because of oil and gas. Therefore, I'm asking all of you to remain very resolute, to remain very strong. Do not allow yourself to become distracted. we have almost won. As Dr. Bazanga said here a short while ago, we have awoken the consciousness of not just ethnic nationalities within Nigeria, but the entire African continent as a whole. We have won the debate. Now is the time for us to restore Biafra. And once that is done, believe you me, everybody will come to Biafra and to pay homage. Or should I say pilgrimage in this case. So we are winning. Many are dying, I know that to be true. A few days ago, we lost the mother of our very, very formidable barrister, Okorafor. But that's not going to stop us. Because I know that they will kill us, we will kill them in the end. Biafra will come. And Biafra is very, very close. I want our people to develop the mindset of the Afghans. Never say die. There were a group of people called the Mau Mau in Kenya. There were a group of people called the Kumeko in our land. These are the two people that forced the British to a standstill. Go and ask anywhere. And the remnants, of course, of Benin Kingdom, we must acknowledge them because they also fought very gallantly as well. We did not fight because we didn't like the Bible that the white man brought to us or the whiskey that accompanied it. We fought because we are free people. The time has come for us to restore the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this earth. The time has come for Biafra to be reestablished. The time has come for Black Africa to be free. The time has come for every Black person, regardless of where you are in the world, to stand tall and to say, I am an African. Remain very strong, remain very resolute, and may Chukwukika be with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Before you go, I would like to show you the newspapers in Kenya, in Nairobi. You are very far. You must be missing some of these papers. The Standard, can we, production team, I'm on the ground now. The Standard newspaper in Kenya, the headline here is not on the Biafra where we still have. The only problem in Kenya, we don't have a crisis of dividing a nation. We have the Standard newspaper said, who failed Uhuru? The blame game. That's the headline. But one key thing that stands out in the newspapers, why we are struggling to put Africa in order, is His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta last night opened one of the biggest ports in Africa. You talked of Nigeria having oil, but it doesn't have even petrol at the petrol station. Jesus Christ. But President Uhuru Kenyatta, while yesterday opening the the port in Lamu, he said this port will connect the east to the west, east to the north, east to the south. That is the thing that we have here now in Africa, in East Africa. We want to thank President Uhuru Kenyatta again for putting infrastructure for people to get in a car and drive take 10 days and arrive in Anambra. Is it Anambra? Yes.
That's right. Yes, that's right. That's
yes.
what I want.
I have been sent so many messages from Dubai. People saying in Anambra, they are married there. Kenyans, Nigerians have married a lot of our people from East Africa. And I hope one day for us, my children, also one of them, my daughters, is married to an Igbo person from Onitsha.
Wonderful. We know how to take care of our wives.
We are united. Another newspaper says good things about Africa. The Ram Port roars to life with the president is good. You can see it.
Yes.
That's it. And another good thing in Africa, I'm looking for Africa stories. For your information, I am a Liverpool supporter for 43 years.
Like myself.
Oh, I don't
Yes.
know. My God. Thank you very much. It looks like we are all Liverpool here, but the others don't get worried. We are now struggling to liberate Africa. Don't forget your local team in Biafra, and don't forget.
Absolutely. Rangers Football Club is my first love, and Liverpool is the third chick.
My first team in Uganda is Villa Football Club. Villa. Then my team in Kenya is AFC Leopards. Then my team in the world is Barcelona.
Wonderful.
I die with the people of Cantona. I like Cantona, and you can now guess why I like Biafra.
Yes, of course.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
For having me.
Thank you very much, Honorable His Excellency Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. I want to take this opportunity to thank you and to tell you that my television station will be linked directly to every system of the Biafran people. Everywhere.
Thank you very much.
We shall, let's today make a formidable move. I am not here for money. I never asked for a penny from any Nigerian in order to broadcast. I started broadcasting with passion. I have already told you one of my daughters is married to a man from Onitsha. And this man comes to my house, tells me the story. You know, in London, he tells me the story. I have been a supporter of the people. That Obasanjo there, you see walking free. It was me demonstrating at the Nigerian embassy for Abacha to release him with Chief Abiola. Yes. I wanted them released together with Osuji, who is the president of ICC. We used to come there every Friday for Obasanjo to have freedom. But when Obasanjo came out, he looks for money. Anywhere you find Obasanjo, you know he's looking for money. I'm sorry to tell Nigerians, may God bless me for being truthful and honest. There's no conflict. There's no conflict Obasanjo has ever solved in Africa. Even when we went for Zimbabwe Troika in Melbourne House, Obasanjo sided with Australia to expel Zimbabwe from the Commonwealth. That's the man you have. But thank you very much, God. Jesus Christ, hold us. Don't tire. Keep on the struggle. Keep fighting.
I will.
Keep democratically sending the message. You need a referendum. Peaceful ways. Don't give up. May God hold your hand. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Yes. Viewers, this station, therefore, is for Africa, by Africa, with Africa. Long live Africa. Ciao.
Nigeria should welcome another war to keep this country together. The North in particular has more than enough challenges, and we recognize that violent secession by any part of Nigeria will compound the problems of all Nigerians under which we live. The forum has arrived at the difficult conclusion that if support for secession among the Igbo is as widespread as it is being made to look, and Igbo leadership appears to be in support of it, then the country should be advised not to stand in its way. We support calls for northerners who are exposed to harassment and violence to consider relocating to the north. Unlike the postures and complacency of the leaders of the southeast, we advise that all Igbo and other ethnic groups from the south residing in the north should be accorded the usual hospitality and security. It will not be the best choice for the Igbo or Nigerians to leave a country we have all toiled to build and a country we all have responsibility to fix. But it will not help a country already burdened with failures on its knees to fight another war to keep the Igbo in Nigeria.
For simply protesting, and you are saying let us give them power to regulate social media. I would never be part of that.
Inebe, there was something you said earlier when you referred to the Eastern Security Network. I hope you are not justifying violence by any group inside Nigeria, because one of the bases for the objection of the federal government to Twitter is that Twitter has become a platform inside Nigeria for a particular separatist movement within the country. And then you were, waxing lyrical about the Eastern Security Network, the ESN, the militant wing of the IPOB. If you could just clarify your position on that before we move on.
I totally oppose. I totally deprecate and condemn unreservedly the killing of policemen, the burning of police stations, the carnage that is going on in the East. I am not sympathetic to IPOB. I don't believe in IPOB. I don't subscribe to IPOB. I am not a follower of Nnamdi Kanu. I have never been. I have always been critical of what he's fighting for. I do not believe in Biafra. I also do not believe in splitting Nigeria, even though I totally oppose the fraudulent one Nigeria they are talking about, because the united Nigeria that I want must be based on justice, must be based on rule of law. But I do not believe that we should divide the country. At the same time, we cannot criminalize what ordinarily should be an exercise of the right to self-determination. Eastern Security Network, whatever they are doing, I do not endorse it. I totally condemn it. But the point I am making, Dr. Bati, is that we should not be addressing these matters on the surface. Let us go to the roots. What led to the Eastern Security Network? Did Nnamdi Kanu just start with this group? They started by marching, carrying flag, going on the street, protesting. What was the response of the Nigerian state? What was the response of the Buhari regime? They deployed Operation Python dance. The Python was dancing on the lives of the people of the Saudis. People were being killed. People were being slaughtered. They were being attacked. They were not even allowed to protest, even when they charged him for treasonable felony, even when they had filed charges before Justice Nyako at the Federal High Court in Abuja. The military, in a so-called democracy, invaded the house of Nnamdi Kanu, desecrated the palace of his father, who was the traditional ruler. You cannot have that in a decent country. So as we condemn the killing of policemen, the burning of police, the burn of stations and INEC offices, we must admit that this regime, this government, takes responsibility for the resort to violence by the group known as Eastern Security Network. If we are not truthful about these things, Dr. Bassi, we will continue to see history repeat itself. Boko Haram started when Mohammed Yusuf was extrajudicially killed. Have we learned any lesson as a country? The answer is no. We are still resorting to primitive, draconian ways of responding to civic agitation. When people are protesting, you engage them, you talk to them. That is why you say you are running a democracy. You don't kill them. You don't deny them of the right to protest. But we keep saying IPOB, and what the president said, he will speak to them in the language that they understand. These people have not recovered. The people of Eastern Nigeria, the Igbos in particular, they are still going through the agony of the civil war. And you are saying you treat them in the language they understand? What is the language of the civil war?
But there's an argument, and I'd like your comments on that argument, that the president's remarks were taken out of context. Those he was referring to were the armed groups who have forgotten the pains of the Southeast during the Civil War. The armed groups who are going around torching Nigerian infrastructure belongs to us, INEC infrastructure, for our democracy. That comment was made to a specific cadre of criminals. So those who leapt to their defense were wrong-footed, including Twitter, who did not take time to appreciate the broader context of that remark before deleting the tweet. Now, should Twitter have approached the Nigerian government, because this is a sovereign state, before deleting that tweet? I want your take on that. And also the general global move towards social media regulation. The US government, the US House of Representatives actually has 4 bills right now in the offing to restrain social media giants about utilizing user data, buying other platforms. I grant you, none of them is trying to restrain or censor the actual posts that individuals make. But there is a general sense that social media giants are too big for their britches. Your comments?
Do you know that as I speak today, Nigeria does not have a data protection law? Embarrassingly enough. Because you are citing the example, and that is why I'm saying when we make these comparisons, we must look at the peculiarity of these countries. There is no single one data protection law in Nigeria today. Not even one. Not even one that protects the data of Nigerians. We don't have. We do not have. Now, you make, the point that the president's comment was taken out of context. The only person or persons who took the president's comment out of context is the president and Lai Mohammed. Nigerians understood what he said. I personally understood what he said. The context in which he said it was clear. He didn't just stop at that. He didn't say he was referring to the armed groups. No. When you look at it objectively, when you look at it in context, because he said that they have businesses all over the country. Is it IPOB that has businesses all over the country? Does IPOB have business in Kanu, in Sokoto, in Zamfara, in Benue, in Kwara, in Ogun, in Cross River? They don't. Does the Eastern Security Network have businesses all over the country? The answer is no. Buhari was referring to the Igbos. We can admit it. We can pretend about it. His body language has been clear. He started by saying you cannot treat 93 and 5% equally. We have seen how he has marginalized the Igbos. No Igbo is represented in the National Security Council. Look at the nepotism. So when we are saying his comment was taken out of context, are we also saying that his nepotistic appointments, his clearly sectional appointments are also taken out of context? Because this is a president that has a pedigree. A shameful pedigree, an unfortunate pedigree of favoring a section of the country that has polarized this country as never before. So that is not a precedent that you will tell me spoke at that people are taking him out of context. He was clear on what he meant. In any event, we have had the so-called herdsmen or the so-called armed Fulani herdsmen committing killing people across the country from the north to the south. Has he spoken to them? Because in your interview with him, he made reference to what Governor Tom said, that the Governor Tom said is Fulani and that he cannot deny it. Not all Fulanis are criminals. But as Buhari spoken to his kinsmen, the ones that are criminals, the ones that are armed, in the language that they understand, the answer is no. We want language has he been speaking to them. Language of encouragement, language of endorsement, ruga, settlement, grazing roads, and so on and so forth. Despite that governors have rejected these divisive policies, Buhari is still trying to force it on the throat of Nigerians. He has not addressed the killings by the herdsmen. Has he spoken to bandits in the language that they understand for the last 6 years? The answer is no. Rather, Gumi is advocating amnesty. School students are being kidnapped. Just yesterday, people were praying in Zaria against kidnapping. Buhari has not spoken to kidnappers in the northeast, the northwest, in the language that they understand. He has also not spoken to Boko Haram and ISWAP in the language that they understand. But suddenly, he now knows the language that IPOP will understand. I do not think that is how to run a country whose unity you are willing to kill for. I do not think how to run a country that is
Anyway, let's move on from this Twitter and this political...
It was one of the most brutal and vicious civil wars that much of the world has never heard of. Anyone who lived through Nigeria's Biafra war in the 1960s will forever be haunted by the atrocities, the memories of bodies in the streets, and the fear of not being able to survive another day. After the eastern part of Nigeria declared independence in 1967, the bloody battle that ensued left more than 1 million people dead from starvation, disease, or the endless explosions. The 2.5-year war was literally hell on earth. As many of you who watch this show regularly know, I am Nigerian and I am from the part of the country where this war took place. Family members who lived through it tell me they never knew if they were going to eat, let alone what. It was common for people to feed off of grasshoppers, snakes, and termites. My mother's younger brother died during the Biafra War, and that was considered a very, very lucky outcome. If you only lost one family member, you thanked your lucky stars. So given all of that history and all of that pain, why are there now growing calls for a new secessionist movement in the exact same part of the country? We are joined live now by Amaka Anku, an expert on Nigeria and Sub-Saharan Africa. She's also the head of Eurasia's Group's Africa practice. Amaka, thank you so much for being with us. So you and I are both Nigerian. It's been over 50 years since this brutal civil war. Why is there this additional secessionist movement in the same part of this country bubbling up?
Look, Zain, the fundamental problem here is that Nigerians don't trust Nigeria, right? Like you said, and there are many reasons for that, right? All the years of military rule, Nigeria has underinvested in Nigerians and in basic services like healthcare, education, infrastructure, and there is then the broader issue of justice, right? We saw the protests last year. Police officers kill people and nothing ever happens to them. So, all of this is taking place in that against this history of the civil war that you just explained, where a lot of people in the Southeast in particular feel like there's never been an official recognition of the suffering of the region, right? We don't have a day every year where the country remembers what happened and these lives that were lost. That was disproportionately in the region, right? We don't even teach the history in the schools.
So let me ask you this, because I think it's important for our audience to note that it's not just the eastern part of Nigeria that wants to break away and have its own country. You have the western part of the country, the Yoruba people that also want to have their own country. Obviously, Boko Haram in the northeastern part of the country, they want to create an Islamic state. It sort of feels as though there are so many different groups in this great nation who have lost faith in this country. So just in terms of the president's strategy here, if there are people who feel marginalized, has the president made any effort to really show these various parts of Nigeria that he understands their concerns and that their voices are being heard?
I would say the government is not doing enough. And look, people have lost faith in Nigeria in part because there's nobody in Nigeria articulating a positive vision for Nigeria's future, right? Nigeria has a crisis of ideas. Nigeria appears not to have any ambition. And look, that is often, in most countries, that's often a role that is played by government. A role that, that to provide a holistic idea about what the country is about and where it's going, to bring people together and drive buy-in. The government is not doing that. But I have to say, Zain, that that's also a role in most parts of the country that is also played by people outside the government. There's a role as well for thought leaders in the country, for private sector participants to have a constructive vision of where Nigeria should be going, right? And push the government. And that's, there's a symbiotic relationship that can happen here between people inside government and outside government in articulating a positive vision for Nigeria.
I just want to sort of get at how all of this ends, because obviously President Buhari is not going to wake up and say, okay, you get your own country, or you can have autonomy and you can't. He's not going to do that. So how does all of this end?
I don't think it ends until Nigeria starts to really and truly invest in Nigerians. Until the Nigerian government, and it's, whether it's Buhari or the person who comes after him, respects Nigerians enough to communicate consistently and clearly where the country is going, what their vision is, right? And then to start to invest in education, in healthcare, in infrastructure, and all of the things that make a society function and make an economy competitive, right? Until that happens, you will continue to see these kinds of calls for secession.
And so, just in terms of what the secessionists want themselves, and obviously, yes, we know they want to break apart and form their own country, but is there anything else that they're willing to accept in the medium term, or is it for IBOP and these other groups, is it really secessionist or nothing?
I do think that for the leaders of some of these secessionist movements, like Nnamdi Kanu, I do think it's secession or nothing. Maybe the leaders of ODC in the Southwest. I think that what their views are probably less relevant than the views of the minority, the populations that are sympathetic to those views. I think for most of those people, most of the people in the Southeast, some of whom are sympathetic to those views, I don't think it's secession or nothing. I do think that a clear and consistent outreach, communication, and investment can help to change some of those views.
I mean, it's such a shame because Nigeria is such a beautiful country. It has so much potential, and just seeing all of these different areas wanting to separate, saying that they've had enough of being part of this great nation is very, very sad indeed. Amaka Uncle, thank you so much for being with us.
It's M. Josh on the beat.
It's time to break loose from the chains. It's time for our freedom. Africa. Cause we can never let them negotiate our freedom. No. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for us, but the black man still they suffer. The truth be said, Africa will rise at the right time, and the time we're waiting for is right now. No one can hold the truth for a long time. Oh no, so stay awake. The sun is risen from the east, and the Messiah you're waiting is right here, and no one is gonna try to stop that. I can hear a great call for justice. Freedom, let the sun rise. Freedom for Biafra. Freedom, free Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, song of salvation. Freedom, let Africa rise. Freedom for Biafra. Freedom, free Nnamdi Kanu. Free Nnamdi Kanu. Freedom for Biafra. Free Nnamdi Kanu. Freedom Africa. White man fighting for self-determination is celebrated. Black man seeking for self-determination is a separatist and a terrorist. Yeah. When they jail a black freedom fighter, they jail in African freedom. Don't I have rights to my self-determination? Is that a crime? Oh no. Don't I have rights to live? Don't express myself? Don't I have rights to speak? Can't I complain if I'm marginalized? There's genocide in the land that nobody even cared about. Even when I try to speak, my voice is muted every time. I'm like a slave in my land, I can't take it anymore. I hope the world is listening to my plight. I can hear a great call for justice. Freedom, let the sun rise. Freedom for Biafra. Freedom, free Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, the song of salvation. Freedom, let Africa rise. Freedom for Biafra. Freedom, free Nnamdi Kanu. Free Nnamdi Kanu. Freedom for Biafra. Free Nnamdi Kanu. Freedom Africa.
But if the price is death for all we hold in, then let us die without a shred of fear. Hail to Biafra, consecrated nation. Oh, fatherland, this be our solemn pledge. Defending thee shall be our dedication. Spilling our blood will count our privilege. The wonder which emboldens the free shall always be our flag of liberty.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you via the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land. Today is the 9th day of July in the year of our Lord 2021, being Friday. We are live and direct, and without wasting time, we are going to go to the special broadcast by the head of the Directorate of States, Mazi Edoziem, who will continue immediately. Mazi, welcome to the program. Are you there? The platform is yours.
Thank you so much, Mazi Jonathan. I'm here. Am I coming out clear, please?
You are crystal clear. Please go on.
Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, good night to you, great Biafrans, depending on your time zone. My name is Mazi Edoziem. I come from Ihoma. Ihoma is in all the province of Biafra land. And by the grace of Elohim, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra in the Directorate of State as the head of directorate. This is an update as the Directorate of State promised to give to Biafrans worldwide on the extraordinary rendition of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, by the Nigerian government in collaboration with the Kenyan government. Biafrans, I bring to you greetings from the supreme leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So far, our legal team have been able to visit him on a couple of occasions. And he has sent his regard to the Biafran family worldwide. Now, the Directorate of State is coordinating a three-way pronged engagement in respect of this extraordinary rendition of our leader. We are coordinating this three-pronged engagement in order to ensure that nothing untoward happens to our leader in the custody of the Nigerian secret police. We have the legal team who are pursuing the legal aspect of this very matter before us. And we have also the diplomatic aspect of this very matter as well. And the third leg of it is the civil disobedience by Biafran families worldwide, which of course has commenced in different countries around the world. Today, Friday, I think a family in Germany have made the German people to know and to be aware of the evil and illegality and criminality that the Nigerian government, in conjunction with the Kenyan authorities, perpetrated and are still perpetrating on Onyendu, our leader, because he is still in their custody. Apart from this three-way action plan, the DOS wish to assure Biafrans that it does not matter how long, but the Kenyan and the Nigerian government will be fully held accountable for this brazen crime which they committed against international law and for the violation of Onyendu's liberty and his right to freedom of movement. We therefore enjoin everyone, every Biafran family all over the world to remain calm. Of course, the situation does not even call for calmness, but we want every Biafran family to remain calm. Principal officers, remain in your positions of service and wait for further instructions. We are happy that at least the lawyers were able to visit our leader for 2 occasions now, and we believe that this will continue going forward. On the 26th of this month, July the 26th, is the day the accord has fixed for the continuation of the allegations which they leveled against Onyendu, our leader. And I wish to inform that our team of legal professionals will be deliberating on this very court date, and by next week, the Directorate will be providing more updates regarding this very court date. the IPOB worldwide, we shall unequivocally show solidarity, both physically and spiritually, to our leader on the date of this very court matter or court case. Maybe people may be wondering, they may not have been hearing from members of the Directorate as often as they wish regarding this very situation we are in. I wish to inform that other members of the Directorate will also be coming on air to talk on pertinent issues beginning from tomorrow and going forward. And of course, myself, we will be giving constant updates as time progresses. We do not wish to come on air and give informations that are not very correct to the Biafran people. As we have learned from Onyendu, we cannot tell this great family anything but the truth. Therefore, when it seems that we are not coming as often as people may wish us to be on air, it is for the simple reason that we want to ensure we have our facts correct and ready to be given to the world and to the Biafran families worldwide. I wish to also remind our people that the Psalms, as directed by Onyendu, continues. We continue to read the Psalms until we, of course, finished the whole Psalms from Psalm 1 to 150. So please, people must continue to read the Psalms as Onyendu directed. Now to IPOB principal servants. We are on a very, very precarious moment. And I want to use this opportunity to remind every principal officer, every Biafran that is serving the Biafran people in whatever capacity under this very noble family called the indigenous people of Biafra, led, of course, by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I wish to remind all of you that the code of conduct of the indigenous people of Biafra is our working document. Apart from the oath of office that principal officers and members will take, every principal officer must have in his or her possession the IPOB code of conduct. And when you have that, I enjoin you to please go through the provisions as many times as possible, so that you may fully comprehend them and be able to put them in practice as you carry out your duties. Our people in Biafra land must be very wary of anything that the Nigerian government will provide or wish to provide for them, be it in form of medical outreach by their armed forces or in form of food palliatives, because an entity that hates you, an entity that wishes you dead, cannot bring forth anything good for you. First of all, they militarized our land and extorted our people of billions of dollars on our roads. Then they sent armed Fulani herdsmen to pillage, rape, and murder our people. Not done with that, they brought in again their army to humiliate and murder our youths in order to create a vacuum and provide the enabling condition for the terror groups which the Fulani Caliphate created themselves to overrun and occupy our ancestral land. And Biafrans, I ask you, is it then possible that such an entity is known? We have heard that the army is going about in some areas in Biafra land with medical outreach. My advice to our people in Biafra land is that they must be very, very cautious, and they must not allow their children to be vaccinated by the enemy for any reason, because all their plans has always been to find a means to exterminate our race and fulfill their age-long ambition of dipping the Quran in the sea, the Atlantic Sea of Biafra land. But Chukwu Abiyama will not allow that to happen. Those of us who are going to be marching in different countries of the world, please do ensure a copy of it and deliver those letters properly and appropriately to those that it is meant to be delivered to. If, however, that you are not allowed to protest in the country, that does not stop the letter from being delivered to those it is meant for. Therefore, then, that letter must be delivered through other means, either by post, courier, or delivered by hand at those offices. I will not be taking too much time this very moment, but all I can assure Biafrans is that we, the leadership of this very struggle, the legal team, the families of our leader, well-wishers and supporters of the Biafran struggle, we are doing what needs to be done. Everything that has to be done to ensure not only that the health of our leader is not in jeopardy, but also to ensure that he rejoins us soonest. And of course, we shall continue on the journey that is set before us. We shall continue on our struggle for a decent and honorable life in a free and independent Biafran nation. Therefore, all of us must continue to operate as one family, whether you are a principal servant or you are not a principal servant. At this moment, we cannot afford any form of distraction. Do not, I do repeat, do not allow yourself to become a tool in the hand of the enemy. It is not only that you will suffer it in your life, but your generations will, of course, suffer that as well, and terribly, if I may add. May Chukwu Okike Abiyama, the creator of the heavens and the earth, the seen and unseen, may he continue to envelop our leader Mazi Nnamdi under his protective wings. May he continue to imbue him with his spirit with the strength that is beyond human comprehension. May he continue to guide him, and may he, of course, grant him victory over our enemies and grant us Biafra, a Biafra which we shall all enter into with our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, at the helm of that march to freedom. And all of you, may Chukwuabema continue to strengthen you. May Chukwuabema continue to guide you. May Chukwuabema continue to guide this very wonderful family of IPOB in all that we do, as he guided us up to this very moment. He shall be by our side till victory is finally achieved, and unto him we shall give all honor and all glory. Biafra, for me and for most of us, is our religion. And Chukwuabema is the only being that we worship and worthy of worship. And therefore, from me, from here, I want to say to you, great Biafrans, good evening and good night. Thank you to you, Mazi Jonathan, and good evening from here.
Young boy on a fight for Cordilin de Befam Auto Sigotia on a young Lotus Mem de Befa Adroman and move Mebu na Pacherica do Boda o ne Kuzi Mancassia Kumancassia de Kuna. Now eventually we no Nande government in Nigeria Jejide the man we Koega we Tunieranga Ndia Sa Ndine Birugu Ndi Fulani, even governor fact, the governor fact, when they want to now property, Allah Akbar, Nigeria can suffer better. Now, no deal for Nigeria, how did they want to then get one no leave? Name what at the same time. Ginafa, Ndilo ne wangole, get one wangole, in mental problem. In very big problem. Ota case away, and to Marihan one member. O Sena Bono on election can name. Ulofenachi ofu obodo, funukuto obodo nwano no n'ụwa, one of the major, most powerful countries anywhere in the world. When election na befa, the man lose the election. Osmo lose the election. Terrorists niile, ndị Hamas, ndị ISIS, ndị Al-Qaeda, ndị Boko Haram, na-enwe aṅụrị na-agbakọta na-agbọ mmanya na-aṅụrị na demand na-adịghị election. Gị nwa nọrọkwa n'ebe ị nọ na-enwekwa aṅụrịkwa na demand dakwara election. Inwe problem. Gị ife na ka ndị ilo na-aṅụrị because of an event. Gị nwa sorokwa na-aṅụrịkwa because of that same event. You have a problem. Kyo idi. Otu a ka esi enene ha ati mmadụ. Otu a ka esi enene. Look at David ebe a. Ife niile na-agbakasị arụ bụ na ndị ilo ga-enwe aṅụrị because of ife dakwasịrị ụmụ Israel. Ịchọ ka ịma ebe ikwu n'obi gị. Ọ bụ na ndị ilo ife mekịta ndị niile kpọrọ Jizọs asị, ndị niile heti like na election a na-ekwu kịta ka emenya bụ election the man daa ịbịa n'Israel dịka ebe a na-eruju ndị Israel covenant children of God ha na-ebe akwa na-eti n'ofu onye ha hopụrụ aka enyelefe aka wee nụnwe ọgụ ndị na-achị ikpochapụfa na-ewepụ onye a ndị Israel na-eruju ndị bụ ụmụ Chineke na-eruju gị nwa na-enwe aṅụrị. Something is wrong with you. Something is wrong with you. Mana ime ama mana ihe a na-ekwu kịta nwee ike like ndị na-ege ege na-esonyela anyị online ọ na-agbakasị arụ mana ihe a bụ the truth of otu esi ama ebe onye kwuru ife na-eme n'obi onye anwa. Ị ga-amalili aka ọ bụ ife mwute bụrụ ife mgbawa obi na ịbịa na all the tribes enwe na Nigeria n'ụwa niile obodo niile nke ụwa even from Bible the only tribe amara how to protect their own bụ ndị Igbo. Sọsọ ndị Igbo, sọsọ the elites nọ n'ala Igbo bụ ndị amara how to fight and protect their own. Mmafe egosi gị na Bible now. Metụkwa m ya aka one time anyị na-eme morning prayer ebe a mana m emetụkwa ya aka kịta because achọrọ m ikwu okwu on this. Maka na ihe anụnwa David na-asị si akụkọ anya n'ebe ndị ilo nọ si ekwere ka ndị ilo ya nafa ihe nwebe ahụrụ nafa ga-ebido tebe egwu ọṅụ because na ife otiti dakwasị ha nwa n'obodo Israel. Ndị Igbo most of our elites aghọtara ya. Oya akpata ịbịa watch ya over the weekend ụmụ okorobịa ndị ntorobịa nọ na Yoruba bịa na-asị na ha ga-enwe Yoruba nation, ha ga-eme Yoruba nation na-ekwusi eke ndị polisi wụọ n'ọfa sịpa ụnụ anwakwa na anwa pụta ụnụ anwakwa na anwa ụnụ atrai kwa na atrai a na-abapụ na apụtakwana pasị na ọsọ kwue n'igwe metụ anyị na ha na-enwe Yoruba nation ha na-eti mkpu ọmarụruo ụbọchị anwa to everybody's greatest surprise ha nupụta gbam jee ebe ahụ ha bụ ha ga n'owe mie gbagị na-eme na ha chọrọ Yoruba nation ike Nigeria gwuo ha na-eme ha na watch ya vidio ya watch ya otu esi wee gosi ha nwa niile ife ndị Nigerian polisi na amị medebe bụ ịpụta na-agba ha mmiri biko gbasasịanụ ọsụsọ ofu nwatakịrị ka asị dị 40 years ka asị na anụ ọnwụ ya a na-asị na stray bullet tụrụ ya but they did not come out to kill those people. Try ihe ahụ ha mere try ya na n'Igbo just ụmụ okorobịa Igbo pụta n'okwube na anyị chọrọ Igbo nation na-ekwuru na ụnụ eme rally ụbọchị dị otu a ụbọchị ahụ na-enulu pụta. I am telling you a ga-agba ụnụ pieces gbam ozu mmadụ amadị less than 100 ga-atọgba ebe a. Gịnị bụ the difference? Difference bụ na ndị Yoruba mala na their elites ndị bụ ndị ọlụlụ n'okwu ga-akwụ ụmụ ha n'azụ and ha ga-anụ ọgụ ife emekwa na ndị a mafa na-emete ya mafa adị emete ya. They will fight and protect their own. Kedu ife bata na Fulani herdsmen na-awaghalị n'ọfịa na-aga n'obodo na-aslọta ndị mmadụ na-alụ na-egbuwasị ndị mmadụ isi. Gịnị kpatara na wee luo tata na aka akpọrọ n'afa terrorist organization? Why? Because na ndị befa ma how to protect their own. Ị na-ekwasị gị rapa na ụmụnne anyị amara our misguided brothers that we need to call them to order no nwayọ aghọta no our misdirected brothers. So instead kama federal gọọmenti ga-ekwu okwu megide ha ife a ga-ekwu bụ na si chọọlụfa cattle route ụzọ efifa ga-esi aga ọ bụ na fa mebie ịkọsịa rice kọsịa akpụ ha taa ya ewe n'iwe emesịa ka nye gị compensation. Ife niile gọọmenti na-eme bụ is to defend them. Federal government has never come out to condemn the Fulani herdsmen na-eme. Why? Because na ndị befa niile kwụfa n'azụ. Then Boko Haram, gịnị ka o wee before we declare Boko Haram terrorist organization? Ha megidela alụ megide gbugide take besi over local government mebezi before ekweta nke ekweta ilekwa na befifu na ndị befa na-protect litofa wee ruo today they still protect their own. Oya kpata na-ejide ndị Boko Haram ejide ha edebefa na ofu facility then warfare na-enyefa bread na tea bido kuzibelfa akwụkwọ 6 months ga ekpopụtafa yinyefa uniform se ha foto wepụtara anya anyị na-ekilifa ebe ha si uniform ndị Boko Haram ejide ndị a na-egbu mmadụ na-egbutọsị mmadụ asị na ederadicalize gofa then ekpolu ụfọdụ imefa send afọ obodo oyibo ka fajeje gụọ akwụkwọ ewerezo ndị ọzọ kpefa na Nigerian Army si ha jee na Army ka jere n'ụbazọ ha adịgo mma na ha abụrọzi na ha echegharịgo otu a ka esi handle fa. The same Nigerian government jide ndị IPOB eze ndị IPOB anwụ ha zam anwụ ha na sel ndị agbagburu agbagbu ndị nri afọ ebe ya etebe apịtị atụrụ ha n'ime apịtị ha na-atụrụkọ n'ime apịtị. You dehumanize them, you mess them up, you do all manner of things to them, and then reason bụrụ na ndị elites ndị Igbo a na-akụrụ ndị federal gọọmenti agasa na ụnụ na try ụnụ anwa aka. Because the Igbo man does not know how to protect his own. There are no values for the Nkefa. Ndị ọzọ niile a na-eme ka ngosi gị na Bible, ka ngosi gị something na Bible. Anyị ekwubughị ihe anụnwa mgbe anyị na-ele foundation for the kings of Israel, mana for the benefit of our viewers, ndị adị eso eberela anyị n'oge ka ngosi gị an event mee na obodo Israel. O nwere one man bụ onye a Levite, only Levi. In fact, this story is in Judges chapter 9 to 21. I'm going to summarize here. Now, this man no why, man no concubine ka Bible polia. But nwunye anwa anya dere ma ọ na-agba n'ilo na-eso nwoke. So je kwa iko, die chọpụta. So die chona ya ben ya. O mesa die like ya. So die after some days die we je ko je bonatia. So die bonatia ka na die izi we na anachi ya back. Ka ha na-aga chichibido fa n'ụzọ ebe fa chọrọ ịlalụ na market square ha na ebe anwa one man ji elu ugbo na n'abalị wee fa wesara ebe ụlọ dị very dangerous ndị be anyị adọrọkwa ezigbo mmadụ bịanụ ka anyị jee na be m. So the man kpọlụfa fa wee jee na be the man ruo na be the man ha bata the man nye ha n'ịmago nye camel fa nri and so on. O ruo n'abalị ụmụ okorobịa obodo anwa ndị Gibea dị na Benjamin ụmụ okorobịa obodo a wakpo the man sị na ifụrụ nwoke na nwaanyị bata na be gị kpọpụta the man ka ngosi gị na Judges chapter 19. Look at verse 20. Okay, verse 24. Verse 22, sorry. Verse 22. Now verse 22. If the man has said, now as they were making their house merry, behold, the men of the city, certain sons of Belial, beset the house round about, beat at the door, spoke to the master of the house, the old man, where say, bring forth the man that came into your house, that we may do what? That we may know him. Actually, Tinia, I be working man, I like working by actually where I go. But the man, I deny. This old man was saying, "Can the man no man?" And when mama boy, exactly if a man and care lot na Sodom and Gomorrah. Can't you know when the wine could did has a natural wine? When I work and I work, I get in a ling worker, I get me a homotata. So, everybody amazing high, that amazing the argument. The man no where because him na wunyawa na akwata eko so na eso dum nwoke so the man we package wunye kwapolo fia say I don't wunye mo no my hono chori je me na verse 25 and na Russia verse 25. So but the men will not hearken to him. So the man no we actually kwa iko took his concubine na wunye anwa say bob na like nwoke oya iko ngwa je ke kwa ka ha kwa gi iko ke kwa ju ka fotata so o package wunye kwapolo ha wunye. And they brought her forth unto them, and they knew her. However, this girl and abused her all the night. This girl throughout the night. Yeah, we do the woman. For man, if by the time Chinedu that woman died. 1 year. So, the man for verse 29, verse 29. And when he was coming to the house, both na nwunye ahụ ọba no mbo the man je weta mma we tụkwasị nwunye na verse 39 now say he took a knife, laid hold on his concubine and divided her. Jide nwunye into 11 pieces together with her bones into 12 pieces and set her into all the coast of Israel. Can you the man man? Ojitozu nwunye ma ọkpụkpụ dị na ya were nwa bulie ya into 12. O were side a o bugala ndị ebo Ruben, were side a bugala ndị ọbụla na-ebugala ọkọlọfife ndị Gibea ndị Benjamin mere nwunye na ha kwagide nwunye ya kokwa gbuo ya ọnwụọ. O bugala ndị Juda, bugala ndị Zebulon, ndị Naftali, and so on and so forth. So mgbe ndị Israel ndị ọzọ nụrụ ihe mee ha wee sị mba na ndị mere ife a bụ alụ ka fa mee na ha mekwe. In short, ha ndị Israel ndị okenye fa niile wee mee meeting wee bịa wee sị ndị Benjamin unu malụ ụmụaka mere ha ụmụazị akwalike asị kpọpụta fa na anyị ga-egbu ha na ha dizavụlụ ọnwụ n'ụdị ha ekwesịrị ka eme ya n'obodo Israel. Ịma the funny thing, ndị Benjamin wee sị fa chachachachachachafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafafamana mmadụ emetụta kacha. They protected their own, they shielded their own. N'agbanyeghị na ụmụazị amela adama ndị mere ha akwa sons of Belial ụmụ ekwesị ndị Benjamin Juna, we won't release them. Ya bụrụ nọ ndị Igbo, ya bụrụ nọ ndị Igbo. So everyone na-protect fa ndị Israel ndị ọzọ wee sị fa ọ bụrụ na akpọpụtara ụmụaka anyị anụso ụlọ gị ya ebe 11 tribes ga-ejikọ aka wee bịa nụso sụsọ 1 tribe of Benjamin ọ. Ndị Benjamin ralụ kama anyị ga-akpọpụta ụmụaka nụso na anyị ọgụ kwado na ka anyị kwado. To our greatest surprise, ha wee baa ọgụ. N'ime na fa baa ọgụ anwa, ọ bụrụ na ịwọchi ya na that battle a verse 21, chapter 20, ka m gosi gị ihe mere. The first round of that battle, Bible says, and the children of Benjamin came forth out of Gibeah, and they destroyed down to the ground of the Israelites that day. Madone, 22,000 men. Nege want you. Ndị abụfa mere alụ. Ha jụ na fama mkpọpụta ụmụ fa protect ụmụ ha. 11 tribes wee bi n'usoro ọgụ ka ntinye otu a Chineke mara sị na ife ndị Benjamin na-eme the right for protecting their own children. God fought for them. Family Israel niile gbuo ndị Israel 22,000. Now how do you reconcile that? Ndị Israel na-echi ya sị gịnị na-eme ha? Simba Israel went to round 2. Now verse 23. Verse 23 was, and the children of Israel went up and wept before the Lord until evening. Now, sorry, Ghana verse 25. 25 was, and Benjamin went forth against them out of Gibeah the second day, and they destroyed down to the ground of the children of Israel 18,000 men. All of them were people that were drawing the sword. Round 2. Benjamin Bukofa 18,000. If I call 18,000 plus 22,000 or the 40,000 Israel who's patobolo. Why? Each one the Benjamin is if I say now I now to protect our misdirected brethren. Amari hane me weje kwa iko kwa buo mmadụ n'iko. No ha kai na no ga fight. I na fight for them. Obodo niile ma how to fight for their own youths. Even now you to this so zealous to make a mistake. You will first of all if anybody go on no chagodo ogunezi patazani muno. You were now going to we build well then we be funny na support her. O gadli haizia igagente. Mani put up publicly na egosi na one ya ofia garu to control them. That is exactly the situation Emonia Ketanwa in Igbo land. And the equally story gather you will discover obrona wisdom of God about an even Israel no. How we decided kafa weta aja ka chu aja. Gideon didn't Benjamin came really bulletin, how you believe bulletin. Because they were fighting to protect their own. Even though yet God did not allow them to be defeated. Until Israel were verse 26. They fasted, they wept, and then they offered burnt offerings and peace offerings. Then verse 26. Now verse 35. If you know Israel Benjamin or Israel verse 26, verse 35, we're saying, look at verse 35. The Bible says, and the Lord now entered into the battle and smote Benjamin before Israel. So, Chineke we will akia where the million Benjamin, not Israel because of Aja. They brought God in by sacrifice. They brought the presence of God into the equation. If not, Chineke Benjamin because they were fighting to last, to protect their own children. On a waliobi, on a wuterine, mbe aiga by norotua. If even don't have a mistake, man, if you see the elites, Kafan Bullion, see Balonabo, Bulfagana Lata, just see Bute aeroplane, see Bute jets, see never see whoever on a waliobi, because all they are against national law, or they are against what the Chilekes were called. I just pray. Na Chineke ga-enyela anyị aka, and I just pray na ndị ndu anyị na ndị Igbo na mmụọ amamihe ga-abata ha n'isi, because many of them lose go the essence of their being, occupying the position ha na occupy. Oh yeah, but they can't even control the youth. They believe it was in them. They don't even look up to them. They see them as saboteurs. And I fucking the slaves to the Fulani. They sell out. And they're like,
in the year of our Lord 2021, without wasting any time, let us go directly to our head of directorate, Mazi Chika Edoziem. Please welcome and over to you. Mazi, can you unmute yourself, please? Mazi, go on.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and good night to you, great Biafrans, wherever you may be at this very hour. My name is Mazi Chika Edoziem. I come from Ihe Oma. Ihe Oma is in Biafra land, and by the grace of Elohim, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra in the Directorate of State as the head of directorate. Tonight, I want to begin with commendation to all Biafrans worldwide. I want to congratulate Biafrans, of course, both in the diaspora and Biafrans in the homeland of Biafra land. The sacrifices that all of us are making for this very struggle, they cannot be in any manner or in any way underestimated or belittled. I specifically wish, on behalf of the Directorate of State and the leadership of this old noble movement, the indigenous people of Biafra, led by Nnamdi Kanu, I wish to commend our people in Biafra land for the very successful August 9th sit at home in Biafra land. Biafrans of all walks of life, they have exhibited not only their desire for the coming of the kingdom of Chukwuabiama on earth, that is Biafra land. They have exhibited in any way that is possible their love for our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Their solidarity with him with the success of the 9th of August sit at home in Biafra land. I wish to specifically commend people in the public transport, workers, market, traders association leaders, town unions, traditional custodians, educational institutions, teachers and students of higher learning, civil servants, artisans, religious leaders, businessmen and women, and of course private sectors. I'm not forgetting traders and farmers, Okada and keke drivers, school children, of course, and our parents. We commend as well those who are public transport owners. We commend women organizations, commend community leaders, youth leaders, civil society organizations. We commend youths in Biafra land in every community, wheelbarrow and truck pushers. We commend all of you for the sacrifices which you made on the 9th of August 2021. A special commendation as well goes to our warriors in the media, our reporters on the ground, broadcasters and journalists on social media, and our Twitter warriors as well. These men, these people, to a very large extent, they ensure that our message gets to the Biafran people, to friends of Biafra, to lovers of freedom all over the world, without any hindrance. You all have done exceptionally well, and we shall continue. We shall continue to work with a unity of purpose so that our objectives, which has not changed any one bit, and include the unconditional release of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. 2, the release of all Biafrans unjustly and illegally incarcerated in different Nigerian prisons, DSS, underground dungeons and military barracks. And of course, the third of our objective is that we march relentlessly and unequivocally to a free, independent, and sovereign Biafran nation. All these 3 objectives must be achieved, whether our enemies wish to have it or achieved or not, whether they like it or not. We are not going to change any one bit from our focus and from making sure that we attain all of these above. The directorate, of course, not minding that we have shown resilience, not minding that we have shown commitment, not minding that we have remained focused and have refused in any manner to be distracted. The director wished to remind us all that our obligation to remain very vigilant and disciplined is still very important. it is an obligation that we must remain vigilant. We must remain vigilant because we know that our detractors, they are not relenting. They are not sleeping in their desire and plan to turn Biafra land into a supplement and subservient land of slaves. And I say that our ancestors will forbid this, and Chukwu will not allow that to happen. We must be aware of their modus operandi. They peddle falsehoods, they lie because they have access to the corrupt media of the zoo. We know what transpired in Biafra land on the 9th of August 2021. And sometimes I ask myself, our people, are they just very short in memory, or are they mischievous when they bring such arguments, or even have in their thought that the indigenous people of Biafra, led by Nnamdi Kanu, is or will do anything that will disadvantage or bring down the economy of the Southeast. When I hear this kind of argument, I ask myself, but what economy are they talking about in the first place? Does Nigeria actually have or has an economy? Talk less of the Southeast. Have any one of you seen an economy that grows with generators? An economy that depends on generating sets? Or we have in Biafra land a number of seaports. And have anyone seen or heard of a country that is such resources, and these resources are not utilized in any manner, with the exception that some of these resources or ports or seaports have been made available to individuals to monopolize? And when we talk about these individuals, we are talking about people like Dangote from the north. He is using a port in Southeast for all his businesses. But no Southeasterner, no Biafran is allowed to bring in their goods through this port. You have to travel hundreds of miles to Lagos. And by the time you clear your goods and then transport them back home on the road, you will be, you will be dropping your offering as you go. Dropping offering to all sorts of security or civil defense organization that specifically are put there to ensure that your goods arrives in Biafra land at a cost higher than it should. Is this economy that they're telling us that the Biafran, the IPOB are trying to destroy? When I say that our people are short in memory, they have easily and quickly forgotten that prior to the time our leader gave the instruction and gave the command that we do not wish to see any police or army checkpoints in Biafra land anymore. The report has always been there that these checkpoints on a monthly basis, they extort our people money that you cannot even begin to imagine. In a year, billions of naira are extorted from our people. And this money that are taken out of Biafra land and into the pockets of the corrupt Nigerian officials and of as well, of course, the politicians in Biafra, because I believe they get their share from all this extortion that was not until our leader put a stop to that. Now, when you begin to juxtapose the actions that IPOB has taken in the interest of our people, and you will begin to wonder how, in the name of heaven, or how, for goodness sake, can anybody in his good senses be thinking that this great movement does not have the interest of our people at heart, or that in any manner we are trying to destroy the economy of Igbo land? Which economy, I ask again? Our people have made enormous sacrifices, free will and from their own volition, not in any manner compelled to do that. And our people have shown, even without the leadership of IPOB prodding them, they have gone out of their way to show solidarity with the leader of this great movement, Nnamdi Kanu. And that IPOB only showed leadership and showed direction to our people. All of these Ifulefus, they found their voice or their voices. They never, for once, even they didn't complain that these extortions were going on until our leader stopped it, and everybody were happy. They don't complain that there is no electricity that can run and power an economy. I give you an example. There was a man called Professor Bat Nnamdi. Of course, many of you will know him. Bat Nnamdi, an engineer of very high repute, and he served in one of the, I think, Jonathan's government. And this man was ready to assist the zoo, at least to some extent, to begin to have a semblance of an economy that will run like a normal economy. The whole zoo, because they know what the man was going for, they ganged up against him, and until he was removed from office. Not done with that. The geometric electric power that he set up in Abia State, you people should even be asking yourself, what happened to that geometric power station? And why did he set it up? But in Naji, he knew that a viable economy must have, first of all, a 24-hour electricity that will power it, not a generator, not what you call listers, and that when there is no fuel, then the cost of production goes skyrocketing. But Naji put in Aba area this geometric power station, and it, I don't know, it almost died a stillbirth. What they did, even after they reluctantly allowed this power station to function, they denied this power station the raw material that it needed for it to function efficiently and effectively. That raw material is not to be imported from overseas. That raw material is not to be transported from the north to the south. That raw material is not to be shipped in from any other place. That raw material is found in Biafra land. Gas in abundant quantity. This raw material was denied this very, very wonderful initiative from Professor Barton. And at the end of the day, what did they tell him? That any electricity that is generated from this very generating power station must be added to the national grid. And when you add to the national grid, you know those who have light in the zoo, they will give it to their useless Abuja, and then the rest they will send to the north, where they do not pay any NEPA bill for goodness sake. And then those in Biafra land that call themselves politicians, they will see these things, they will do like they didn't see it. Their eyes will be blind until when the people who will say enough is enough begins to rise, they will now think, you want to destroy the economy of Igbo land. Give me a break, please. There is no argument to the fact that every policy of the indigenous people of Biafra is geared towards alleviating the suffering of our people. It's geared toward ensuring that there is a semblance of humanity in our lives in Biafra land. And we will continue in that direction until, of course, the sovereign nation of Biafra is finally established. There are some announcements I wish to make. But before I make that announcement, I wish also to make this warning to our governors, especially the governor of Ebonyi State. The governor of Ebonyi State, you should, whatever you call yourself, Dr. David Umahi, you should pull back. You should pull back your attack dogs from Onichubweze village or community in Ebonyi State, Biafra land. Pull back the attack dogs in form of military and police who are going from house to house, arresting innocent Biafran youths and extrajudicially murdering them. The useless politicians and the writers and intellectuals, they will not see these things now. They will not speak about them. They will not talk to these governors until the people will say we have had enough of that. They will find their voices. But I will assure them, of course, we will tell them we will have enough at the appropriate time. And of course, they can go ahead and rant as much as they can. That will not in any way stop the march to our freedom. It will not stop in any way the agenda of this very great movement led by Chinedu to ameliorate every suffering in any manner that is possible within this suffocating confined contraption that we have found ourselves until we are finally able to exhale in a free land, in a free nation, in an independent Biafran state. Not only Governor David Umahi, what does he call himself? The Supreme Court administrator in Imo State, the governor of Enugu State, the governor of Anambra State. Ebonyi State is almost being taken over. The Fulani headsmen are there waiting. They have been testing the ground. They have been testing the ground from Enugu to Ebonyi, and these governors are not saying anything, and they will not say anything. They will not do anything, because saying something will not in any manner help their political agenda or their political their desire to continue to be in the politics of the zoo. They must make haste while the sun shines. They must make haste, because We have said it, and when it will come, people must remember that we won, and we spoke and spoke and spoke for people, for governors, for politicians to do what is needful and safeguard our people. But no, they won't do that. Time will tell. I want to bring to all of you, great Biafrans, greetings from the leader of this great movement, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Irrespective and despite his conditions, notwithstanding all the mental torture that he's been put through, his thoughts are with all of you. His thoughts are with all of us. And with his greetings to all of you, there are a few announcements that I wish to make this evening for everyone, and some of them will be just for me to reiterate them, but for us not only to hear them, but to act upon them, to walk as directed. Number one, the Eastern Security Network, every form that concerns ESN, every contribution that is made for the purposes of the Eastern Security Network, whether be it in Europe, in Asia, in North America, in South America, in Australia, all of these funds must go to the ESN account in the United States of America. And that account information has been made available to IPOB families worldwide. I wish to repeat that every fund pertaining to ESN worldwide must go, without exception, to the ESN account opened with the name Umweri, Aroli, and Arodi in the United States of America. Please, principal servants, take note, financial officers, take note, and do the needful accordingly. Second, any fundraising that was done for the purposes of raising funds for ESN, those who have done that fundraising or any that will still be done must bear in mind that the audit and asset recovery department of this movement will audit that fundraising. So when that department approaches you to provide the necessary information which will help them do an audit, please give them every cooperation and assist them in any way that is possible. You know, there has been some discussions on whether we must continue our ghost town or sit at home in Biafra land or not. I wish to announce this very evening that, as directed by the highest command of this very movement, noble movement, our Monday ghost town or sit at home in Biafra land stand suspended for now. The weekly sit at home in Biafra land stand suspended for now. That means the coming Monday, there will be no sit at home in Biafra land. We must divert our attention to the trial of our leader that is coming up. Our sit at homes bearing any new information given to Biafrans all over the world, our sit at home will be on each court date when our leader will be appearing in court. Then, of course, before then, we will make that information, we will publicize it. But it is important that we bear this in mind now and begin to prepare our minds and, of course, try and plan around this very common events in the future. Our sit at home will be taking place. It will be taking place at the next court appearance of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And finally, great Biafrans, finally, we must continue to put our leader in prayer. We must continue with the reading of the Psalms, which Onyendu had initiated before we found ourselves in this very situation that we are in at this moment. Because prayer is efficacious, very, very efficacious. They work. And please, Biafrans and righteous people, we want prayers of the righteous for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that his health may not fail him and that Chukwu Abiyama may continue to guide and empower him as he continues to lead the struggle, as he continues to lead our people to a free and independent Biafran nation, that Chukwu may grant him victory. And of course, grant us, the Biafran people, victory as well. And that victory will come in the form of the new nation of Biafra. I'm going to commend all of us today into the hand of Okike, into the hand of Chukwu Abiyama. We must remain as disciplined as we always have been. We must remain focused. Our objective must always be before us. And our agenda, we must not lose sight of what our agenda is. And as I mentioned here this very evening, these agendas are not hidden. Our leader released conditionally our people in different dungeons and prisons of the zoo military, the zoo security forces. They must be released. And finally, the zoo must find a way. If they like, that's okay for them. If they don't like, we are going home. They must find a way to ensure that a referendum takes place in Biafra land sooner than later. Thank you so much, great Biafran, for this very opportunity to speak to you this evening. Any other thing that will need to be made public, I will bring them out as a memo or a prayer statement. And I believe tomorrow, some members of the directorate will as well be making or elucidating more on some of these issues. Therefore, the Chukwu Abiyama bless each and every one of you. And for me, from here, I wish to say that Biafra is not only a name, It's not just a name. It's our identity. Biafra is our heritage. And above all, Biafra is our religion and Biafra. Only him who is worthy of praise and worship, the creator of heaven and earth, and tell him, it is him that we bow our heads, and to him alone that we kneel down for. And I will say from here, good night, and Ichkwabema be with all of you. Thank you so much.
Sing me the time come again. We know. Listen up, me come from the eastern side. Me come from the motherland. Them are trying to prove to me I don't know where I'm coming from. But that was them cause I know my roots. And no fitting lose their love for them. I'm unstoppable, my people unstoppable. We keep on moving forward. We keep on grinding. Freedom for my people. Freedom for my nation. Free Mazi and Kanu.
Good evening, dear friends. Good evening from Abuja, the Nigerian capital. I greet you all, Biafrans, friends of Biafrans, the lovers of freedom. My name is Benjamin Nnamdi. I am an IPOB member. I was part of those that was in detention with our leader Mazi and Kanu in Kuje prison, from DSS dungeon to Kuje prison between 2015 to 2018. That is when I got my freedom. Now, I went to visit our leader today. Finally, I succeeded in meeting him one-on-one. and meet the great man, the prophet of our time, the greatest man that God have created in Alibo. That is Nnamdi Kanu. A man of wisdom, a man of integrity. I sat with him today. He blessed me. In fact, I'm happy to receive the blessing from this exceptional human being. I glorify God, the creator of heaven and earth, for giving us this gift as Onibo. Nnamdi Kanu is a special gift. Special gift. In the next 100 years, there will be none like him. He's a great man. Upon all the stumbling blocks, today I succeeded in meeting him. I bless today. And I thank our able barrister, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, for making it possible. Today is a new day. Now, I will go to our mother tongue in Igbo language to speak to our people. Makase ndebe anyị soro onye furu ọjị gbara ya nkụ maka na adịghị arịa ọjị kwada ọ ihe mere taa. Mela Walida nwere anyị kpara ezigbo nkata today. Ọgwakwana m ebe ya bụ ibu si anyị ya. Ọkwa anyị nwala asịla anyị bụ his followers. Ọkwa anyị nwa le claim la anyị chọrọ Biafra to liberate our people. Ọkwa anyị nwa ji onye isi. Ọkwa anyị nwa ji onye isi ebe ọ nọ. Ọkwa ndị Igbo ji onye isi ebe ọ nọ. Ke bụ okwu ma gwa ụnụ. Tinye na fridge. It's a reality. Onye nduziri m ozi ka nzi ụnụ. Number 1 bụ ndị na-eji afa ya nwa eme fundraising. Ndị na-use IPOB eme fundraising. Ndị na-use ESN eme fundraising. Onye isi ese ngwa ụnụ kwụsị. Ụnụ kwụsị. Ụnụ emebizili ihe ndị mmadụ ji ọbara ha wee kwụ ụgwọ for past 10 years. Ọ sị ngwa ụnụ, especially ndị ala emesi catcom, ndị ala egbu ndebe anyị, ndị a na-ana moto lee kidnap ndị Igbo la-anara ha ransom, la-anara ndị Igbo moto na-egburisi na-ere bypass. Ọ sị ngwa ụnụ na ụnụ adịghị awụ ọkụ for Biafra. Ụnụ adịghị awụ ọkụ for Biafra. Because eze na-aghọrị ndị ọlachi ebe ajọ eze. Ị gaghị abịasịrị ịla-azọ ndebe anyị ndụ. Ị bịa na-egbu ndebe anyị. Ọ sị ngwa ụnụ na ụnụ akọmitugo sacrilege, arụ, abomination. If I be for the preacher na radio Biafra from beginning, ụbọchị ọbụla ọbara onye Igbo gbara ala, I forget ya because of Biafra, I forget ya Biafra. Ọ sị njụ ụnụ meseji rile o nyere ụnụ for 10 years. Ọ pụtara ụnụ aghọta ya bụ meseji. Kee ka anyị ga-esi mepe ụzọ, mepere ndị iro ụzọ, ndị iro abataba anyị na-eme nke sọrọ ha. Onye isi si ka ngwa ụnụ adịkwa ama ihe ama. Like the whole people know like detention like DSS headquarters. Like they need the 80% in the whole population in not there. Can you hear Kosoria? Those who have to us. Those who are moto, they kidnap on Dibo. Ndelebi Ibala. Ndelebi community. Ndeka mepesi akampo n'ime community l'ala Igbo laza ESN laza ụmụ ọma ọsị ngwa ụmụ la the crime ụnụ la commit Lord, because of crime ụnụ la commit ka ọ na-eme ndị Nigeria security forces bịaba anyị ha na-amụkọsị ụmụazị youth ụmụazị enweghị ihe ha mere laghachi na DSS headquarters because they want to prove to the government na ha na-arụ ọrụ Mono open the committee fa had a phone. Awesome woman. No, now post again. They will leave with a bull on chat. Let the banner 7 times every day. Call the banner 7 times every day. What I bring you, the whole Biafra 7 times every day. Liasho Puno. Only go back home and offer before I can mad. Okay, sorry, my people, sorry. You know, only my network Nigeria to all that. Now, only since you can go on your Bonanime community, Laza ESM, Lady Bala, La Gay Better family, Lady Better than Munye. Let ibe obodo ibe diri ndị eze na ndị ichie n'obodo onye sịrị ya bụ ESM agala ekpie ọ sị ngwa ụnụ na onye ọbụla nọ na community sịrị ya bụ ESM nwere kampụ na community bụ criminal. You are not ESM, you are not working for Biafra, you have nothing to do with IPOB, you have no mandate from him, you are a criminal. Also can make mara la never in his life come go anybody long we hear Maria long take over from him. In the chain of command of IPOB, Omega abolish in your deputy leadership. Omega abolish. Now in the chain of command of IPOB, in a place like one in place, like the next person to take charge and control the struggle is whoever not in position as the head of Directorate of State, HDOS. Nobody else. That has been the structure of IPOB. Osim Juno, onu let claim onu followers here. And again, with this structure, already banana to see long we hear Maria ya take your charge. Also in June, with a mental problem. Also, can go on Simon Eba, a member of IPOB. Simon Eba, although any day may go on Macaronoma, Mama can soon use because only from him. If any lend a web document here, up to the play here, when I join me, how I'm going. And I'm in the best position to even go down on here and I'm going without consulting him. Because I know Simon Eba is not a member of IPOB. Simon Eba has no mandate from him to do anything. Or what mandate from him to do anything, fundraising, whatever nonsense all enough. Or what mandate from him to do? No mandate, nothing, or whatsoever. Also, IPOB members, so that criminals, they are disappointed in all of you. They are disappointed. They are Okadendo. Okadendo, somebody also without consultation. Sorry, Biafrans. Network difficulties because of Nigeria anyway. So now, Onyisi made it very clear. Simon Ekpe mandate from Onyendu. Onyisi is going to Lord DSS last sponsor Simon Ekpe. Now Simon Ekpe is being sponsored by the enemies of Biafra. Onwogeni mandate from him, and just stop war is Afia for whatever. Let's stop war. The mandate. I confronted Onyisi today. See Onyendu. On when we bad that criminal, that fraudster of Finland. See on we use Yakaliru take over from you. Only say let him. Only say let him. He has nothing, no mandate, nothing, nothing in common with him. Nothing. He's just being fraudster using his name, using the name of IPOB, using the name of ESN. Made it very clear to me today. And Simon Amaneka watched this video. Only say somebody desist from using his name. For whatever it man. Stop using the name of IPOB. Stop using the name of ESN. You know nothing about these entities. Nothing. Because you're not a member of IPOB. You are not a member of IPOB. Also, this is the message also to you direct. And our people, they use autopilot to enable Abani. Only system that the payment day is coming. You will pay for it. You will pay for it. You will pay for it. If they use Afia, like commit abomination, atrocities. Lalibo, in the name of Allah fighting for Biafra. What do you know about Biafra? Can you hear about IPOB? It shall have IPOB the King of Hanes and Igbo. More Igbo, you know, in Finland. IPOB is out for freedom of our people. And they work on Lucha. They work on Lucha. They got to get into Swang. They got to Swang. They walk in Finland, not to Swang on Alibo. In Finland, not to Swang on Alibo. And you, we draw to a Simon Ekpe Alibo, this is going on. And some of you, are not happy with Onoma. Are not happy with Onoma. You know, they may be here in prison. Or here in a dungeon. They are abomination. They crime on that committed and live will be at that place. I want to go to jail. All that's going on. And everybody, all of you should stop using his name. If you want to do your own thing, commit the crime on your own. Stop using his name to do it. Stop it. Stop it. All of this nonsense on the member with the right to that person. All the men who person in your own one. Oh, when that keep it again. But over the person here, a Wakolucha Kailaga, over the Bundibo. Over the Bundibo. Also, or any single Igbo person involved in Hemaria. 3 countries with Hemaria. Also, UK, Nigeria, and Kenya. This is the 3 countries in America. Also, Une Chepara. Malami, Abubakar Malami Formuro. One group are not. Putra, announce for bounty. Lisi Yawabonyendu. Long back concluded with that plan. That was when they concluded that plan to arrest him in Kenya. To kidnap him, not even arrest. To kidnap him. UK, Nigeria, and the Kenya, they people are responsible for what happened to him. And they deceived Kenya. In the document they give to Kenya, they write it Nigerian citizen. They never mention British citizen in the document. That's why Kenya fought for them and helped them to commit the crime against humanity on him. And the private jet will be here. Also that private law one CIA agent with that private jet. The name of the private jet is Phoenix. Phoenix is the name of the private jet. The name is like the private jet. Only we are going to ban. Only walking at the Himalayan to. On your son going today. Only Igbo. My politician, my businessman. They involved in him and kidnap them in like Kenya. Oh, so since you know. Also, I'm going to have a result and Igbo. Only one Igbo. Also, I'm going
Okay, continue.
Because of Lias stop us at home. Have I stop immediately? No, you know where he went. Then I continue let me sit at home. Open the announcement from it. Ozili no lazy fanya jo for some go lazy fanya lazy of even jo for lazy boss yazri. Ozi lawyer ejumako lazy boss yamazri. Ozi Maswell, Barrister Maswell, Obara lazy boss yamazri. Ozi Barrister Chukwemeka jo for lazy boss yamabonye industry. Onwere nke bụ forgery. Ihe na wonu today bụ all of you ebe mmiri si bido wee gala agbado mmiri lunu na-eso a criminal na Finland. O si ngwa unu ya doro happy with all of you. And all of you that bastard in order ele mesita chon na bani. O si ngwa unu ya chi ibu unu onu retrace steps unu. Retrace steps. IPOB as name Biafrans. Good evening from Abuja, the Nigerian capital. I greet you all, Biafrans, friends of Biafrans, the lovers of freedom. My name is Benjamin Madubu. I am an IPOB member. I was part of those that was in detention with our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Kuje prison, from DSS dungeon to Kuje prison between 2015 to 2018. That is when I got my freedom. Now, I went to visit our leader today. Finally, I succeeded in meeting him one-on-one. I met the great man, the prophet of our time, the greatest man that God have created in Alibo. That is Nnamdi Kanu. A man of wisdom, a man of integrity. I sat with him. Today, he blessed me. In fact, I'm happy to receive the blessing from this exceptional human being. I glorify God, the creator of heaven and earth, Chukwu Okike Abiama, for giving us this gift as Onigbo. Nnamdi Kanu is a special gift. Special gift. In the next 100 years, there will be none like him. He's a great man. Upon all the stumbling blocks, today I succeeded in meeting him. I bless today. And I thank our able barrister, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, for making it possible. Today is a new day. Now, I will go to our mother tongue in Igbo language to speak to our people. Makase ndeba anyị soro onye furu ọjị gbara ya nkụ maka na adị arịa ọjị pata ọ ihe mere taa. Mela Walida nwere anyị kpara ezigbo nkata today. Ọ gwakwana m ebe ya bụ ibu si anyị ya. Ọkwa anyị nwala asịla anyị bụ his followers. Ọkwa anyị nwa le claim la anyị chọrọ Biafra to liberate our people. Ọkwa anyị nwa ji onye isi. Ọkwa anyị nwa ji onye isi ebe ọ nọ. Ọkwa ndị Igbo ji onye isi ebe ọ nọ. Ke bụ okwu ma gwa ụnụ tinye na fridge is a reality. Onye nduziri m ozi ka nzi ụnụ. Number 1 bụ ndị na-eji afa ya nwa eme fundraising. Ndị na-eyuzu IPOB eme fundraising. Ndị na-eyuzu ESN eme fundraising. Onye isi ese ngwa ụnụ kwụsị. Ụnụ kwụsị. Ụnụ emebizili ihe ndị mmadụ ji ọbara ha wee kwụ ụgwọ for past 10 years. Ọ sị ngwa ụnụ, especially ndị ala emesi catcom, ndị ala egbu ndebe anyị, ndị a na-ana moto lee kidnap ndị Igbo la nara ha ransom, la nara ndị Igbo moto lee egburisi lee ere bypass. Ọ sị ngwa ụnụ na ụnụ adị awọkụ for Biafra. Ụnụ adị awọkụ for Biafra because eze na-aghọrị ndị ọlachi ebe ajọ eze. Ị gaghị abịasị n'ile achọ ndebe ile azọ ndebe anyị ndụ ebe na-egbu ndebe anyị. Ọ sị ngwa ụnụ na ụnụ akọmitugo sacrilege, arụ, abomination. If I be for the preacher radio Biafra from beginning, Obosu Obula, Obaroni Igbo Boralala, I forget that because of Biafra, I forget that Biafra. Also in June, message really on your own for 10 years. But I don't know what I have a message. Can you see me pusa? Me perendi rosa. Ndi rabatabani. Na-eme nke sọrọ ha. Onye isi ise ka ngwa ụnụ adịkwa ama ihe ama. La the whole people nọ na detention na DSS headquarters. La ndebe anyị dị 80% in the whole population ihe nọ ya. Ka ihe kọsụrụ ya. Dozu ji afọ ya atụ asị. Dozu la na moto na-ekenapụ ndị Igbo. Ndị na-ekpe ikpe ala. Ndị na-ekpe ikpe community. Ndị ga-emepesi akampụ n'ime community n'ala Igbo. Laza ESN. Laza ụmụ ọma. Ọ sị ngwa ụnụ na the crime ụnụ na commit. Lord, because of crime ụnụ na commit ka ọ na-eme ndị Nigeria security forces bịaba anyị ha na-amụkọsị ụmụazị youth, ụmụazị enweghị ihe ha mere na-agachi na DSS headquarters because they want to prove to the government na ha na-arụ ọrụ. Ma ụnụ nwebụ ndị na commit ife a ha dị afọ ụnụ. Ọ sị ngwa ụnụ na ụnụ akwụsịghị na egbe eluigwe ga-agbagbusi ụnụ ncha. Lee na-ekpere ndị be anyị ekpere 7 times every day. Ọ na-ekpere ndị be anyị ekpere 7 times every day. Ọ na-ekpere ndị Igbo ekpere the whole Biafra 7 times every day. Lee achọ ịbụ ụnụ ọnụ. Ụnụ wepụ aka enwere ofe before ọwa aka mmadụ. Okay, sorry my people, sorry. You know, ụnụ mana network Nigeria etu ọla dị. Now, onye isi ka m gwa unu onye ọbụla nọ n'ime community laza ESL na-ekpe ikpe ala na-aga ekpe ikpe dịrị family na-ekpe ikpe dị na nwunye na-ekpe ikpe obodo ikpe dịrị ndị eze na ndị ichie n'obodo onye sị ya bụ ESL agala ekpe ọ sị ngwa unu na onye ọbụla nọ na community sị ya bụ ESL nwere kampụ na community bụ criminal. You are not ESM. You are not working for Biafra. You have nothing to do with IPOB. You have no mandate from him. You are a criminal. Also, can make never in his life. Come anybody. Long we hear long take over from him. In the chain of command of IPOB, Omega abolish in your deputy leadership. Omega abolish. Now, in the chain of command of IPOB, in a place like one in place, like the next person to take charge and control the struggle is whoever not in position as the head of Directorate of State. Yeah, HDOS. Nobody else. That has been the structure of IPOB. Osen Juno. Onu let claim on one followers here. And again with this structure. Already banana to see long way here Maria ya take your charge. Osen Juno with a mental problem. Also can go Simon Eba, a member of IPOB. Simon Eba, although any de me go macaronoma, Mama can soon use because on from him. If any lend a web document here, or to ne play area, when I join me, how I'm going. And I'm in the best position. To even quote that one here without consulting him. Because I know Simon Eba is not a member of IPOB. Simon Eba has no mandate from him to do anything. Or no mandate from him to do anything, fundraising, whatever nonsense all enough. Or no mandate from Onyendu. No mandate, nothing, or whatsoever. Also, IPOB members, so that criminals, they are disappointed in all of you. They are disappointed. Somebody also without consultation. See, there are from Biafra government in exile. Under whose authorization? I asked for you, did you give this? Sorry, Biafrans. Network difficulties because of Nigeria anyway. So now, only see made it very clear. Simon Ebe the mandate from Onyendu. Only see him going to Lord DSS last sponsor Simon Eba. Now Simon Eba is being sponsored by the enemies of Biafra. Only mandate from him, and yes, stop war is Zafia for whatever. Let's stop here. The mandate. I confronted Onisi today. See Onyendu. On when we about that criminal, that fraudster was in London. See on with them Yakaliru take over from you. Only say let him. Only say let him. He has nothing, no mandate, nothing in common with him. Nothing. He's just being fraudster using his name. Using the name of IPOB, using the name of ESN. Made it very clear to me today. And Simon Amane can watch this video. Only see somebody disease from using his name. For whatever man. Stop using the name of IPOB. Stop using the name of ESN. You know nothing about these entities. Nothing. Because you're not a member of IPOB. You are not a member of IPOB. This is the message also to you direct. And our people, they use autopilot to enable Labani. Only system that the payment day is coming. You will pay for it. You will pay for it. You will pay for it. In the use of here, like committed abomination, atrocities. Lalibo, in the name of Allah, fighting for Biafra. What do you know about Biafra? Can you hear about IPOB? It shall have IPOB the king of Hanes and Igbo. More Igbo, you know, in Finland. IPOB is out for freedom of our people. And they work on Lucha. They work on Lucha. They got to get into Swang. They got to Swang. Not to Swang on Alibo. In Finland, not to Swang on Alibo. And you, we draw to a lesson Simon Alibo. Only system go no. Eh? And some of you, are not happy with Onoma. Are not happy with Onoma. You know, maybe here jail a prison. Or here jail a dungeon. They are abomination. They crime on that committed and live with here that place. I want to go to jail. All your son go. And everybody, all of you should stop using his name. If you want to do your own thing, commit the crime on your own. Stop using his name to do it. Stop it. Stop it. All of this nonsense on the member the right person. All the men who question him your own one. All that keep it here. But over the person here. E kwa kolu cheka ilaga. Over the bundibo. Over the bundibo. Also, any single Igbo person involved in him. Three countries we have also UK, Nigeria, and Kenya. This is the three countries in America. Also, Malami form one group are not. Putra. And now for bounty, listen to long back concluded with that plan. That was when they concluded that plan to arrest him in Kenya, to kidnap him, not even arrest, to kidnap him. UK, Nigeria, and the Kenya, the people are responsible for what happened to him. And they deceived Kenya. In the document they give to Kenya, they write it Nigerian citizen. They never mention British citizen in the document. That's why Kenya fall for them and help them to commit the crime against humanity on him. And the private jet will be here. Also that private jet law, one CIA agent with that private jet. The name of the private jet is Phoenix. Phoenix is the name of the private jet. The name is like the private jet. Only we are going to ban. Only Waki at the Himmer do. Or your son going today. Only Bo. My politician, my businessman. They involved in him and kidnap them in like Kenya. Oh, just since you know. Also, going to have a result and Igbo. Only Mundibo. Also,
okay, continue.
Because of stop it at home. Have a stop immediately. No, you know where he went. Then when I continue, let me sit at home. Open the announcement, Ozili no lazy fine job for some good lazy fine lazy of even a job for lazy bossy yazri. Ozia lawyer a jobako lazy bossy yamazri. Ozi Maswell, Barisa Maswell, Obara lazy, bossy yamazri. Ozi barista Chukwuemeka Ejiofor Ezi bụ ozi ya nwa bụ onye nduziri. O nwere nke bụ forgery. Ihe na-agwa unu today bụ all of you ma ebe mmiri si bido wee gala agbarụ mmiri na unu na-eso a criminal na Finland. Ọ sị ngwa unu ya dụrụ happy with all of you. And all of you, that bastard na-enye ọda ele mesitacha unu na be anyị. Ọ sị ngwa unu ya chọrọ ịbụ unu ọnụ. Unu retrace steps unu. Retrace steps. IPOB as
without taking any much time, I will bring in Mazi in order to do his introductory comment on his introductory statement before we move on. Mazi, please, welcome to the program. Mazi Chinasa, can you hear me?
Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, now your voice is coming out now. Before your voice was not coming out. Go on.
Okay. Yeah, I think I was on mute. Mazi Chinedu, good evening. Good evening, and good evening, fellow Biafrans and all the lovers of freedom. My name is Mazi Chinasa. Mazi Chinasa served the indigenous people of Biafra as a member of the Directorate of State. This evening, I have come to you people to continue to spread the gospel for the restoration of Biafra, to educate our people and inform our people and make certain clarifications where people say they are confused, so they won't be confused. Last week, I was supposed to be on air, but unfortunately, our radio was having some technical issues, and Mazi Chukwu, the former, could not be able to fix it at that particular time. But later on, when he came in, he realized there was an attack on the radio, and I hope they have rectified any technical difficulty we might have witnessed on that particular day. This evening, there is nothing much to talk rather than to make certain clarification, make certain pronouncement, and educate our people to know what is ahead of them and what we have to pay our attention more on. This evening, I'm going to separate our program just in two ways only. The issues that have been making waves on the social media the past few weeks over the document Nnamdi wrote, the letter he wrote, and all the brouhaha surrounding that letter. All the challenges, all the lies, blackmail, fell against the leadership of this movement in the access just to destroy the movement. But one thing is very clear. Our hands are clean. We have come with a genuine heart. Many Biafrans are fighting this struggle with a genuine heart. And this evening, I will hammer on those things once more. I am someone, people cannot lie against me. I am not one of those you can lie against him and I will keep silent. You can't lie against me. I will confront you head on because I know I have no skeleton in my cupboard. I have nothing to hide in this struggle. People who are always interacting with me or people who are dealing with me in anything I do, I am a straightforward person. A man of self-accountability and deep-rooted in morality. And that is why I have come so long. This is my 10th year in this struggle. Some people came up, they said, we don't know. You don't know me because you have not been in this struggle. You came in last year, you say you don't know Chinedu because you came last year, or you just jumped into this struggle. Who is a member of IPOB for many years now that do not know who is Chinedu? Is it because we don't wear suits and come out on social media to speak? Everybody have what he has to do. This journey is still a very long journey, and those who are not sensible enough, who are not strategically enough, will never make it to the end. Those who have come with a greedy mind, with a criminal mindset, will never make this journey to the end. Of course, death may come along the way. It doesn't mean that everybody who will fall along the way is because of his criminal mind. But those I am referring to, it is very, very clear, and they know themselves. So this evening, I will put up our discussion in two different stages. It will be the internal issues, the blackmail, or everything that is rocking the lies peddled against many top leadership of this movement, and also what is happening in our borders, how it's going to affect us, and why we must everybody get prepared on what is about to come. Everything is approaching very fast. They know the reason why they take away Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It is because of days like this. Because they know what is going to happen. That is why they continue to set up people who will come to disrupt you, people who will come to make you continue to shout on the social media, your papa, your mama. You don't know when things are happening. People who will come out and always ask you, what are you doing for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come out? And they have never done anything themselves. At least let them do. If they said we have not done anything, what have they do by themselves? What have they done? Or what are they doing? They can only come on social media and tell you, what are you people doing? Because they don't know. And the moment you tell them, their chief infiltrators, they will pass information for him. They will come out and use it as a program and run. Do you understand me? Stole idea to go to pronounce so that people who are watching content creation will be able to surround and they will make money through YouTube. Before they come to Facebook, before they come to social media, before he came out from the village where he's living in the Scandinavia, some of us has been here. And it is because we are here, many of us, that is what he heard, and he came out. But today, people have seen how they are working tirelessly, sponsored by the Nigerian government and the DSS, to make sure they destroy this movement, which they have failed. Therefore, I'm telling you, in a couple of months' time, the government, everybody has to be at watch out because they are bringing up a new person. We don't know where the person is still coming from, the angle he's going to do his attack, because they have concluded that this guy could not deliver the mission. The chief infiltrator has failed. He could not deliver the mission. You see him now all over. Do you understand me? Shouting everywhere. They wake up, they shouted. The other one, the sibling of Onyendu cannot write without calling Chinasamoru. You know, the hotel, the Chinasamoru hotel. This is only, they sleep and wake up Chinasamoru. Because they know there are people whom they cannot cajole, or whom they cannot push or compromise, or who they can open eyes and talk to. In Abaronye Karimba. And for that reason, in order not to waste much of the time here, Mazi Chinedu, I will hand over this mic to you, so that we will start this program and people will be educated this evening. They will be informed. They will understand what is happening in this struggle. I want to filter their mind, for them to zero their mind and understand that all we are doing is to make sure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is free from the detention. We make sure that we keep moving until Biafra is restored, and make sure we keep this family, because if we fail, the Biafra struggle is gone for this generation. Thank you, Mazi Chinedu.
Ndewo Mazi, ndewo. We must continue. Mazi, I want us to start from where you mentioned. You talked about the letter of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu through Aloy Ejimako, Barrister Aloy Ejimako. It was delivered. I know it looks as if out of is it frustration? I can say or anything.
But your voice is cracking. I'm not hearing you very well. Your voice is cracking.
Can you hear me? Yeah, it is raining heavily here. Can you hear me now, Mazi? Mazi Nasa, can you hear me?
Mazi, I could not hear you. I cannot hear you, but I'm hearing you now. You understand me? I don't know if you can repeat the question you were saying. So it will.
Yeah, I said. Yes, I said. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now clearly?
Yes. Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. What I was saying. Let us start from where you started, where you mentioned before. About the letter of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to the extent that he used his hand to write letter and deliver through Barrister Ejimako, which he did, and many other things that followed. But I want to understand. Also, we saw about the statement of Benjamin Madubugu that visited Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Finally, he mentioned that anything that comes from, including Mazi Ejimako, is from him. But people are asking now, what is the basis of attacking Mazi Ejimako? Please, we need clarification. People need clarification. What is the basis of attacking Ejimako in this issue? Please, that is the first thing I want to. Please, somebody is calling Mazi. I don't know when people are calling. When people are calling. Mazi, I don't know whether you understand me. Somebody called this line. Yes. That was what put it on hold. Do you hear what I said? Do you hear what I said?
Yes, I hear you very well, very clearly.
Yeah, please go on.
Okay, Mazi. Okay. If you can mute from your side so that I can't get any. Thank you, Mazi. It's very clear now. Mazi, let me start from the question you just threw right now. Mazi Benjamin, this is completely 2 years. The leadership have tried all they could for Mazi Benjamin to visit Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the detention facility. Many people have fought against it. Last month, the leadership also spent money to make sure that Mazi Jonathan, when Onyendu wanted to see him, Onyendu want to hear from him, because all this while, those who go to tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu about IPOB, mainly his siblings. The siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are the ones that goes to tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And the barristers, that is, the barristers is if we send them message, and we don't know other messages they used to drop for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But it is only Benjamin Madubugu, whom we know is an IPOB member. He went to prison because of this struggle. And for 2 years, we have tried. On many occasions, they label him all kind of things. They bring confusions. And all these things they did was to make sure that Benjamin don't visit Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because we know if Benjamin visits Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as an IPOB member, he knows the structure, he knows everything. At least he can be able to tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu what is happening outside the four walls of the DSS dungeon. Mazi, am I coming out? Is saying my connection lost? I don't know if it's affecting the Mazi, am I coming out? Is saying my connection lost? I don't know if it's affecting the.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE. Welcome back, please. There is some technical issues that came up but I think it's fixed right now. So we must continue, please. Please. I welcome each and every one of you back to this hallowed platform. So, Mazi Sanwo-Olu, you are continuing. Please continue. Let me see. Please hold on. Yes. Please continue in what you're saying. Continue. You understand the question?
Okay.
Yes. Your voice is crystal clear.
Yes. Yeah. So, dear friends, from where I stopped, I was talking about how our brother Mazi we tried to make sure he visited Nnamdi Kanu. And Nnamdi Kanu on several occasions have asked him to come and see him in the DSS dungeon, which we have tried on many occasions and failed. But, Chukwu Kadiyama is great. Last month when he asked him to come also, he went there, he could not see him. But so God, with infinite mercy, last Thursday he went there and he was able to meet Nnamdi Kanu. And we realized also the fact that there is nobody from the leadership who goes directly or who can be able to communicate to Nnamdi Kanu. That people took that opportunity to blackmail IPOB leadership. They took that opportunity to blackmail everybody they think that will be a hindrance for them to be able to hijack the struggle. That was what had been happening for 2 years. Because I could remember the day Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, everything was in order. We were communicating, like I said, I continue to say it, I was communicating with him on that particular day until he told me, okay, I will get back to you. And that was the last day. And suddenly, when Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned to Nigeria, a lot of things start happening. A lot start happening. In one of the things I wrote on social media about the letter was written by Nnamdi Kanu. But you see, one of his siblings, who is very good to come on social media, he has nothing to talk since they hold Nnamdi Kanu to talk about Chinedu Sanwo-Olu. I wrote that this message has been given for past 1 year, for a very long time. The letter is not coming new. And can any one of them argue that? That Nnamdi Kanu, why would Nnamdi Kanu even go to the extent to write a letter? Because, and they gave it to them, gave it to Aloy to present this letter, even though some of us are not somehow agreeable. Of course, not everything people do you must accept or you must just say it's okay. But for us, there was no need of even giving a written note. Why a written note was given out was because this message, Onyendu have continually sent this message. If you compare the time Abanibe met Nnamdi Kanu in December 2021 and heard what he said, that means from all that time, Onyendu wife have visited the husband also. There are people that have gone to Nnamdi Kanu, continually asking about this sit at home, and he said he did not authorize anybody. After all, he's the one that told us to call up the sit at home off. The sit at home, everybody should remember something today. Why we gave that order for people to sit at home was because on 25th of July that they're supposed to bring Nnamdi Kanu to court. On 25th of July,
Mazi, please, it seems you mute your phone. please. I don't know what happened. Mazi Nasa. Mazi, can you hear me? My goodness me. I don't know. You mute, or is it automatic muting? I don't know what is happening. But we must continue. Do not forget that we are still on this platform with Mazi Sanwo-Olu. It doesn't matter the ups and downs that we are experiencing. We must continue. I think Mazi Nasa, I don't know what happened. Or is you muted your phone or something like that.
Nobody muted my phone. I didn't mute my phone. How can I mute my phone while I'm talking?
No,
I didn't mute anything.
Your voice just ceased. It's not from here. It's not from here. Go on, please.
And yes. So I don't know. So everybody's supposed to know.
Honestly speaking. Oh, this thing will just kick you out without warning. I don't really know. Mazi, please continue. My goodness. Mazi, please continue.
Since we are having so much attack today.
Yes, the system you are using will just automatically go off by itself. I don't know why. But go on.
I don't know. My system is okay.
Go on. Because it's not from here. It's not from here, honestly. Continue.
Okay.
Yeah, continue.
Okay. I said everybody should know the reason why we ordered for the sit at home. On 26th of June 2001, when Nnamdi Kanu was supposed to be brought to court, the DSS did not bring him to court. And there was this strong rumor that time that the life of Nnamdi Kanu was in danger. That this particular time that he could not, even the women in America were rumoring that Nnamdi Kanu had only 2 weeks that he will die in the DSS dungeon. After considering the pressure in Biafra land, the DOS had a meeting. The pressure was so much that people were leveling all kinds of things, saying we are the one that sold Nnamdi Kanu. We needed to take a measure. That was why we came together. We said, let's kickstart from here because we know the Nigerian government was waiting for us to march on the street or protest and people will be massacred. We said, let us follow it from this angle. When we called for the sit at home, we gave like 1 week before the sit at home was activated. None of the lawyers were allowed to see Nnamdi Kanu. The sit at home started on that Monday. We started that sit at home. That was the day. That was, I think, 8th of August or 6th of August. That was the day, 6th of August. That was the day they allowed Nnamdi Kanu, Ejimako, met Nnamdi Kanu that day. And he said we should call off the sit at home. But even though, within that 1 week, we put that sit at home, asking people to buy things for their homes, everything that we use. That was when we were getting pressure from his brother. Even that time, nobody has seen Nnamdi Kanu. Until that time, they didn't bring him to court. We have to obey the leader the next Monday, even though we knew. Because we have been told, the gods of the land have told us that we have wakened the spirit of the land. That for us going to call this sit at home off, it is not going to be easy. It was very difficult for Mazi to say, we begged Nnamdi Kanu, we set up this sit at home. Allow us to control it. We know the tactics we want to use. Allow us to handle this. This sit at home was not meant to come to this level. This sit at home, we were having a target because the day I made the pronouncement, I made it very clear that it is subject to review. And we were having our target. We were having our target, what we want to use the sit at home, but nobody, people were not communicating the right thing we were telling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We are in this struggle. Does it mean that people like us do not know what we are doing in this struggle? Is that what people are telling us? Those who attack that sit at home, for the fact that we believe in the supreme leader, this struggle is a command and control. We said we have to obey Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, even if it's in the DSS dungeon. It was very difficult. We said, let us obey first, and whatever will come after, that we have to handle it. It was very difficult. During the weekend on Saturday, Mazi came on air before the next Monday. We even asked, give us 1 month. We have said this thing. We are the ones to go out there to control it. We know how we set this sit at home. We know the plan. The leadership know how they have moved to use this sit at home to oppress. But people who want the leadership to fail continue to attack from day one. And at that particular time, Mazi called off this sit at home on a Saturday, and this is where we are today. And from that particular moment, when that sit at home issue was happening, was about to happen, we called it off. What thing people don't understand, that they don't know that this chief Eperima, you see today, that Kanu called him, told him that he's going to give him one position in IPOB. When they were having their meeting on who will take over the radio, we knew. But it's still sometimes we have to be mature, because we don't come on radio and talk about everything. When they were having the meeting with the women in America, with him and the to hand him over the radio Biafra, we knew. The people in the meeting communicated to us also. Okay. When we wanted to get the instruction, we followed. We just want to do the normal thing. But I think most of you saw how far they took that, because they were having a sinister plan against this struggle. God knows what they have been telling Onion Group pertaining the sit at home, but what I can tell you on many occasions, people, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have sent people. I can tell you he has sent Nnamdi to talk to the Perima to stop this sit at home, and he will insult the barrister. He has spoken to Maxwell to tell this guy, don't do this thing in my name. He insulted them and they pushed them aside. Ejimako cannot say you have not been told for more than a year. But I don't know how they are twisting it with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, delaying it till it got to this point that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have to release a written document. Because I am sure all the things these criminals have been only do is smart. They have seen that when people are coming, they are telling him things. People in the name of IPO, that we see how serious those things have been coming on air to shout. And people say, I am calling the names of IPOB members on the radio. We don't call them of IPOB members who are doing the work of IPOB. We call the name of criminals, those using the name of IPOB to kill our people, to do kidnapping, ransom taking, forced marriages, rape, land disputes, traditional leaders disputes, and political issues. These are not IPOB members. And we continue. The first announcement I made on this was on 14th December 2021. We continue to talk to our people. Many understood what was happening. We have fought this battle for more than almost 2 years, and we have money before they came and raised it up again. Let me say something, because this issue, there is no way we can talk about it without bringing a lawyer to my inside, because it all circles around him. And there is no way we can explain these things. When he brought the message to people, for very long. And I can tell you, only to have even asked them to institute a case against Eberima in Finland over using his name for more than 1 year ago. But I don't know how they have been maneuvering it in Tonian until he loses his patience. Let me make it very clear. When there is a breakdown in communication, there are people you see, they don't want to communicate with you because they have their own plans. They have what they want to do. Ejimako does not like to work with any member of the GOS. Nobody in the GOS, the frontline GOS people that I know, who communicates with Ejimako because of certain reasons. It's not because of yesterday or because of day before yesterday. Everybody knew when Mazi and Kanu was renditioned from Kenya. The IPOB, at that particular moment, I can inform my fellow DOS member what is happening, or maybe what Barrister Joko said, or what Barrister Jimako said. At a point, some of them feel like as if there was something, maybe I'm not explaining things to them very well. I feel in that way. Some say, these lawyers they are there in the social media. We can bring them among the GOS to speak to them, to understand how they are moving, how they are handling Onyendu case. And everybody accepted. Some of the GOS members who are always worried of what was happening in the social media. Everybody, all of them, everybody, we said, can we speak to this lawyer? Because we brought in Barrister Joko. We brought in Barrister Lawyer. We want them to brief us to understand this case, because many things we hear on social media, they come out, that time they come out, a lawyer will write his own visit, Prince Kanu will write his own, Kalanta will write his own, Joko will write his own. Everybody come out and, I make these statements today like there is confusion everywhere. I don't forget that day when we call it in my company. We want to understand issue in Kenya, everything. Why is all this confusion? Joko was there speaking to us. When we want to speak to a lawyer, our lawyer said, did we call him to interrogate him? We summoned him. Why we summoned him? He took the telephone to say that the DOS summoned him. This is our first conversation with him. We let him know we are not summoning you. We want to understand what is happening, what is will happen in the phone. I can bet you people, when he handed over that telephone to Fireboy to speak, he is the lawyer. We want to hear from him. He handed over that telephone to Fireboy, and the leadership removed that line up because we don't want to speak to Fireboy. He's not the lawyer. That was the first sign. We decided. We said, okay, everybody, this is the number of Bitcoin. If you want to get any information from him, you can do that. So that whatever he tells you, whatever he tells me, we can be able to understand what is happening. Some were communicating him, but their communication were not efficient enough. They are not getting the sense. Some of them feel tired, but I continue because I know all the more days of somebody must be there. We can't keep everybody far, irrespective of anything. Ask him. I continue communicating. Along the line, when the case in Kenya was rolling up, because if you come outside and talk about us, we have to come and explain to the public. Unless you don't want us to talk about what we know with you, then stop blackmailing us. Stop thinking we are not stupid. We know we are the leaders of this movement. We keep a lot of things in our hearts that is not meant for the public. But if you want to use it to blackmail us, to make us look like stupid, we will tell the Biafrans what we know. And the Biafrans will be the judge. At this particular point, that was in September, when they filed a case in Kenya. If everybody can understand, that was in September, in December. Anytime Onion is going to court, you will see Sahara reporters and all the newspapers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu technically in Kenya. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu technically in Kenya. I saw this report 3 times when I said, what is happening? This technically in Kenya. I went to see the same message. It was not like they are recycling the message. I took it upon myself. I called it, I said, Barrister, can we stop whining our people? I said, can we stop whining our people with this Onyendu technically in Kenya anytime they go to court? And I made it very clear for him. I said, Barrister, I have sent somebody to Kenya. I told him. I said, I have sent, and I sent somebody to Kenya. I told him, I know everything. I know what happened. I said, I know. Even the person lost his life on that mission. There is also another IPOB member. I'm not going to mention his name. He flew into Kenya also. Because we want to know. We know everything. Please, stop every mistake, everything that has happened. I know, I have found out. And we kill it until Onyendu is released. It is not for the public. I told him, Barrister, can we stop whining our people, Onyendu? I told him, can we focus on the case and stop? And I said, you guys are doing nothing. And I told him clearly, I said, go and tell Onyendu that this nonsense they are talking in Kenya, nothing is happening in Kenya. I told him, forget this small thing, these things they make. At a point, Barrister Joko, there was somebody on the even I think it was Maxwell, they want him to go to Kenya to go and follow the case. They refused. The people said that the people that when they were making all those rigmarole things, I found out that was when on my own I flew in somebody to Kenya. And everything I want to know, I know it. It's not, we are not talking on social media. We are not coming here to talk. And at the end of the day, I told Ejimakor, tell Onyendu, nothing is happening in Kenya. And I told Ejimakor, let's stop using, and I asked him the rationale that this man in UK is the one who found you a lawyer in Kenya. It's like a British finding you a lawyer in Nigeria. I told him we are Africans. I told him I know Kenya very well. Onyendu knows. I told him. I said, you guys should stop playing with the minds of our people. I'm not going to go far than this because if I go far on the other side, it will not be fine. And I will stop there. But I told him, he told me it's true. He went in and told Onyendu what I said. Onyendu said, what I said is bad. And at the point, I told them, other people, he said, let us focus. Onyendu is in Nigeria. We have met moves in Kenya. They said, people, the DOS got a lawyer. If people don't know, people are talking, the DOS, we got an international lawyer in Kenya. After making a move forward with it, we said, okay, let's focus in Nigeria. If Onyendu comes out, if we need to do anything in Kenya, we will switch to that side. But for now, Onyendu is in Nigeria, let's put our energy in Nigeria. Along this line, Ejimako has not been very cooperative anytime we ask him questions. Ask any DOS member. When you ask him something, he says you are questioning him. You do him this, you do he. But for me, I don't care when he do. Also, I raise my voice. When he wants to do like this, I will raise my voice. And at a certain time, I told him, I said, Barrister, you are a lawyer for IPOB and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You are not an IPOB member. I can tell you till tomorrow. If somebody like even a state coordinator, a zonal coordinator for IPOB comes someplace with you, that person should be talking. When that person is talking, allow him to speak because he is an IPOB member. Your duty is to correct him whenever there is any legal implications in what he is saying. You can step in and correct him, but you don't speak. You can be special counsel to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We don't have problem with that. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sent you somewhere, go for that. But don't speak for IPOB. I have reasons, and we know the reasons why. I'm not going to say some of this because respect is a reciprocal, but we need to. I got covered on code today. As some of them have code today, yala. This is how. Ask any DOS member. Is it anybody in good communication with Aloy Ejimako than me? Nobody. But at the time, I saw what is happening. Every one of you knows what Mrs. Bridget, Padam Meba, and the, what do they call him? Radis Chas. Every one of you saw what they did to this struggle. Mrs. Bridget, all of them came up. Before Mrs. Bridget and the code did anything they did, Mazi Doziem sent me and Chukwudi Okpoma to speak to people in America. We spoke to them on several occasions on radio, trying to clarify them. We are not satisfied. I know what Mrs. Bridget told us in that meeting. That even though Eberima did not sign the document, we should hand her over the document. She will make sure she signs it. So it is you, Eberima, will. All of you were there. Mrs. Bridget, they are the one, the women in America, they were the one push Simon Eberima and tell him to fight because they want to dislodge the leadership. After all that said and done, after all these things, I don't know what they are telling you because all these things are in the public domain. Every one of you saw when they made their vote of no confidence that they have removed the DOS, that the people in charge now is the Directorate of Justice. Every one of you knew about this. And every one of you knew that the women, Oyibo brought out the document, even Oyibo went to the point to Onyendu's wife, asked her to authenticate the document that the husband told her that if anything happens to him, that she, Oyibo, will become the next leader for the indigenous people of Biafra. Oyibo, the wife of Oyibo, the Oyibo herself, contacted Lolo Uchechi Kanu, seeking her to authenticate, to sign that says she has approved. While Oyibo was doing that, Darlington, one Darlington in UK, the man they used to send our address where Radio Biafra is sent, on one side, pushing Lolo Uchechi Kanu to make a video saying that the leadership, since the leader is in the detention now, what is the man's name? One Darlington something, one old man that we used to use address in this thing. He was also pressurizing the wife of our leader to make a short video for him to display that now, since the husband is in the detention, that Eberima now becomes the new leader for the indigenous people of Biafra. All these things were going on. Pressures were coming from all angles. At the point, all these things are happening, Mazi. That is where our anger, the Ejimako, is, even deeper than that. All these things was happening. The social media, they're seeing everything. There is a meeting me and Mazi was having in America with some of our people from the US, a meeting, a Zoom meeting. Some people in America, as I'm saying now, some American coordinators and people there know what I'm saying. Somebody in the meeting told Mazi that he will not take any instruction from him because he gets his instruction directly from Onyendu in the DSS dungeon through his lawyer. He said he will not take any instruction from Chinedu. He said, which lawyer is Onyendu giving you people? He said he's getting his instruction on how to run America through Barrister Aloy Ejimako. Some of you don't know about this thing. Mazi told him, if you are not ready to start under me, because when information are passed, the information are supposed to push down to the regional or the state, he doesn't do it. He don't want to do it until he gets instruction. How can a movement survive with people of such mentality? And these are people that want to come back to IPOB. So Ejimako become a medium of instruction to them. Mazi, on that, Ejimako now, I don't know how he wake up. I don't know who gave him that impetus. I don't know who. How did even Onyendu know? Who started lobbying? Onyendu is in the DSS dungeon. Somebody is recommending him that Bridget and the Fadamewa should be brought in as members of the US. When Mrs. Bridget and this group, when we have broken them, most of you heard the voice message of Bridget, where he was telling people, when we broke them from Owada and with the Ferryman, she was saying to somebody that they did not do much because every information about this struggle is controlled by the DOS. That they cannot operate unless they are having information from the DOS. They knew. That is when they started, okay, since they are not having information from the DOS, they need to now plant people inside the DOS. Even the younger brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu put mouth in that subject also. That's what we're supposed to do. We do not need to question. We don't need to ask anything as long as only do so. If we see something that will destroy the struggle, and we know that Onyendu is not being given the right information, people are not telling him what is happening outside, then you want us to bring Bridget and Mmeba, put them in the GOS. Irrespective of any plan, who will announce it? Is it Chinedu, the HOD? Then we are looking for who they will use and make that announcement. So put Bridget and Mmeba inside the GOS. If we do that, the pressure come on me. I am not the one in position to announce it. Even if I come and announce such, how will the Biafrans look at me? See how they want to destroy you for their own selfish interests. I told you that the day Ejimako raised that, I was very upset with him. The following day, I called him because I know to him, in a bad way for trying to even tell us like that. And I spoke to him. I told him, if you go back, tell Onyendu, say it is not proper. Even if he wants to bring these people in the US, when he comes out and see how things have happened, he can do that if he wants. The US is not for me. Tomorrow I may decide. Onyendu can come out tomorrow. When he come out and do this, and I told him I resign. I resign. I become a normal floor member. I am just serving the people of Biafra. I can do that. It's just because at this point, if anything happens, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we say we abandon the struggle that he left in our care. If not, I will resign, become a normal member, pay my dues normal, nobody calls me, no more 20 hours meeting, no more 30 hours meeting, no more 40 hours meeting for trying to fix things. I could remember what Ejimako told me. He told me what we are doing is just the behavior of the brothers of the prodigal son. That when the prodigal son wants to come back to the family, everybody listen, that it is. I told him the Biafra struggle is nothing to compare or quantify with the prodigal son. People are dying in this struggle. Prodigal son went and squandered money. We are not talking about money, we are talking about life of people. Bringing Bridget and Meba into the DOS is a catastrophe. I don't know how to, I don't know how to show double face in my life. I will be the last person. Because I know what Mrs. Bridget has caused this struggle. I know what that woman has caused this struggle. But I reserve my comments. Because this is a woman that I respected, I give her attention, I explain things to her, but I found out she is a dear devil. Woman that is just destined to come and destroy. But for them, they think they are doing good. They don't listen. They don't even want to hear. Everything you tell them, it doesn't enter their head. They don't want to know. And how can you work with people who don't want to know? That was how this issue of Ejimako and all these things. And at that time, when Onyendu said to these people, and I explained to him this, expecting him to explain it to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. No, they won't explain. The brothers, basically the brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came out and be screaming, we are disobeying Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He gave us order, we disobey him. You see, that is the blackmailing word they use always. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu tell them to do this, they refuse to do it. You remember why I say this on air? Because he was blackmailing me, blackmailing the leadership. That's why I opened my mouth and said, this is what happened. Because you are pushing me. People are asking me, what is it that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told you to do? You people disobey him. What is it? As if there is something. And I know that when I open my mouth and say it in the public, Biafrans will say, what? And I can ask every one of you. Everybody knew what Bridget, Rabbi Chas, and Father Megwa did in this struggle. If they said, throw a vote for them to come back, will anybody accept them? Is there anybody who will want these people to come back to this struggle, to sit with them and discuss? It's very impossible. Now, another point. When things are going not right, we're trying to, because we rely on them to pass information to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the one we can pass. But when you pass to, sometimes he will ask me, you have information from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? I say, yes, I have. And sometimes I know any information I give him, he will just ask Kalonda if he will tell Onyendu or not. If Kalonda don't approve it, he will not tell it to Onyendu. Because there was an issue. One day we called him in a meeting. I told him, this is 1 year plus 6 months. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had the rendition. And I saw you came out to, you try to exonerate the brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the secretary. That they know nothing about the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the kidnapping and about his rendition. That they don't have anything, they don't know anything about. I said 1 year and 6 months. Why is it that Onyendu don't want to exonerate the GOS? That the GOS did not know anything about his rendition, because that is one thing. They have killed many people. That is one thing people have suffered. That is one thing many GOS members, it has become a stigma on them as people who sold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And as I'm saying this thing, I want everybody to Just open your ears and hear what Ejimako told me. Ejimako told me he had never seen anybody who said that the GOS is behind the rendition of Nnamdi Kanu. And this was there's another lawyer there, man who was there. I said, did you say what? Tell me, you have never heard it. No one has ever said that GOS. I said, really? Ejimako. From that day, I became more careful whatever I would discuss with him. That was when I realized there is nothing. And along the line, most of you did not understand. There are some newspaper publications Ejimako was writing to defend Ebrima. When they became, and every time when we talk with him, he tells us, hey, you people don't give me money. DOS, do they give me money? Who are we giving money? Which lawyer are we giving money? There is no lawyer. IPOB is taking. Most of them do this job even help from their pocket. There is no money. They are the one meeting on the leadership. There is no money they get for them to give to them. And we believe you that is meeting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If there is anything he's supposed to give, he cannot. If there is a case we want you to go for it. We will, because that is always the you people give money. DOS, do they give me money? Maybe because we are not giving him money, he look for where they are giving him money. But to bring this story short, what the problem that leads to people to confront Ejimako is not because of the letter that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you understanding me, gave to him. The letter is authentic. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gave that letter. In fact, the letter came late. Nobody, unless a stupid person like those, his conspirators, because they fight it, they know themselves. Nobody, no IPOB member or no IPOB leadership who did not know that it was only you that gave it. No, we all knew. But our problem was that when Ejimako was given that particular letter, he went further to go on the newspaper, on the television, and write television. That is where the anger comes in. To tell people that he knew all the things we are saying about the criminality in our place. Himself also knows issues where people's car have been taken. He knew that. We tried also to help to make sure those cars were recovered. Ejimako knew. When baby, let me say this thing very clear. Everybody remember baby. It is because of baby that we send men inside Uruala. Because Ejimako called. There are people disturbing in their place. That they say they are ESL. I told him they are not. We continue investigation and found out that baby and his gang have relocated from also when they were having problems with those people and went to Uruala and start attacking people in the marketplace. He called me and I told him, Barrister, these people are not our people. But you are our barrister. You cannot bring this issue and we kept silent. I told him, don't worry, we will do our best. That was what led to haunting of baby. You remember baby that many of them who were promoting, supporting the one they were asking. Baby was terrorizing Uruala. Before we send people in to make sure that baby and his team were neutralized. How can at the end of the day, people committing crimes, you now come on the national television and say the same people of Simon Eka is the same, they are the same followers of Nnamdi Kanu. How can you say that? When you know that somebody tells you he's an autopilot. This thing did not happen months back. He told you he had his own liberation army. He had this Biafra liberation army. He's the prime minister of the Biafra government in exile. You knew all this. These things are not new to you. And you say they belong to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi, this is where the problem comes in. This is where you see the anger of Biafrans on Aloy Ejimako. There are many things that we don't need to share on air. It's not necessary. But this is where the problem comes in. He knew when the Prime Minister crowned himself from spokesperson to ESN, every title he has taken. And at the end of the day, he knew. He said he knew all the publication. How is the Prime Minister? He knew all those things. He saw those things. He saw his liberation. He formed his own liberation. He saw his autopilot. How can you take all these things and say they are from Nnamdi Kanu? I want to understand. Unless there is something Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is telling you that we don't know, and if he's telling you those things, so what is the essence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu telling you he did not authorize a Perima or anything? And that is where the problem comes in. Yes, Madubugu came on air. He said everything the message they sent, it is based on that. Madubugu is saying that I think Madubugu will be coming on air tomorrow also, and he can clarify on that. Yes, the message Allah brought to the public against the Perima is from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. No doubt about it. Nobody is arguing for it. That is how it is. But one thing is this: why after 2 years? Why told the DOS to stop the sit at home from day one? From day 1, 6th of August 2021. Then why going in the back? Because Allah was one of the people who delivered that message that only to say we should stop sit at home. So if Allah delivered this message in 2021, how can he go from the back also? Working with this secret secretary who is using, and he knew, we are telling him, he's in connection with politicians, he knows what they are talking that is happening. So, for people that don't know, for people that came into the struggle yesterday and start talking on the social media, you are one of the biggest fools. Why we don't talk much on the social media? Because it's a crazy world. Everybody have free, as long as you have data, you can type in something. It does not move, it does not shake off because we know the truth. Some people come, they say, what are you doing? You want us to come and tell you? Is that what you're looking at? You think the system of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not our own system. Because we know there are things we need to make corrections since Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Do you know how many consultants working for IPOB? Don't expect us to announce it on air. We will not do that. Our own is not, we are not looking for anybody to praise us. And I can say something there, man. You know, some of them come, they talk about, oh, Chinedu don't talk. Chinedu don't talk. I want Mazi, every Biafran here, everybody listening, after this broadcast, go and watch Ojukwu. Does Ojukwu talk too much? Ojukwu is soft-spoken. Have you ever seen Ojukwu talking too much? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came, that is his own nature, his own style of leadership. And people must not be like him. If Chinedu comes up and is a soft-spoken leader, does that make him a weak leader? Take him out, let us see. Leadership is not about an individual. Leadership is about an institution. That is what we have created in IPOB. We want to create IPOB in such a way that anybody can come in and be the leader who is capable, whether you talk or you follow the principles and the structure and everything, as long as they are put in place. You come, you think. I could remember when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, some people were talking, oh, had it been Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is as big as Uchemefo, with big stomach, people will be afraid of him. You see, in their mind, that is the mentality they know. Just like some men, they want to marry a woman, whether she has brain or no brain, they just want they want a big woman, a very gigantic woman they will marry. But that makes those who marry a small woman not to have the same thing they can get. Why I'm saying this is that all these people, Biafran, IPOB, media warriors, these kind of people block them on social media. Or we have passed the stage. One thing people don't understand is that in this movement, it's stage by stage. There was a time we are trying for people to know who we are. We are trying to share our grievances. were trying to, you understand me, when they were calling us miscreants, that time, we do everything to make sure that the public, the international community knows us. Today, they knew IPOB. They knew the reason why IPOB is agitated. Nobody call you a miscreant again. Today, they address you as a Biafra, or they call you an IPOB member. That is the thing. And when we have come to this stage, we need another strategy. The way we speak, the way we convince people, the way we talk to people. At this moment, it is not your papa, your mama. You educate somebody because you have a lot of information to pass out. Because they are new. They have nothing to offer. They can't even make a simple argument. They can't be constructive. That is why you need to be very, very focused. Mazi, to go further on this issue, you know, the visit of Nnamdi has opened the eyes of many things. Just that short visit, a visit that has been denied for over 2 years. We wish that it is how Kadiama wanted. Because you found out that for 2 years, they have lied for Nnamdi Kanu for many things. And which our brother was saying, who is feeding you? Nnamdi was asking, who is feeding you these things? Let me ask everybody, you know, when I come on there, I want to explain things that people can understand. Let me ask all IPOB members, families around the world. Any coordinator, any continental rep, do you communicate with Kalonta? Do you tell him the day-to-day activities of this movement? No. Do any one of you present him what the leadership is doing, you know, from the top to down? No. But how can he be able to know what is happening in IPOB leadership? In IPOB. He is not in IPOB presently. Even before, he's just because a brother to Mazi can be paid this. He don't even know how IPOB. I have been in this struggle for 10 years. He may have discussion with his brother, there is no doubt about that. But in IPOB structure, I have never seen him in any meeting for IPOB structure. I have never seen him for everything we are doing. So where do they get the information that they go to feed Onyendu or based on only gossip? For example, all of you saw what he wrote last time that they went to Chinasa's hotel in Imo State, where they came to catch me. Then I ran away from the hotel. The other time he said that my parents are living in the military barracks, that I took my parents and ran, they are living inside the military barracks in Abia State. Does this now tell you people when this blackmail that the moment they arrest Nnamdi Kanu, that Chinedu, Chinasa and the powerful were in Nigeria cruising with their jeep and lavishing money? Have you people seen where that are you seeing the connection? All these things I'm telling you, they're going to fit Onyendu these lies. And Onyendu, of course, he's a human being. He can be wondering, is this the people I left? Is this the men that I left that are doing these things? Some he might believe, some he might not believe. But I'm not putting any blame on him until he comes up. These people went to the point. Look at the media warriors. The job all of you are doing. All of you coming on the social media. You know why I'm saying this thing? You know, somebody almost made the Giyama or I am saying these things because maybe tomorrow, if I'm not alive, Onyendu comes out or anything happens, people will say, Chinasa once said this thing on the radio. These people went to the point to say that IPOB leadership don't talk about Onyendu again. The media, we have totally, you understand me, that it is now, we are doing that we have hijacked the radio. All the protests we are doing around the world, they don't tell Onyendu anything. They don't tell them people protest for him. They don't tell him anything. What they go there is say the leadership do this, the leadership do that, the leadership do this, they did that, they did this, and sometimes even to the point that is somebody I'm not going to call his name, that is an enemy to Onyendu. He goes to visit Onyendu sometimes. This is a man, I have never spoken to him in my life. I don't see him. I cannot recognize him. Chinedu have not spoken to him. Because I know if me and Chinedu, let me say me, if me, Chinedu have not spoken to him, automatically it's difficult to hear that Edozium has spoken to him, or Mazi or Azayoba or Abani, if I have not spoken to him. A man who has not spoken to Chinedu before. He don't know how I look. I don't even know him. These are people, when they concocted, these are people who are setting all kind of lies against the leadership of IPOB. They don't speak with you. At least somebody says something, they will come to you and ask, I hear something like this. But they go straight, even to the point they tell Onyendu, ESN is no more. It's just like to make him to give up inside the prison. That ESN, no, everything is, you understand me, IPOB is gone. It's only them now. Let me ask this simple question. Who among Onyendu family can compete the least IPOB media warrior what they are doing on social media for the release of Nnamdi Kanu? Which one of them is capable to do the job? I'm not talking about myself because I am on social media for 10 years, for more than 10 years. And my message is only one, restoration of Biafra. Anytime Nnamdi Kanu is being detained, I will also continue fighting. And somebody will go and tell, they are feeding Nnamdi Kanu with lies, making him, even they want him to go crazy because when he's there, he says, so the leadership have abandoned me. Sometimes whatever he says, you may not blame him.
Mazi, can I cut in here so that you continue with the flow?
I want everybody to listen very well. Have all of you forgotten? Released by Kanu.
Mazi, can I cut in here? Mazi, can I cut in here so that you continue with all these things that are happening? And, these are, the grand plan of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu being kept in order to destroy the movement. Do you think that these people are helping as they are talking about release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but actually the actions are proving otherwise, showing the Nigerian government, the green light to continue detaining him? Do you think that with all these things happening, that it will be easy for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be released? Because the Nigerian government might be thinking that, look, the more they continue, the more there will be confusions, and the more the movement will be destroyed. Don't you think so? Mazi, continue.
Mazi, let me tell you something. If you ask Mazi or Former, you ask other people. Even if we feel upset, okay, about something, we can only communicate through the lawyers. We don't have any other means. Sometimes also, somebody like me, I don't communicate. Reasons, I have reasons. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in the hands of the enemy. Messages, if you pass a message to somebody who don't know the foundation, or like a signal for the person to understand, they may not effectively communicate that information. We don't write. Reasons are, if the enemy is in the hands of the enemy, if they found out there is a grudge or anger in us, are you understanding my point? Maybe we are not happy for something, or they may use it, they get a very big chance to use it to attack, widen the anger, widen the problem. We understand those things. And that's why, anyhow it is, we keep our camp. With the black men, with everything. First, let me tell you, people in America, I want to ask every one of you, and because I'm saying this in these are the lies they have put on the members of the people in America. Let me ask you something. Is it Chinedu that closed the account in America Does Chike doesn't know what happened in the account in America? I'm sure the answer is no. Is it Chike doesn't people in Germany, the German family? Is it Chike doesn't that closed the account in Germany? Is it Chike doesn't? Because why I'm saying this is so that you people will know the lies they put on this gentleman. They told Onyendu that Chike doesn't was the one that closed the account in America. The account, me and Chukwu, your former, went to talk about, even we become enemies because we asked them when they were saying it is in Nayanya, we told them, give us evidence that it was Nayanya that closed this account. The people, the women in America are there. If I am lying, come and tell me. Me and Chukwu, your former, told them, give us a subpoena if you think, so that we can show it to the leadership. This is true, it is not. But today, they say the Chike doesn't close the account. They say the Chike doesn't close the account in Germany. They say the Chike doesn't close the account in South Africa. You know why I'm saying this thing? So that all of you will open your ears and know the type of black men. The type of black men these people are doing. And the person who generates most of this blackness is coming from Kingsley, Kanu. Every black man against Chike Doziem and all these things comes from Kanu. They say Chike Doziem closed the account in Italy. I call these 4 countries so that all of you will be awake. The day Onyendu will come out. You people must stand up to tell him the truth. How you people's accounts were closed. Today, Mazi, every Biafran, remember, if you remember the note, HAUSA circulated everywhere. Are we not contradicting ourselves that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu banned the DOS not to talk about Simon Ekpa? Banned. If somebody has that paper, please republish it on social media. They brought this document because we were exposing what they were doing, and they were not happy because they were using him to do certain things. This document was in the public domain. So, if only to ban the DOS not to speak about Simon Ekpa. Now, ask yourself, Onyendu said, make a paper disassociating himself. Also, if we want to be selfish, we will say, let us wait until Onyendu leaves the ban. Until he leaves the ban, that DOS should not talk about this. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Because we know what all that the games they were offering. The documents are there. They share it on social media. Mazi, when I start shouting about Asari Dokubo, when I was screaming about Asari Dokubo in Imo State, because I knew Asari Dokubo was working. I knew Asari Dokubo was important. At the early stage, it was Ospak that it was Ospak that Rosemary was working with Wilke. Ospak, they continued to kill Ospak in Imo State, kill Ospak in Imo State. And they Wilke went a different way before he contracted Asari Dokubo. Mazi, do you believe that all that time Asari, today Asari is also shouting everywhere his private army, he's saying how he came in Imo State. Do you believe that when I was shouted and Powerful was writing press release against Asari Dokubo, they brought a message that Onyendu said Powerful should not write about Asari again. But Asari was working with Hoku Zodema and they have a business with Hoku Zodema. I am saying it on the radio. Powerful is there. They told him, don't write about Asari Dokubo again. If you write about Asari Dokubo, this will happen to you. What are we doing to ourselves? Then Asari grow wings until they saw Asari in Asuro. where he was pronouncing how they will kill, don't release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. All of a sudden they wake up. They come to tell us, hey, nobody is saying that we are there. As far as he said, attacking Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, nobody is saying anything. Why all this? What is? Are we not big enough to take decisions that we make this problem? What? Let me tell you people one thing. Denial and shifting blame is a very big war instrument. People should know that. Denial and shifting blame is always a strategy by secret service to dislodge an movement. It's not any movement. This is what we have gone in the hands of our people. I don't want to talk about the ones they lied against me, because I know record will not lie. But Nnamdi told Onyendu that she has given me something million. And I said, okay, maybe the accounts are there. And when Onyendu come out, I will make it public. There are things I will never want it to go under the table. I started to ask. I said to myself, when was the last time I had anything to do with Nnamdi? Because why I'm saying is these are information that come out. I said, I hope she has the record. I have said this thing on Radio Biafra on many occasions since 26th December. 26th December 2021. Everybody put this date down. 26th December, that was the last date. This is the last day I have anything to do with Nnamdi today. This is the last day I stopped requesting anything from Nnamdi. The last day I have spoken to her. The last day I have given her any message till date. Reasons are there. There are reasons. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was rendition, he gave instruction, if we need anything, we can take it from Nnamdi. Money for things, and we know the site he's talking about. I used to send Nnamdi messages of our fallen people to bury, people that have cases that they bring out. I'm sure any transaction she made, I am 100% sure she has the account. She is not somebody you can get money from her without writing the reason for the money, which I knew. They are all there. But the time I was very careful before this date was when I requested money from him the first time, after Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was brought in Nigeria, I made that request CC to Chika Edoziem, CC to Nzurumike, and CC to Chukwudi Ofoma. When I sent that request to her, she told me that if I want her to release any money, I should not CC anybody about any request that I want, if I want to get money from her. But I can only send it to her. And I didn't feel comfortable. Because I know the way this woman behaves. I said, if I do things only with this woman, why not I've ordered them as a one day. And the same message, because then when they will talk to tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they'll just come out and they will start blackmailing you. I know, I think ahead of them. The same message she sent for me, I sent it to Mazi Ofoma. I sent it to HOD, sent it to Mazi Nzurumike. I said, see, I'm making a request that I want people to be aware that I'm making a request. But this woman told me if I get anybody CC of my request, that she will. Then, Mazi Ofoma advised me, this is a simple thing, make request to her, and just for her to see, then you will send a copy to Edoziem, or that's all. I said, okay. So any request I make for her, we make screenshot, I send it to Mazi Edoziem. And most of the requests were people in the court. People that were being held people to bury. Many people were mainly burials, people being held, and some of the officers, their parents died. They need to bury them. That was where the range of our request. Now, on 26th, I made a request about some of our members in the prison in Abuja, which Mrs. Segole was inside, Ngozi Adade was inside. Many of them were inside in Abuja.
Mazi, do we need all these details? Is it not so detailed?
Yes. No, Mazi is better because that accusation is there. Are you understanding me? I'm saying it because that accusation is there. I may not be here tomorrow. We don't know. But I'm saying I just want to cut it short. Mazi, at that particular time, I asked this woman, there are people in the prison in Ebonyi State and people in prison in Cross River. When I ask, I want to say why I stopped communicating to her, asking her for anything. That's where I'm coming to. When I asked her, I asked her to send money to people in the prison. It was during December time, there was cold, and some of them are still in prison. They are still in prison till today. They are still in prison. And the people in Cross River, I told her, please, I didn't ask something that I can do also on myself when I have money. Send Ebonyi people 200,000, send people in Cross River 150,000. She told me she will not do it. That unless I give him a lawyer. I told him these are people in the prison. The one in Abuja that gives to Emeka, President Emeka. The one in there gives to their welfare. These guys are in the prison. It's cold period. She told me she will not do it. I told her why. Said she should not ask her unnecessary question. That was when I told her I will never come to you again to ask her for our people. Because I found out you are using it as a ransom. She told me if you don't come to me, other people will come to me. Until today, I never go to her because I'm a man of principle. And I sent it to Mazi to him. I don't know later whether she sent it to them, and that was the end. You know why I'm saying this thing? The way they have planned to destroy this struggle. And there are people, when we see them in this struggle, we start shouting. And let me give you another example. You see the audio message you hear in where they will say they will kill Mazi, that Onyendu gave him weapons. Which weapons? It is Kalonda that started that lie. That was what he used and deceived many people in Biafra land. When he wants to blackmail you, and people believe him that his brother Mazi, that Onyendu gave you so things that you sold it and get the money. And that lie is still 3 times they have gone, they want to kill Mazi because of that thing. 3 times. Something a man does not know, have no information about it. And he knew nothing like that. People have died where they are defending those things. But because they're holding the money, they thought they would destroy the struggle. Their aim was to dislodge this struggle, but today they have understood that this Biafran mission is ordained by Chukwu Ikadiama, not by man. You know, when they hold Mazi, when they were trying to destroy, you see this boy they call Solomon Ebo in Enugu State, in UK, the one that following them we talk about, that before attack Mazi and say he have begged him. You know what they do when they hear some of our members have problems? They call them. I'm telling you, maybe they're listening and they know, I know everything. They will say, why this guy didn't say it? We keep it for the rainy days. There are many information. Everything they did, we have. He called one of the principal officers in Biafra land. He said, oh, we hear you have, it was Solomon Ebu, called the guy. We know we hear that you have house issues. What happened? Why they are not paying your house issues? He said, I have told the leadership, they told me to wait. He said, oh, you are waiting for the leadership. They will not do it. They will eat the money. They will never give you anything. The blackmail Chinedu, when he talked like that, he got the telephone. Few minutes, Kalonda called the guy. He said, the guy, I hear that you have problem, house problem. Why you don't come to me and tell me this? The guy said, well, I have told the leadership. He said, oh, leadership? Tell me leadership. They will not do it. Ask him, how much is your house rent? The guy told him, He said, I told you they will never do it for you. People that are hearing my voice, you know what this leadership have done for all of you. Both the one from our boss and the one the leadership have tried to keep to make sure this struggle is moving. There has been, when they deny us funds, they deny us funds. He told the guy, okay, send me your account number, I will put that money for you. He said, excuse me, I need one favor from you. This is Kanu talking to the guy. He's a principal officer. He said, I need one favor from you. He said, what's that favor? He said, I want you to go around the state, collect the workshop of every ESN commander, put them in one forum. I want to be addressing them. Make Skype for them, prepare Skype for them. Then when you prepare this thing, you call me, I will be addressing them. The guy said, frankly, I don't know about ESN commander, so I am not aware who is who. He said, if you need this information, I think the best person you can ask this thing is Mazi. He said, the guy who? He told him this is an insult for calling my name where he is. That he started to abuse the guy in papa, in mama, curse him. The guy said, what did I do? He cursed the guy until he closed the telephone on the guy.
Mazi, can I ask you? Mazi, please. Mazi, can I come in here?
Yes.
Because, this thing you are saying, sometimes it will be, I know many people will be itching. Then when they are big and you know why I say this? Let me ask, which money is this guy, Kanu Takano, dishing out? Or we go Henshi, we go IPOB, or we go Nkakbaya? That is what how can an organization be held hostage, the fund, and now they'll be using it to as they want to do well and this and that to gather favor from people, whereas the organization is there with the structure and we believe that things are going well.
They are surprised. How are the men being taken care of? In other states, they send somebody. He went to ask the students, you people, are you people eating? Are you people eating? If you are not eating, this woman, remember she's the one in charge of the finance, so he will let me know. He said I should ask you people, if you are not eating, they will give you money. We got the information. And Makachineke, on this platform, I told the people, if that guy come close to the camp, come close to ask anybody, kill him. Don't we have any of them that tried that nonsense, because that was what they did at the early stage. They destabilize, they use the money in their possession, and they go, when they do that, when they cannot, they go to Union, they tell you ESN nothing, they are not doing anything. They don't know about ESN. They don't know the work of ESN. They don't know. But what they are doing is they hear that ESN pursue Fulani somewhere. Some of them ran to governor. You see, ESN is doing, they are pursuing Fulani, they are helping you to control security. We need some money. They take money on behalf of ESN. We have all the records. But I'm not going that side. Because that's not going to go. The no time they say we here, but you're with it. That's all that. Thank you. I will turn over it. These are the things they have done, trying to discredit the leadership. Because of me, what have I done? Somebody can ask them, what did Chinasamoru do to you people? Just ask them this question. Ask them this simple question. What have I, maybe because I'm so outspoken, they cannot intimidate us. We are not people that they can come and bow down for them. We don't bow for people. We respect Nnamdi Kanu. We adore him. We obey him. But if we reach where the siblings of Nnamdi Kanu will ride on our head, because if it's not Nnamdi Kanu, and because of Nnamdi Kanu, every member of the family of Nnamdi Kanu have ridden on this struggle. They have ridden on this leadership. If they have did this to us, And we are still here respecting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is a very great sacrifice. We have not, because of what his family did to us, we have not disrespected Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for one day. I have brothers and sisters. Chinedu have brothers and sisters. Azayoba have brothers and sisters. Mazi Nnamdi, all of us have brothers and sisters. People who are outspoken also like us. But all of us cannot be. I don't think my brother can insult somebody because of this struggle. My sister cannot insult somebody because of this struggle. We are contributing, and many of us. This one, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sibling will insult us, blackmail us, the sister will blackmail us, the in-law will blackmail us. Then you ask yourself, what are we in? If we are not called for this struggle, by now we will be having problems everywhere. Look at the person they nurture. All that they did with Eperima was to destroy the leadership. Nothing more. There is nothing more, nothing less. All this thing you see Eperima ranting, all this, they were feeding him with some information. Sometimes Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will give information to Emma Power to put it in a press release. They will also, they get an information, they give it to Eperima. Eperima will use it and run to the distance. And they start making broadcasting, fishing out order. They were sabotaging this struggle for 2 years. When we finish our work, we say we are done. Let Chukwuka do the rest. And that is the prayer everybody is supposed to be praying. And that is all. So, you know, if I go on this land, we are not going to leave here today. And I would like to stop here. In case there are questions you want to also put down, I am here before we go to the next topic.
Yes, you know, in all this, there is news headline.
Are you there?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I muted my listen with you. Sorry. Yes, I was talking before. I said yes. There is a question about this. There is one news or news headline talking about the Nigerian defense chief. He said that IPOB that is going to finish IPOB. You know, I want to know from you. Talk about it, please. What has brought this? Is it because he is a new, defense chief, or is it because of maybe the way he saw things are happening with like what you have been describing with the Onyendu siblings and others, what they are doing? You know, what brought about? He said your days are numbered. The defense chief wants IPOB. What do you have to say about it?
Mazi, like I made a short post on that particular topic. Our days are numbered. How? It is his own days that are numbered. He just came in as a defense chief. He has a limited time to be on that seat. His own situation, his own position is numbered, not IPO. We are here for eternity because we die, our children continue. Biafra, you understanding me? It's not when Buhari came in, the dead Buhari. We fought him for 8 years and he's gone. And currently the chief of staff is telling us our days are numbered. That's to show you the last knowledge of whom he's trying to fight against. If our days are numbered, why couldn't Buhari achieve it? If they think our days are numbered. For me, that's why we are fighting about the criminality in our land. Because they use all those things trying to step in. Mazi, you see how they are catching people who are using the name of IPOB, small boys, that they deceive. You understand me? Ignorant. So the few people he has caught these days, his shoulders are hard. He thought he's catching IPOB members. And he will say they are IPOB. Because somebody somewhere, without no structure, no coordinator, just tell people, he talks this. That is what, if we are not smart enough, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not smart enough, that's what we would have started. But we first built IPOB as a movement, an ideology. And that is why none of them can be able to destroy IPOB. Where will he be able to destroy IPOB? In Abia State, in Imo State. And if, as we have found out now, we are going to convince somebody in his family who will start talking about IPOB inside his family, in his office. People who will be making arguments about him. That is very simple, Mazi. You know, people can come, he's the new chief of staff, he has right, talk is cheap, he can say it, and when he's finished saying it, the other ones that came in, Rabo and all this, they all said those things. So, we are not worried when you say our days are numbered. If you say our days are numbered, let him expatiate. He says he's going to kill IPOB members, kill the old Igbo people, or what? Mazi, I will tell you something. Let me use this chance to think something. You know, our people don't know what is facing them. They don't know what the Nigerian government is doing against them. That is one thing you have to know. Our people thought that the struggle for the restoration of Biafra is about IPOB. No. In the international circle, in the government of the world, different governments, you know, both in Europe and everywhere, what Nigerian government does is to blackmail the whole Igbo race. When they are writing anything against IPOB, they only put IPOB as a separatist group. But the whole blackmail, using the derogatory words, is against the Igbo race, against the people of the Eastern region. And you see them, their plans, they are telling the foreign countries that you see these Igbo people that are in your countries making money. These Igbo people that are making businesses, you see them that all their money is being pushed to Biafra land through the Hawala system or through a clandestine operation. They are using it to form the separation is for a separate state. That they should remember this is a Biafran, so they should remember that this is a Chinese, so Chinese of Africa. When they say these words to the Western world, they became careful because the Western world is always jittery when they hear about Chinese. They know what Chinese can do. But these are the kind of messages Nigerian government push out there to the foreign countries. So when those who are doing this job for them tell them, don't worry, we are getting them, we are doing them this, we do them that, we do. And it is not only about the evil people, even some part of Edo, they put them inside. Everybody, some part of Edo, they will rule that area and they show you that that is so. You know, people are just disturbing themselves. People are just out of ignorance. They don't know what is facing them. Our people have put their minds so much on this buying and selling, on what to eat, they don't even know the danger they are facing as a race. That every morning, if Nigeria has that capacity, if they can, they want to know every single money every Igbo man sent into Biafra land or sent into Nigeria because of IPOB. That's why many of them, when a chief of staff say this kind of statement, they're supposed to rise up against him. Because when they say IPOB, they think, oh, they're talking about these IPOB people. But how many people are being killed because of IPOB? Because you are evil. You are being profiled. You go to the airport. They know you as an evil. You are being profiled. Buhari did this in Malaysia. When he was in Malaysia, he talked about the people bringing bad name for Nigeria and people from the Southeast in particular. And the Malaysian president tried to correct him. You can't come to a country and you try to segregate your country to talk down on a pride. Our people must understand. They were here, Asari Dokubo lashed on them. Why won't the defense chief lash on them? Well, one thing I have for the defense chief. This is a war Boko Haram is dead. Their days are not numbered. It's IPOB in the southeast that their days are numbered. Well, I'm not going to challenge. What we are doing is to debunk the rubbish that he has said. If he said that he is the chief of staff, that nobody do this, then now, let him come. Let him come and the end IPO. Or if he wants, I bet him. Let us bet. Let us bet. Everybody says the chief of staff, I bet him. I bet him 5 million naira. Let him end IPO and give us the day he will end IPO. It's a challenge. Let us make a bet. Tell us when you want to end IPO. In 1 year? In 2 years? I bet him. 5 million naira bet. Those who knows him, tell him that Charles Awolo bet him to destroy IPO. If he destroy IPO, the 5 million naira, I will give it to him. Thank you, Mazi Chinedu.
Ndewo, Mazi. And before the lines are open, I want you to address all these things, all these issues too. These 2 points I want to bring out now. You know, it seems we have forgotten. We are in 2023. Last few months we saw the election in Nigeria. Before that, our people have been massacred. Even the rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, supposedly, among other things, in order to quieten him, to stop him, so that there will be Igbo presidency. Mazi, for me, this is not something that should be forgotten in a jiffy or in a hurry. That's why anytime I'm on I am always asking, where is the Igbo presidency 2023? So what I want to ask now is what is the leadership of talking about the failed Igbo presidency? Because this thing, they used this thing to massacre our people and to make sure that IPOB was put in a state of stupor. Can I say that? But today, the Ohanese Igbo, they are crying for, agitating for ministerial posts. No more Igbo presidency. So, is the leadership asking this question officially, or are they going to ask it? Because we shouldn't forget this in a hurry. Igbo presidency, Igbo presidency, Igbo presidency. That is number one. The second, because I want you to treat the 2 questions before we open the lines. And the second point is this. We saw the statistics, the report of the checkpoints in our land, that I think this year alone, 600 billion naira taken out of the purses of Biafrans in the southeast. And if I'm not in Biafra land, southeast and south-south, so to say. It's only this 600 billion naira. From 2020 or 2021, 2 or 3 years back, they talked about 2.3 or 2-point-something trillion naira taken out from our pockets, the pockets of our people, every Biafran. So, and some time ago, when our leader was here, we talk about, taking all these checkpoints out of our land. So please, can you address these 2 core issues, please, so that people will hear it? There were.
The issue of Igbo presidency, we leave it for them, maybe people who have time, they can ask them that. Because before that, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have said that there is nothing like Igbo presidency, and that they will never get. How many times have he said that? On many occasions. Even when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in detention, we continue with that message. But anytime we try to preach or educate our people on that, they see us as a threat, and those who are denying them what they're supposed to get. You just saw what happened. That's why during the election, we don't want to come, we do not want to tamper, we just allow everything to. Even the Igbo presidency they are talking. Of course, they will tell you it's politics. People can support whoever they want to support, and it is not mandatory they can support Obi. But you see, because of the Igbo presidency, instead it will go to Obi, Tinubu rather will go to war. Because the Nigerian constitution made it very clear that if a president cannot be removed, especially if he engages in war, he cannot be removed. So the hope of even Igbo presidency, those hoping or hoping for it, those things are just wishful thinking. It's not going to happen in Nigeria. And the earlier our people made up their mind and move forward to the restoration of Biafra, the better for them. If not, in the next 4 years, you see, one thing is that what HAUSA is doing now is what HAUSA-SERVICE have done years back. Mazi, we were in a meeting the other day, one of our members said, he said, if this time is the time of Chinedu, this is his own time. When do you think our time will come, or the time of HAUSA-SERVICE will come? That means we're talking about, if at 70-something is the time of Chinedu, when do you think will be the time of HAUSA-SERVICE or time of, you see the kind of people who are being given Nigerian presidency? Igbo presidency is a dream that can never be realized as long as we remain in that contraction called Nigeria. One thing is that our people will be attacking their own people than to focus and move on. For us, in IPOB, the Igbo presidency is over. That was the period. It's over. We told them next time also, when they come out, we will tell them again, this is a dream that cannot be realized. It's better that you support this movement for us to march on for the freedom for Biafra. What we are preaching is what and giving people the impetus, the strength to rise up. Like somebody said, Nigeria have no revolutionists. There is no revolutionist in Nigeria who can take up things and make it happen. You can only find them in the Sahel. That's why you see queues happening up and down. In Nigeria, no. Even if a queue happens in Nigeria tomorrow, it will have within the army circle, it's impossible. Because they already is a divided nation. It's a divided nation. If an Igbo man take up the power now, through a queue, what will happen? The North will come against, the Yoruba will come against him. You took the power because Obi, then if an Hausa man takes power now, they will say, Yoruba will say, oh, hey, you don't want Tinubu to rule. Who will do it? That's why any presidency, nobody will allow anybody to be able to rule him. You can't be a leader of another people. You can only be a leader of your people. These things they are talking, why not? If Biafra is restored, then you talk about you want Igbo presidency, you talk. Because if Biafra comes, it's from Nnamdi. Maybe that time we will return to Anambra presidency or with a presidency. You know our people love division so much. They will remember, and the other presidency. These things are only way our people have learned. The inability of our people to work as a unit, in unity, have caused them every simple thing there is division. Because people want position, they want to be acknowledged, people want to be in front, everybody wants to be the leader. That is the problem they have. And the Igbo presidency, people can cause those who want to remind them, we will always remind them about the Igbo presidency so that maybe they will wake up. And secondly, for Mazi, what you said, the report about police extortion in our place, that's one of the evidence to show our land is militarized. That's to show it didn't start today. But we found out that it's something that is not going to go away very soon unless we restore Biafra. Because one thing is this, when you put pressure and remove the police or the army along the way, some of them remove their uniform because they cannot be able to extort from our people. They take mercy and they start to attack and kidnap to make the road, you understand me, for the commuters not safe. There was a video circulating since yesterday, some Fulani people that was arrested. They were part of the people that attacked that sister along that Enugu Express. And there's some ESN officers whom were assigned in that location managed to capture 2 of them. If you watch the video, you hear what the guy, when they're asking them, where are those guns you people are using? He says it's with the Oga. Which Oga? He said the guns is used to give, it is the military that gives it to them. They will make operation. cause havoc along the road, return the gun, bring commission. Our land is a land of exploitation. The white, the Westerners, the British, the Americans are exploiting us. The Nigerian police is exploiting us. The governors are taxing our people. It is a land. The pastors are calling people in the pulpit. Nothing is working. Everybody is a country. Crocodile eat crocodile. Snake eat snake. That is how they have made our land to be. So, Mazi, it is very, very difficult because the moment you remove them from taking that 50 naira, taking that 100 naira they are taking with their POS, because they see it is the safest way to make money, oppress the people, to intimidate them with the gun. The government knows. The governors, they don't know. They know. Some people, let me tell you, people are buying the road. People are buying the road. Leave this road for me. It was like when Mama Joseph Kanu was alive, or I think the mother is still alive. When Joseph Kanu was the governor, the mother sell, he sell a correct road. He sell to those who collect taxes. This is the way police operate in our land. Tax force. That's why that time you will see like a correct road, tax force people who are collecting money. They maybe he bought it from Mama Joseph Kanu, pay cash for the month. Every month is returning, and they go with army, go with police. Collect money from people. The same way they are doing on the highway. This road to this road. Let me get this road. All the returns have somebody they are accounting it for. Where can I leave this road for me? All against our own people. But do our people understand what we are into? Do they know that we are under bondage? Do they know that that is not the way people live? Why the police will be escorting? Nobody wants to talk. Nobody can even ask questions. Instead, the people in the car will tell you, okay, give an number, we they go. Give an number. In a transport, somebody is in your car, you are traveling, the army will bring him down. Take him down, the driver moves. It's not his problem. You are bringing somebody from Lagos. You can't even ask anything. They tell him, bring your bag. A young man, maybe they found money in his account. The driver will not even, I'm coming with this guy from Lagos. No, they will not. They will just hand you over and the people will say, I beg, they follow them. If you have any problem, go and settle with them. Because this is the attitude that our people have developed. And this is a very destructive way of life.
Mazi, highly destructive. What you are saying, highly destructive. The person will be left alone to be slaughtered or to be, and they go their way. Nobody cares.
When they step this guy down, maybe in the middle of expressway, maybe from Delta State to Onisha. Maybe the guy don't know even anybody that place. He don't have anybody. And that is how that person, they can be killed, they can stop everything. He can't say no. This is a passenger with me. He didn't do anything. He didn't rob the car. Sometimes somebody don't even know anything, but maybe they found money in his hand, they found money in his account, and they are ready to do anything. And our people, so it has become very difficult. But we must continue to speak up. That money is just for a year. This is what they are making. Many policemen in Biafra land, they don't only end up in extortion, they build churches also. Why they escort you on the road, they escort people also in the churches. If you go to about many policemen own churches. They own churches. The people, they will pray and come on the road, they control. This is how, and nobody says anything because some pastors are one side exploiting the people and people are happy. They are exploiting you through the church and you are happy. Why won't policeman exploit his own? Why won't you be happy? Because we have demonstrated stupidity to the highest level. So these are the situations, but we continue to fight it. And I know if Biafra is restored, some of these problems, people must say bye-bye to it. Thank you, Mazi Chinedu.
Something that entered my mind, although you talked it, please, you see what is happening in Africa today, mostly West Africa. One of the main reasons why the West wants to use Chinedu and Co to fight Niger Republic or the military junta is because of gas coming from Biafra land. Gas from Okwa, which the Europeans want to use to replace Nord Stream gas from Russia. You know? So, that's why if people are saying that, oh no, this thing doesn't concern, I laugh. It concerns us more than anything. So, what are you going to say about what is happening mostly in Africa, in West Africa? Now, please, before the lines will be open. Go on, Mazi.
Mazi, thank you so much on this particular issue. You know, I want to tell our people, because you know our people are people of emotions. They don't critically analyze things. You see people coming on social media, let's go to Russia, let's go to Russia, let's go to this. They are not asking. I have said this thing that international politics, from our experience, from things we have done, who we have tried to engage, we realize it is not on emotions. You cannot win the hearts of countries that have economic interests in your place through crying or through impressing them or through telling them, oh, we need your help. It doesn't work that way. If our people understand that the genesis of the whole problem now coming up is because of our own natural resources, some people don't understand. Some people don't even understand why they have militarized Oguta with the Nigerian naval base. They have stationed a big naval base in Oguta. Why? People don't understand why killings is going on in Izombe. Most of our people don't understand why. Most of our people don't understand what is even happening in the country. Sometimes when you try to write something to make them pay, somebody will tell you, how is this thing going to remove Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the prison? One of the most stupid questions people ask on social media. Reasons, but you ask yourself, how come, if it is not interest, how come it is a CIA private jet, a CIA, Phoenix Airline, chartered airline is in America? How come it is a CIA agent chartered flight that was used to carry Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria? How come? Who is interested? Who and who is part of the plot? How come? How come that after the rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that Nigeria will spend $670 million in the USA and Europe trying to dislodge IPOB with internally? That's why you see 4 governments in exile in abroad, 4 in America, and 1 in Europe. 4 governments in exile. You ask yourself, is this a coincidence? No, it's not a coincidence. It's because the love and greed for money for our people, they have, you know, many people do sabotage. They do these jobs and go free. They make money and go free from it. Nobody is being killed. Nobody is being, that is why you see everybody, man, this guy don't make money by shouting and fighting against IPOD. They make money. Now, this issue is something I want our people, we have to be very, very careful. But I'm going to make certain things very clear. Like you pointed out here, the Americans intentionally blew up the Nord Stream gas pipeline that brings gas from Russia to Europe. It was intentionally done. And they denied, and that's why I said here at the beginning, I said denial and shift of blame is a war tactics. It's something being used to deceive and disorganize and sabotage many things during a crisis like this. Why did they do that? Because they knew the pipeline. I think most of you have seen the pipeline. The pipeline that runs from Imo State and Abia State is gas pipeline. It's led down from our own land, That who led this? Chevron.
Mazi, do you know on record they say the gas pipeline from Nigeria from Mazi.
It's a lie.
No, that is what they write on record. You know, that is what is written.
It's a lie. It's a lie. The pipeline comes from Imo State. If they say it's in Warri, we shall see. You understanding me? We shall see. They say it's from Warri, no problem. We shall see. This pipeline, Chevron has invested over $19 billion because they want to be selling gas to the European countries. They don't want Russia to be selling for them. That's why they attacked the Russian Nord Stream pipe gas line. Now, our own gas is led from Imo State and over. The same pipeline heads directly to the North Africa. And it goes in the middle of Nigeria. Let me tell you something Nigeria don't know. You know, with the cooperation of France, because France is involved also, they're involved in the deal. Nigeria gets royalty from the pipeline from Nigeria. They get the royalty. But our place where the gas is being pushed, we get nothing. No electricity, nothing, Africa. Now, this pipeline, there is something Nigeria don't understand. Mali discovered that this pipeline that goes through Morocco, France did not want to tell, they didn't want to tell Mali so that Mali cannot get any royalty. So the money goes to the France. So France led this pipe from Niger at the border of Mali, part of Mali, and go to Morocco. So the royalty money for Morocco, for Mali, goes in the pocket of France also. And this pipeline goes towards Tunisia. That's why when we are talking here, you were talking about Tunisia. Tunisia is all these things they are exporting and deporting blacks. They are being supported by Europeans. They don't allow them to come here, do anything. They won't talk about them. If it is something that they will be shouting, human rights abuse, human rights, now they call it immigration policy. That's what they call it. They are not seeing how Tunisia is throwing people. Had it is Paul Kagame that is doing this thing, you will see the whole newspaper, how evil he is, how this he is, if it's in Africa, in Tunisia, they're supporting him. When they throw them in the border, they send the air, go there to go, we welcome, they throw them. This is an agreement between Tunisia and the Western country. Our pipe goes in from there. Now, Mazi, let me tell you something. What is happening in Nigeria is something that is designed to happen. And I want our people, everybody listening, for those who want to run, they have circled you. You are running nowhere. That's why you see the Northerners shouting, we don't want war. Now, these Russians have drawn a line along the Sahel. They have taken Guinea-Conakry down to the West African coast. There is a sea. From there, Guinea-Conakry with Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Chad, Sudan till Port Sudan. So they have crossed, and there is war in Sudan. Now, if there is anything happening in Nigeria, people cannot run to Chad and go to Sudan because that route, maybe they want to run to Saudi Arabia, they want to escape. No, they are not escaping because there is war in Sudan. Now, from Gamborungala, heading to N'Djamena heading to the border and head to Niala in Sudan, Niala to Khartoum to Port Sudan. They can enter the ship to go to Saudi Arabia. This route, because there is war in Sudan, is closed. Now, Niger has become the center of everything. Can Nigeria go to war? If Nigeria go to war, there will be sabotage. That is something our people have to know. They can never go to that war in unity. Mazi, the former president, which is Bozum, he is from the Fezzan tribe, a minority tribe in Libya and a minority tribe in Niger. Yes. He's from the Fezzan tribe. This Bozum, a couple of months back, you saw there was a clash between verbal oral abuse by the Mali officials calling him a foreigner, an Arab, coming to pick up. And now, this Tachini, who is the president, the true leader, who is now in charge of Mali. He's from the Hausa tribe, Mazi. And you know the Hausa people, this is first time power is falling in their hands at this very critical stage. And the most of the Hausa, you see them also down in Nigeria, in Kanu, in Katsina, in all the 7 northern states. So, if Nigeria tries to go to war, automatically the Hausa people will sabotage that war. They will sabotage it. And now, Russia has stepped in because Russia wants, and let me say it, the Sahel countries want to humiliate Nigeria. If Nigeria go to the war, they will be humiliated. This tag the British put on them, the giant of Africa, will be removed. They will be torn apart. You know that border, as long as the Russian mercenaries are there, people will be massacred. So for people who want to go Libya route, we are going to Libya, all this route is crossed. You see what is happening in Burkina Faso. But man, this I'm saying is a normal thing that is there. But I'm telling you how it's going to affect our people. Number one, all our people coming from Europe, all the flights from Europe, the ticket fare will jump, it will skyrocket. That is what is going to happen. Because now Niger has closed their airspace. Every airspace, every flight moving from Nigeria to Europe, the shortest route to go to Europe is from Niger, Tunisia. They head to Rome, they move either to UK. That is the shortest route. Now, when Niger has closed their airspace, tickets, airlines, these flights will no more be going from just fly and take off the Niger route straight to Europe. No. Now they will come down in West African side. Maybe the flight will come through Benin Republic, go from Cotonou, Benin Republic and enter Ghana. Maybe now go, if Mali is still giving them airspace, they will now go from Mali down. So you see any flight going from Europe when they pick up. So you will see flights coming even from Middle East cannot come through Sudan and go Niger and land. No, they may go through Uganda, go this route. And they can't go through Libya. You know there is a war in Libya, so that what happened with Malaysia Airlines in Ukraine, in Russia, Chechnya, will not happen. Because passengers airline, Libya, there is still war in Libya. So there is no possibility of passengers plane going through this route from Libya going to Europe. So if you're buying a ticket before from Europe down to Nigeria by $1,000, I am sure you'll be buying it by $2,000, $2,000-something. If you are buying airline before $1,500, be ready, you are going to buy it like $3,000 because the routes will change, everything will change, but the gas will be always be pumping from your place down to Europe. But now, when they burn the Russian pipeline, don't you think that Russia knows that Britain and America, because they are enemies, you think they want that pipeline to continue to fly? That is why you see America shouting, do this, don't do that, democracy, democracy, because of the pipeline. Because Chevron invested a huge amount of money. Then you come to Biafra land. People thought that the British petroleum have left. No, they are there. They are British gas and oil exploration. They are using this global, Sterling Global, an Indian company. This Sterling Global, they are specialists in oil bunkering. They are the ones stealing our oil under the pretext of the British gas and exploration company. So contract, they will give it to them. But the mother is the British gas and oil exploration. But you won't see their name. You will only see Sterling Global. They are stealing in Oka, stealing in Obaru, stealing in everywhere to tap. Because sometimes people don't understand. Can you imagine pipelines that pumping oil? Somebody will go on the high sea and tap and fix his own pipe. Who can do that if you are not connected with the shipping lines? If you are not connected with the company? Who is shutting down the main flow station for him to put in his own pipe? This is what they are doing in our place. And they are not ready to go unless we kick them out. And to kick them out, all of us must understand what is happening in our land. We must understand that they are exploiting us. We are not saying people should not do business in our place. We are not saying people should not do that. They are not doing business. They are ripping us off. They are ripping us. I mean, I don't know another adjective to qualify this. They are ripping everything we have. That is the situation in Niger. And let me tell you, it is very, very complicated. Very complicated. One thing our people have to know is what the Americans and the Europeans used NATO and did in Ukraine is going to repeat. That's why they are trying to drag this ECOWAS to see if ECOWAS will see that, that baby boy they can use to manipulate and go proxy so that they can fight in Niger Republic. That is what they are doing. Chinedu himself, for me, he ran so fast and joined the international politics when he has not even picked his cabinet. Now he is trapped. He goes to the war. For me, he will be the biggest coward if he didn't go to that war. Thank you so much, Mazi Chinedu.
There were Mazi. We must continue. I think we'll go into a few minutes breaks, Mazi, so that when later we shall open the lines. I think it will be the best so that we open the lines. I think Mazi, it's better. So that people will call in.
I agree, Mazi.
Yes.
People so can call in
and ask questions.
No problem.
Or make useful contributions, please. Therefore,
thank you.
Do not go away as we go into just few minutes break. I know we have taken time, but it is worth it. Because sometimes we must listen. We'll go into a few minutes break, and when we come back, our lines will be opened so that we take calls. Please do not go away. We'll be right back. Come back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Alu Province, and I am here with Mazi Chinedu, one of the members of the Directorate of States of the Indigenous People of Biafra. Today is 13th day of August 2023. Therefore, our lines are now opened. And please, let me say this, that we want people mostly to give preference to people that has questions to ask, because we have only 1 hour in order to for these calls. Please, 1 hour only. So you come. Please, I beg you, do not start your preamble. Do not enter into any preamble, thanking this and that. Go straight to the point. Be formal. Go straight to the point. Ask your questions, and now you listen to the answer. Because while doing that, we can take maximum calls, please. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal number on the line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. Do not forget that we are live also on IPOB Community Radio. We are live on FM 10 CHK 102.1 in parts of Biafra land. Also on social media, on Facebook, we are live on multiple platforms, including Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE. Therefore, I have callers already lining up. Please, as I said, no much preamble, please. Let me check. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Let me see. Caller on direct line. Are you there? Can you hear me? Please go on straight to your question, if any. Go on. Caller on direct line, please. Sorry, I don't know. This thing is not coming out. Just hold on, if you may. Caller on direct line, hold on. Okay, go on now. Your voice could be heard. Go on. Caller on direct line, please go on. Go on.
My question is,
yes.
How can we treat the issue of Samoneta? Because as far as I'm concerned, the man is really trying to destroy IPOD, but by the grace of God, he cannot try it. So how can we tackle the issue of Samoneta so that he can die a natural death like the former saboteurs that were written before and others? Please. It's really giving me concern.
Mazi, I hope did you start following Mazi?
So that's my question.
Mazi, did you start this program right? I hope so. Do you? Oh, I don't know. Mazi Chinasa Nworu. Mazi Nasa, can you hear me?
Yes, I was cut off. Now I can hear you.
Yes, I saw it. I don't know why. So, you heard what the caller said, although I was trying to interact with him before he went. He's just a caller on direct line. So he asked,
what did he ask?
how do we treat the issue of Simon Ekpa? You know? So,
already, one of the best things to do when people are blackmailing and doing is, we have the people who are responding him, who is, putting the story straight, who are trying to debunk the disinformation. That is the first thing we have to do. While we are doing this, while we are trying to educate, to correct the disinformation they are peddling around, I have heard and I see a video where he's threatening internal war. You understanding me? The only thing I have to say, you understand me? He should know he's talking to men. He's not talking to kids. This is IPOB. In IPOB we have men. It's not boys. Before he even dreamed to before he pronounced correctly IPOB. Because I know some years back he couldn't pronounce IPOB very well. So before he even learned to pronounce IPOB very well, men are here. And we know. The only thing is that now that our leaders have pushed and they make it open, then let us see. Because before we do things while we are trying to clarify those things, the siblings are going lying, pattern is that we are fighting him for. Now the story is clear. The story is very clear. The story is very clear. If anybody who was saying, oh, we are attacking him that he was fighting for, is the story clear now or not? That's why for me, I don't want to meddle because I believe we have solved this problem years back. But we wait. They push him, oh, he said he declared internal war, there is going to be that. With who? With himself? A criminal? This guy, I feel that
Mazi, I have a caller on signal. Mazi Akas, please, welcome to the program. Can you hear me, Mazi Akas?
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you loud and clear. Good evening from here.
There, Mazi, welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you so much for, you said we shouldn't thank you, but Mazi, it has been part of our life. When somebody is doing good, we try to appreciate. Mazi Chinasangoru, greetings from here. This is Mazi Akas speaking here from Austria, and I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as IPOB, Austria National PRO. Mazi Nasa, I have a question for you. You were trying to clarify something, but I want you please to, make it more clear to our people, because our brother Mazi Madubuko finally got to our leader and tried to bring message for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to the world for us to know the position of this great man. And when he said something, and that thing he said was not that too clear for many Biafrans, and I don't know, maybe if you can be able to elaborate it more, because I couldn't understand why our leader would say that he's angry with the TOS because they didn't stop sit at home. I don't know, maybe he was, because when he was trying to give this message, the anger of what this idiotic human being called a Berima is committing in our land, nobody in a right sense of mind will be happy of what this guy is committing through the DSS and Nigerian government sponsoring him to commit crime in our land. So Mazi Nasa, please, I want you to, because in my own, I don't see the reason why Mazi should be angry with the DOS of not stopping it at home. We did the right thing, but we don't know if that, just as you said, Mazi might be getting different message. Maybe that is the reason why he should be angry with you, because we couldn't understand it. Please, if you can elaborate more on this. Thank you, Mazi.
There were Mazi.
Mazaka, thank you so much. Thank you. Many people, because of that message, many people are really demoralized. I have seen people who are expressing their anger. How can Chinedu say he's angry for the DOS that they couldn't stop the sit at home? And if you watch what I say there, I say I am not going to blame Chinedu for using that language, because Chinedu has been misinformed about what is happening in this struggle. For me, since they're not telling him the truth of what is happening in this struggle, for me, it's just like they wanted him to lose hope inside that place. Because they have told him that everything, we don't speak for him, we don't talk anything about him, we are not, you understand me, we are not discussing about him. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I think this is 2 years he sent that message. 2 years plus. Because it was in August. The same August. And I think if we check, Mazi, today is Sunday. Yesterday, that is 12th. It's completely 1 year. Mazi Chinedu GM came and made that announcement. 2 years. He made that announcement. And the Biafrans listened, even though people, the mistake is that had they allow us to control what we started. We try to communicate to him, to say, look, we have pronounced this thing, not because these people have come and met you. The plans of the Nigerian government was even people for not to see you. Allow us to control this thing. But he was being misinformed, telling him that no, that's why he continued. And Mazi Chinedu listened and went and called off the sit at home. And you know the backlash from Biafra. But those who understood, it was even used to blackmail us. Within that time, his siblings were shouting, he told you to call it off, he told you to call it off. But ask them now, what I want to ask you, can they swear that after they have championed to call this sit at home off, have they gone from the back supporting a Berima to continue doing what he's doing on the sit at home? That is what people just have to ask him. Ask him this question. Have they ever tell him continue doing what you are doing, you are doing right? So for me, I believe it's a misinformation. How they have, and I'm sure Nnamdi is somebody who reasons, he understood. And I am sure when Mazi Nnamdi comes out, he will listen to the men he left behind. Until he chooses not to listen, that's when we will talk something. But for now, I put everything as somebody in the DSS function. I see if he have less decision to make because he don't have the clear picture. People feeding him with information and not giving him the correct information. Imagine people telling him Chinedu doesn't close the account in America. Where? The gentleman is there running around how we can manage this trouble. They said he closed in Germany. They said he closed in South Africa. And I hope all those people are hearing. So much, a lot of misinformation. And we wait. And also people should be fear God, as people used to say. If you pay money to bury an IPOB member, you turn around and say you give Chinedu money. Mua is coming on the way for lying. If you bury an IPOB member who fell on the service, who died, and you brought IPOB money and buried him, and you turn around, you want to project Chinedu as taking money for what? Those people, these are the lies they are projecting there. And these are all misinformation. When Nnamdi was there, these are the things he does. We have never invented anything new. It's the same responsibility. People are going to school. September is coming. People, I don't want to even say something. I don't want to say go that area. But because if I say it, some of you may start looking for where they are and lynch them for what they are doing. But we leave. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will soon be out, and as soon as he's out, many of these issues will be settled. Then, until then, I consider everything as misinformation. Maybe Mazi Nnamdi will be coming on air in the morning. If somebody wants also, I will ask him to clarify much on that particular side so that other page on the Aporonia come. They were watching it.
There were Mazi. We continue. Oh, caller on direct line? No, it's off. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp. Are you there? Caller on, let me see. See WhatsApp? Yes. Caller on WhatsApp. Are you there? No. Yes. Caller on WhatsApp. I'm talking to you. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Somebody calling from 97, please. Can you hear me? Plus 97. I don't know. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? If you are using earpiece, you remove it. You have been waiting since 13 minutes plus. Let me go again to caller on signal. Caller on WhatsApp, as you cannot hear me, it is better you call back. Then caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? There were Mazi, please. You are sounding muffled or somehow. Or if you are using any earpiece, please remove it. Yes, go on, please. No time.
Thank you. They will not and now, you can ask my question, I will tell you. There is this thing I have found out in our system. You know, we like to ask and ask and ask. It's good to ask questions, but sometimes we ask questions out of point. You know, and to our leader on the platform, sometimes explanation. When you explain, because one thing about people, man, if you explain something, he will always ask you a question on top of the one you explain, and you will explain, and that's how you keep on explaining. Sometimes we do the needful. I know it's good to explain, but some of the explanations are not really necessary because they will always like to find out what they will ask. concerning the message our brother and our senior comrade Mazi Benjamin Madugu released from our leader, where he said the leadership that our leader is angry with the leadership. We understand that particular explanation. This is him trying to convey a message to tell you the importance of him cancelling that at home. That he is even angry with the leadership that they didn't implement the order. Immediately he said it. It's not as if it's anything that is different from what we know. This is something that has to show you that that message is given to you that moment is very important, that you stop whatever you're doing. So don't come and expatiate it for us, please. And when people come on air, they make their very argument, or they want to put their opinion. Let them stop using this word, Biafrans, generalizing it. If it's your opinion, you're in a place that you're trying to air out how you feel about something, say it. Own that responsibility. Don't come and generalize it. Say we Biafrans. No. This might be something you're inside your room thinking, and me here, I'm not even thinking towards that direction. So these are some of the points we need to be correcting so that we don't create issues where there is no issue. Thank you. And my question is this, Mazi, our leader that is on board, concerning the issue of Niger and the Chinedu, because with what we are looking on ground here, it's as if this war is inevitable because they are pushing so hard for this man. And this man is also looking for this opportunity to legitimize his stay as president of Nigeria, because we all know that when he enters into that war, every pending court cases against him will go under based on national security issue. So my question is, Mazi, is there any way this thing will affect our leader, who we know for today is still in the enemy's hand, so that we begin to preempt whatever be the action on time? This is my question. What does I come back to listen to?
Thank you. Thank you. Mazi Chinasa.
Mazi, thank you so much from your narration you made on that particular issue. The question what our leader said is well understood. I think you have added more flavor what I answered. But the side of Nigeria will have multiple effects. Will have multiple effects in anything that is going to happen in Nigeria. And I want to make it very clear, because our people are very emotional and they talk out of point. Onyendu is coming to court next month. That is just the day they said that is when the law, the judiciary will be back, because I'm sure now they are on holiday, they are annual leave. They will be back by September, and that will be the first sitting, the hearing. It's not that is not the day they are going to give their judgment, if I'm very right, and I'm sure I'm right. That is the day the case is being expected. They will hear the case and now set out a day for judgment. And with what we knew from what we hear from they have a maximum. They can set up a day for judgment after 2 weeks, after 3 weeks, but they have a maximum of 90 days to deliver their judgment. So we are hoping all the best. One thing with this issue is that our people fail to understand. Sometimes when we jab the British, jab the Americans, they say, don't talk. They are the people holding us. Sometimes when you want to talk, when they try to level IPOB, the Global Terrorism Index, they made it very clear that some people in the USA State Departments were part of those that lobbied for those things. They lobbied some of them in the State Department. And they lobbied from the UK, Lord Ahmed of Liverpool, prominent among them. Now, if something goes wrong, if Tinubu goes, because he wants to legitimize his presidency, if he goes to this war, I cannot on this radio now tell you what is going to happen, because this is like a game of the chase. Why they play this angle, we have to play. We have to allow the judiciary also We have to allow our lawyers also to do their own legal job. But for us, we are looking at it from the geopolitics. What will be the effect? Like I have told you, the war happens even now. They have not gone to the war, just cutting the electricity from Niger. Niger closing their airspace is already having a very devastating effect on everybody. On Nigerians who are in Europe. It's our people. Our people are in Europe. They will receive it hot. The thing when it happened, it is about IPOD. Now, some of them planning to come. Ask them. Let them confess. How much is the ticket fare? So there might be consequences, but I cannot be able to say it here. But it's as the things as this show goes down, we will try to watch and we try to examine what will be the advantages. Where is it going to affect our leader? And anywhere we found that it's going to affect our leader, we'll also come on air and inform our people. Because the most important thing there is to inform our people, let them have the accurate information, and stop peddling lies with people. Because when they are pushing you, imagine there is a war coming to Nigeria. The ECOWAS want to station, and people want us to start talking about no, let them talk about those ones. Or somebody wants to tell us about sit at home. And the war is at your distance. The Western world want to keep us busy. They want to keep us busy with something so that we cannot be able to focus. That is what they want to do. And we are not going to fall on those tracks. Because we have fought this for 2 years. We need to focus. We need to focus. That is one of the things there, Mazi. So as we move on, if there is anything we see that is going to affect Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we will come out here and make it. And even before we come out here to say it, we will make sure that we did something and make sure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being protected. That is one major thing you have to know. So if anybody is thinking that we are not going to stand up if anything goes wrong, that person is lying. But what we don't want to make our people lose focus on what we want and what we don't want. There, Mazi.
There, I'm here with joined by Mazi Anye. Mazi Anye Kings, can you hear me, please? Go on. Mazi Anye. Mazi Anye, can you hear me? My goodness. Mazi Anye Kings. Mazi Anye Kings. Yes. Please go on. Please go on.
Yes, I'm hearing.
There, we'll go on. Go on.
Okay.
I'm not there.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah, good evening, dear friends. I'm not there. I'm not somewhere. I'm greeting from here. Yeah, having listened to you on the detailed analysis on what is happening in our border and the Western war in Africa. So my question now is, this particular war that the West is pushing for Africa, is very clear that they are doing this for their own interest, so that they can be able to exploit the resources in Africa and mostly in Biafra. Now, our people are not talking about this. When I'm talking about our people, I'm talking about the so-called leaders, the traditional and political leaders in our land. Either they are not aware or they are not knowledgeable of what is going to happen. Because while the Russian in the other side, then the West in the other side, when this war is going to happen, it's going to affect our people, and many is going to be a victim.
Well, these people, when you go to a place, there are a lot of weapons that these people might like to test in Africa, which is not testing, which which Europeans did not allow them to test in Ukraine. They will test it in Africa, and many and our people will be seen because a victim. So my question is now, what is the assurance from the leadership that IPOB is capable of securing our land when this kind of circulation happens? Because we only having hope on the leadership of on the IPOB, not in any of all these our political leaders. That's my question.
There were Mazi. There were Mazi Nasa.
Yeah, Mazi, thank you so much. Mazi, I want to make something very clear here. People might be thinking, as long as the Europeans and the Westerners want this war to go ahead, that's why you see Alassane Ouattara talking about that they are going in there to release the man. They're going in there to release him. It's a terrorist attack. They go there and is it Cellini said if they try that, he will execute the son. Now, it's a very difficult case. And the question we're supposed to ask the Western world who want to go to war in Niger is this. When Mali overthrew their government, why you people didn't go to war? When Burkina Faso did, why you didn't go to war? When Guinea-Conakry did, why you didn't go to war? Why Niger? That's a question we're supposed to ask them. Why Niger? Now, people might be thinking they are going to put up bombs and all these things, and start attacking by air and all this. Wars are fought in different angles, in different phases. Terrorists. Sahel region is full of ISIS. The ISWAP West Africa, they are in those axes. While you are waiting the war to go on, Mali and Russia can push all these people down in the porous border, 7 borders between Nigeria and Niger. 7 borders. And I am sure the Sultan of Sokoto do not want to go on exile. The Emir of Kanu do not want to go on exile. All of them, Sanusi will not like to go on exile. That is why they will do everything they can, because Niger is normally a place all of them can run to. But now it will be very difficult. They have cut diplomatic ties. There is no more ties between Nigeria and Niger. The embassies have been shut down. Even the Nigerian embassy in Niger, there was a rumor that they wanted to attack them, but I hear that it's presently is being protected. Mazi, the IPOB leadership or IPOB in general, our duty is to make sure, because without having the accurate information to know how it's going, you cannot do anything. We are making the necessary contacts we need to make. We are pushing things in the angle which we are seeing it, with the intelligence we are gathering, to make sure that if anything goes wrong, that our land will be protected. But at the same time, as you are planning, the enemies are planning. Nigeria on one side will be scared if we go to war, Biafra may rise up to strike. All these things, that's why I say it's a game of the chase. We need to be more strategic. We need to be very, very careful. That's why you don't expect us to come and say certain things. As things are going, it's our duty to lobby. Your interest may not be the interest of your enemy. That's why somehow I was not, me personally, that's my personal opinion, I was not happy when our people rose up in Nigeria, started protesting. Mazi,
not only you. I saw that thing.
They are very stupid set of people.
I'm telling you.
Most of them living in Nigeria today,
were chased from the northern part of Nigeria during the Kanu riots. They didn't come down. They ran towards the desert area, and they remained. That's how some of them are doing spare parts business. Most of them are people being chased from the Niger, from Kanu, from Kaduna, from Sokoto. They ran. And Mazi, one thing people don't understand, you see people living in those borders, they don't bring cars from the Nigerian port. Most of the northerners, majority of the northerners don't pay custom duty for Nigeria. That's what people don't understand. They prefer to pay it to Benin Republic because they pay in Benin Republic. We drove the car up north of Benin Republic, enter from Benin Republic, they go to Niger. From Niger, 7 borders, they enter to the north. They don't contribute even anything. In the south, what I'm saying is something that is happening. Most northerners that import cars don't bring them into Nigeria. They don't pay the custom, they just pay it in Cotonou. They will drove the car in Benin Republic, go to Niger. From Niger, they are not ready even to come into Lagos and take their car driving to the north. No, they go that route. They don't pay anything. They bring in their cars. And that has been their way. And our people who are in Niger Republic quickly come out to protest. Stupid people. Do they know what Niger did to our people during the Second War?
Good political calculation. They do something out of emotion. Honestly.
They just come out because of the small spare parts they are selling in Niger Republic. They're thinking that when the war breaks out tomorrow, they will be killed because Niger supported Nigeria 100% and massacred Biafran children. If your parents are alive, that they witnessed the Biafran struggle, the Biafran war, they will tell you they were northerners, all they call them Dogo. They were brought in from the north, from Niger in thousands. They came down and massacred our people. People from Niger. So it is not something when you hear something happening, you just rush. First, you have to make your calculation. You hear information. You think. We are not in a quarrel with Niger for anything, but we don't have to stick our head. Because those think what happened to us when our people come out to support in 2016, come out to support what's his name?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump in Iguacha. Some of them are still in prison till today. They came out and celebrated Donald Trump this thing, and they are still in prison today. Till Donald Trump finished from his, did he even care? Did he even? I'm telling you, we have to be very calculative, not emotional. You say, Mazi, what do you want me to say? They are the one, they are trafficking people from Niger to Libya to all this, and that is what some of them, and they come out, they are the first foreigners in that place to come out to vote. People that they were massacred by the same people. They don't even ask questions. Nobody to educate them. They have to keep silent. This is an international case. This is an international situation. You have to be very calculative. Before you speak, you must make sure you have secured your interest. Without that, you don't speak up for what you don't know about. Mazi, the leadership is following the situation. We are already putting things in order in case of eventuality, because if the war goes down there, it can be 2 ways. Nigeria can still push them down, use that opportunity open, because as long as the oil companies are involved, Biafra land is their target. As they are fighting there, they make sure they suppress us. They will make sure they go down to suppress. They will push down their army to make sure they use that opportunity that they are going to war in Niger to secure their pipeline in Imo State, in Okwa, in Owaza, in Obaru, and all the places gases are being stolen and sent down to Europe for their own profit margins. Thank you, Mazi. There were.
I have callers waiting. Let me see who is there first. Caller on signal. You have been there for 16 minutes, going to 17 minutes. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Mazi Jonathan, good evening.
There, wo.
I can hear you well.
Dodrege.
Mazi Chinasa, Dodrege, my brother. I greet everybody. Mazi Chinasa, please let me just ask this question. I heard when you was doing an analysis about our accounts in Germany, our national accounts, which Madam Nenayanya closed. My question goes like this. Did our leader know that Nenayanya closed the national account of IPOB in Germany without permission or without authorization from the leadership? Did our leader is aware of this event? What am I going to use to? Yes. This is my question.
Okay.
This is my question. Please, if you can explain more about that. Thank you, Mazi. This is my question.
Mazi, answer.
Yeah, Mazi, like I have said here, all the information we are getting, what our leader is saying is that Chinedu, he was informed that Chinedu closed the account in Germany, Chinedu closed the account in USA, Chinedu closed the account in Italy, Chinedu closed the account in South Africa. That is the information I know our leader is asking, that Chinedu shut down the whole account. That is it. So, you know one thing, even these accounts, they are all talking. Apart from when we used to send money that we don't get even response if our money are received or not. We don't even know IPOB, which IPOB member has access to IPOB? None. So it's surprising now. I have to see Kenya and we leave it till, I don't think our leader knows. If our leader can be informed that Chinedu closed account in America, closed in Germany, closed in South Africa, and so why I'm saying this, so that people will be aware. Because tomorrow this thing will come out, people thinking it's true. People in South Africa can come out and say how their account was shut down. People in America can come out, at least the one of America we were the one defending even the finance. That is not this woman that closed the account. We asked them. At the end of the day, we are shocked to hear that now it is Chinedu that shut the account. So, Mazi, if they can tell Onyendu like this, I am sure also they never told him, or they did not tell him or inform him about the national account. I am very, very sure, because I don't ask about those things. It's just when the messages come, I start to become interested. There
were, let me see. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on direct line. Please go on.
Can you hear you?
There were, Mazi. Go on. Go on.
Heaven and earth is their witness.
Mazi, I went to somebody that have question. Mazi, I mostly, please. You need to stick to instruction. If we have any question, go without listen to me. Go without preamble. We must be disciplined. Okay? Okay, go on. Please, if you have any question, go on.
Okay. Let's be upfront. Let's also rock for the respect. These people have come in. They are agents of contact. They have come in. What is that? I will check it. Everything they say that I will say is completely true. That's the whole world wants to give you their price. And our leaders have the mind. I will try there. I will mention that I'm here. I'm English, and I am English. Let's pretend the president said, and let America respect them, because we are human, we have the right to this. That is freedom. They are what occupying everywhere. I must account of nobody with the second, but no one enough to be able to nowhere.
They are seeing this Koloko. And not that protest yourself. I feel you are to tell what you are doing because is this that right? That's the person that will say that's the problem. Let's bring that as the Kanu. I
Thank you very much. Caller what's up? I didn't know what was happening to the WhatsApp, but it's okay now. It wasn't connecting.
Hello?
Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. You muted yourself.
Hello?
Yes, caller on WhatsApp.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Mazi. Good evening.
There we go.
Good evening, Mazi Chinasa, Mazi Chinedu. Good evening. I'm so excited to actually be picked up today to ask my questions.
Please, can you introduce yourself? Introduce yourself first, please.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. My name is Chichi. I'm calling from the United States of America. And am I coming clear though?
Go on, please.
Okay. So I have a lot of questions, but because of time, I'm just going to narrow it down to 3 questions. The first question that I have here is about the new Radio Biafra. And like Mazi, Ikechukwu, Honora, and whoever it is that's operating this radio, that they said Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was the one that gave the authorization for that radio to be opened. Can Mazi Chinasamoru, please, can you let us know? Because a lot of people are kind of confused, you know, like asking questions like, how can Mazi give another order, even though we know there's a lot of blackmail and lies that are out there on the social media? So, Mazi, do you know anything about this new Radio Biafra? Does it have anything to do with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? If you don't know, that's fine. So that's my first question. Then my second question is, I saw you release a memo, whatever, the memo that you had sent to some man, I forgot the name though, you know, telling him to let the media houses in Nigeria to refrain from connecting the agent provocateurs to the IPOB family. Can you also speak a little bit more about this memo? If they do not pay attention to the warning, is there other mechanisms that the leadership have in place to see that they do what they are supposed to do and separate the IPOB family and the enemies of the struggle? Then my last question is on the Economic Empowerment Day that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had talked about on Mondays. I know there's somewhere that I read that he said he's going to say more about it when he comes out finally. But my question is there something that you, Mazi Moro, can tell us about that? Is there anything at all that the leadership was asked to do to that effect so that people do not misunderstand the communication between the sit-at-home that has been dead years ago and this new economic empowerment? Thank you so much, Mazi, and God bless you.
There we go. Thank you. Mazi Nasa.
Mazi, let me thank you, my sister, for asking this question. Mazi, my sister, in IPOB, we maintain a particular structure. If you know about anybody can form a radio, depending what you think. I could remember in 2016, Clifford Urania, they wanted to open a radio. They said Uche Method did not want to give them a password or something for them to broadcast. Chinedu was still in Kuje prison. I don't forget that day. I was somewhere here. It was 6 in the morning or 7 in the morning in this region, and I was communicating with Chinedu that time. He was talking about this radio, and the people went and they set up their own Radio International. and everything gets loose. Then, at the end of the day, that time was when we are trying to expand the radio. We want people to broadcast from off that this thing that is happening now in December. Some people wanted their own radio. They wanted their own radio. They say it's Radio Biafra International. So they went their way. They make their logo. Then, come during the time of HMFO also, you remember Radio Biafra most times when Onion was coming on air, it was having too much problem. Attacks until IPOB community radio was also set up as a backup in case Radio Biafra have a problem. IPOB community radio, all this with the blessings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Well, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not inform us officially that he have opened any radio. He did not tell us. We are not aware. Diplomatically, he didn't tell us, no, I'm opening another radio. But you ask yourself a question. Is it Tarinemi that has been expelled from IPOB that is anchoring a radio, a new radio? It's Ike Chukwu. Those things, Biafrans will decide. Because I know that according to our oath, they say that we must be, we must be subject, to the Biafra struggle to man. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu also have to be obedient to the Biafran people. When he comes out, it is not somebody, let me say, there are certain decisions that will be taken in IPOB. And like I'm saying it on air, some of us will say, I am done for now. It doesn't matter. Other people, let them try. You understand me? It's a very simple thing. In a government, there are people, when they bring them in government with you, you can say, I will not work with these people. You resign honorably. It does happen. So I will leave it on that. We don't know anything about the radio. And somebody like me, not interested to know about the radio because I know it goes against the principle of what we are doing. That's to show you that the attempt to have their own radio did not, to hijack the IPOB, Radio Biafra, did not start today. It did not start. It started the moment they arrested the kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They wanted to take away the radio because imagine if our radio was in the hands of this Chief Eperima, in this Prime Minister hand. All these things he's doing, will be doing, of course. It cannot happen because Mazi Former will just take him off the air. They want a radio. They want to create their own thing and be talking. From day one, they want a radio. They want their own platform. They want to. The siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu want to. The Kalunta want to be in the absence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He saw himself as the next person in line. That is, when I have sent that message to Onyendu, is this a family business? He said no, and I take that word. That's why I continue. If you tell me it is a family business, tomorrow I step down from this struggle. Because I did not come for a family struggle. I came for the Biafran people. They want a radio. They saw the Biafran struggle. For them, it is a source of making money. For them, it is business. They have nothing to contribute in this struggle apart from ask them. Apart from money. What else have they contributed in this struggle? What are they doing in this struggle? Apart from money. What else are they doing? What else are they doing? Nothing. When people are caught and put in detention, how many people can they bring out? How many? Nothing. So, the radio is not our problem because we have a secure platform where we are spreading the gospel for the restoration of Biafra. Let them continue to talk. We are not worried for anybody to open a radio. HMFO came up. He started his own radio, Biafra, the new human rights radio. They are still talking there. They are still talking. Are you hearing? They will talk. They are free.
But they will make stupidity of themselves because for we are moving forward. Radio Biafra is where we worship. Radio Biafra is where we disseminate information about the restoration of Biafra. So we are not worried for anybody. That's why I told you anything can happen because Onyendu is being misinformed that IPOB have abandoned him. Nobody talks about him again. The IPOB media don't talk about him. They were informing Onyendu, I'm saying it on radio, that it is only a experiment. That was what they were doing, that is talking about him. The siblings of Onyendu were passing this communication to him. That the IPOB leadership, IPOB media warriors, nobody talk about him. They passed this information. Can they swear they were not passing this information? Can they? They cannot swear. Just because they want to destroy the leadership. So, for that, they can also say anything and go and open a radio. But we leave it when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu comes out. With time, he will understand. He is a man that will listen before he takes any decision. Then when he comes out and said, no, I want this radio, this is where, then we ourselves will also know what we do. Nobody is holding us in the struggle. We came voluntarily, and if we feel what we are doing is not being needed, we will give a bow. Other people continue to do it. That is the struggle. But one thing is sure, we are not going to abandon the struggle because of these refracts, these inconsequential human beings, greedy people who have taken the struggle as a personal business, taking it to harass, seduce women, destroy people, girls because of their selfish interests. We are not going to allow that to happen. We have come here and we make sure on this platform our people will get the gospel for the restoration of Biafra. And after we have come and gone, as our leader has said, people will wish that people like this will come again. And the second point you spoke about, talking about people, Maz, I'm not sure whether I'm getting it right.
No, Eje, you say about the memo about agent provocateurs or something like that.
The memo that Onyendu just released?
I think so.
Yes, I'm sure. He said, what are we doing to make sure that we separate these agent provocateurs from? We have been doing a lot before now about these agent provocateurs. That's why there are certain things we know. When it comes to the table of the DOS, we said no. We are not saying no because of what? It is because we have some information about that. Maybe before you even come, we are aware of that. This is a leadership that if something comes to Mazi Doziem from another angle, and if it concerns me or where I am overseeing, he will contact. He will say, please, can you look at this? We'll tell him, oh, this person, we know about him. It goes through the media. Mazi Former will be contacted. We will investigate. We don't take information just. So for the agent provocateurs, we have kept them where they belong. They have tried in, I don't know whether people knew that before, if the DOS is having meeting, some people in the DOS will open the line of a meeting, a very sensitive meeting DOS is having, and third parties will be listening to it. Third parties. Is it right? I want to ask everybody listening. A struggle of this magnitude, that the DOS will be called for a meeting, somebody, saboteurs, agent provocateurs, because they want to destroy the leadership. They will be doing what? Transmitting our meeting to a third party. We don't even know. Before you finish meeting, some of them will be using it to rant on the social media. Some of them will, even to the point, meeting we finish, some of them will have the impetus to call Chief Edoziem. I heard what you people discuss in the DOS. Why should you do that kind of thing? This is absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Maybe they can come as a Chief Edoziem. And pull his tongue. I will do that. We are in a struggle. where any decision we make, it have the consequences. Also, somebody have just reminded me about the memo we gave to the media house. Yes, this memo, before even our leader bring out the handwriting, I think that memo have been released to the public. Even before our leader brought his written message, before our leader gave in a cage, Mazi wrote them, and that document was sent through DHL to them, telling them to stop linking the Perima group with IPO, because we have done it. If you found out Daily Post, we are going to blacklist Daily Post, because there is something we are working on. Daily Post, because we found out that if this criminal make a tweet, if he threatens Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they have somebody in Daily Post who is promoting what he is doing. Daily Post, we are going to come hard on them. Just let us finish what we are doing. Daily Post will be banned, and people unsubscribe Daily Post from this evening. No Biafra will be allowed. We are going to bring out a memo. People will not buy any newspaper called Daily Post in Nigeria. Any Biafra. It will be blacklisted. Because we realize that Daily Post, they have their connection in Daily Post. That even if he tweets and insult, like Mazi Nnamdi gave the instruction, it will insult Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Daily Post will be the one to take it and they promote. Daily Post is the first person to publish anything he is writing. As crime is going on, it's Daily Post that will tell you he is not the one responsible for the crimes that is happening in Biafra land, and with no evidence, with no anything. But when we are telling the world, we are giving them evidence. What is happening? We are seeing it on the video. You see them. These things are things we have done a lot, trying to stop all these people linking IPOU. If you could remember some months back when I came on air, I told them if you take Biafra flag again, and we are ready. We have already instructed Biafrans even to buy Nigerian flags and keep. If they use Biafra flag to display with criminals, there will be a burning of Nigerian flag in 100 and something countries. We will put up a day to burn Nigerian flag and they disgrade the flag. If they dare use the Nigerian flag to place these criminals, to show the world the Biafrans are criminals, if they dare it, and we are watching them very, very carefully, because we have asked people, buy Nigerian flag, keep it. Any day you see, we will flood the social media with burning of Nigerian flag. I think the Nigeria was just crying a few days ago, asking people from Niger, please don't burn our flags. They were begging people in Niger, please don't burn Nigerian flag. You see, it's telling them. Imagine when IPOB will take up that. And since that time we said that, they have reduced by parading these criminals with the Biafran flag. The letter, the memo given to them, we waited for them for a change. If you look at the date, it's long time that memo has been given to them, and they are not doing anything. That's why the leadership make it public. That's to show you what we are doing, even behind the scenes, trying to stop them from linking. But we have realized it is not enough, because they are being sponsored by the government. They are being sponsored. They know what they're doing. They know they are using him. It is the same Daily is calling and call him the Prime Minister. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been there. They never called him the Prime Minister of Biafra. They don't call him. They don't call him. It's difficult for them to call him the leader.
Mazi, do you remember we started simple name, director.
Thank you.
Director.
We started even, they refused. Even if they call him Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they will call him leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra. Are you understanding that? Leader of the proscribed indigenous people. You remember in the court last time when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said it is not proscribed. He's not a leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra. He's the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. Some of them twisted it that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have denied IP Biafra in the court. But this person, they call him the Prime Minister of Biafra government in exile. This is what Nigerian newspaper is writing. Because they are being paid to project him. You see their flyer, he put himself, the same thing he did is what Tony something, I don't know, Tony Moye or was doing. He was doing it in UK and this thing. We put Ojukwu, put Nnamdi Kanu as leaders. He is now the Prime Minister. Eperima is doing the same thing. He put Nnamdi Kanu, he's leader of indigenous people of Biafra. He is the Prime Minister of Biafra. You understand the point? So, we are doing these things, and we are not going to end only by the media. We have other clandestine ways we are handling these issues that cannot be discussed even on the social media or on the radio. It is left for the leadership. We know, because the more you say what you have, the more they go to counter it. You're supposed to know that. People, sometimes it is the government agent come and poke us. What are you people doing? They want to push us to say what we don't supposed to say, because they are searching for information. Their agents are everywhere. If you say you did something, you can also say, give evidence of what you did. You can also say, I'm giving evidence. But these ones, they just talk and claim things they don't even know about. When they see something on social media, Mazi, are you sure my voice is coming out? People are saying my voice is not coming out. Please, can you confirm?
Mazi, your voice is coming out, please.
Okay.
Your voice is coming out crystal clear. Please, go.
Yeah. Okay. So at the end of the day, my sister, we have things we are doing. We cannot share it. Even if you put your hands into our stomach.
Good evening, Biafrans. Good evening from Abuja, the Nigerian capital. I greet you all, Biafrans, friends of Biafrans, the lovers of freedom. My name is Benjamin Madubu. I am an IPOB member. I was part of those that was in detention with our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Kuje prison, from DSS dungeon to Kuje prison, between 2015 to 2018. That is when I got my freedom. Now, I went to visit our leader today. Finally, I succeeded in meeting him one-on-one. I met the great man, the prophet of our time, the greatest man that God have created in Alibo. That is Nnamdi Kanu. A man of wisdom, a man of integrity. I sat with him today. He blessed me. In fact, I'm happy to receive the blessing from this exceptional human being. I glorify God, the creator of heaven and earth, Chukwu Okike Abiama, for giving us this gift as Onigbo. Nnamdi Kanu is a special gift. Special gift. In the next 100 years, there will be none like him. He's a great man. Upon all the stumbling blocks, today I succeeded in meeting him. I bless today. And I thank our able barrister, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, for making it possible. Today is a new day. Now, I will go to our mother tongue in Igbo language to speak to our people. Makase ndeba anyị soro onye furu ọjị gbara ya nkụ maka na adị arịa ọjị pata. Ọ ihe mere taa. Mela Walida nwere anyị kpara ezigbo nkata today. Ọ gwakwana m ebe ya bụ ibu si anyị ya. Ọkwa anyị nwala asịla anyị bụ his followers.